On time, no way. Fuck you guys. Go live? Why are people being demanding from YouTube chat? Jesus. Okay, it's like a miracle that I'm streaming at all. It's already like 10 p.m. I probably should. Like, anytime I hit go live at 10, I'm like, I already know I'm going to be up till 4 in the morning. So even if it's technically on time, it's still a late stream. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? You guys, like, what more is there to say? You're just, like, slowly watching the First Amendment be eroded by literally the dumbest fucking people. Literally just morons that have access to levers of power because they're friends of the president or they're very wealthy. That's it. We're going to just start off nice and easy with a Piers Morgan panel. Just gingerly dip our toe into the pool. Did I go to Unfuck? Do you mean the Unfuck America thing? Is that in Florida? No. Wouldn't I have been on camera if I did that? Wouldn't I have drawn attention to it if I did that? I liked Eric Swalwell's tweet. Well, you have to link it to me. Okay, so this is You're Being a Complete Dick. Piers Morgan versus Don Lemon, or as Vinny likes to say, Limon, plus Steven Crowder and Joe Walsh. And then I just saw this has 500,000 views. It was uploaded like 5 hours ago, and the description starts with Charlie Kirk, so I'm sure it's relevant. Let's fucking get into this bullshit.
Continuous. And I think anyone watching that.
What are you talking about?
And so if you will let me, if you will allow me, please.
What
please
are you
stop
talking about?
Me, okay, did you invite me here to interrupt me, or are you gonna let me?
I think you're being a complete dick, if I'm honest with you.
Whoa, get him, Piers.
Okay.
I do.
Well, that's very kind and respectful of you.
It wasn't
I don't particularly like Don Lemon, but Piers has been horrible on this topic, so I'm probably gonna end up siding with him.
I
to be
don't
kind
like
or
the
respectful.
hominem attacks.
And it's like I also don't like Jimmy Kimmel, but I have to defend him because of who is attacking him. So.
The assassination of Charlie Kirk has sparked a bitter and reductive blame game between right and left, turbocharged by inflammatory calls for vengeance on the fringes of one side and callous celebrations on the other. Neither side wants to find common cause. Both hold the other side accountable for the febrile climate which led to Kirk's appalling murder.
Who holds the cards, Piers? Who is actually in charge of things?
Viral clips appear to show people on either side doing anything other than taking the temperature down. Steven Crowder's call for violence is one such example, for which he's now issued this clarification.
People may take some clips and tell you that Steven Crowder is irresponsible. He advocated violence. That's right. I am. I want to be crystal clear about that. I am advocating for lawful violence defensively that has been abandoned for years, and I want it to replace where grace was afforded before.
In a moment, we'll be joined by Joe Walsh to debate these issues, but first
I don't even know what the slurp is about.
Joined by Steven Crowder for what will hopefully be a clarification on his clarification. Steven, welcome back to Uncensored. As you know, a lot of people believed you were advocating for a violent response. You've clarified that now. And people are saying, is that a sincere clarification, or have you just calmed down?
It wasn't a clarification. It was a repeat. And I stand by it. I am advocating for lawful, maybe let me clarify, ruthless violence in defense of us and our own. And if you give me 1.5 minutes, I can make it extra crystal clear if we need to. What you're seeing.
You know what was more disturbing about those like Ring cameras coming out with the way that he was treating his wife? The fact that he kind of acts like this all the time, which means he's being genuine. But then it's like, oh shoot, this is an actual human being. Like this is how he chooses to conduct himself.
With Charlie Kirk is what got through. Charlie Kirk lived under a cloud just as I have. It's the reason that I stopped doing Change My Minds, where there were 12 felonious assaults, attempts at battery, and attempts on my life. And I know quite a few, and many I don't, of Charlie Kirk. I want to be clear. I want those on the left to speak freely and to be able to host their events with minimal security as they do now for the rest of their lives. Just as surely, I want them to be deathly terrified of showing up and acting with the increasing violence as they have at our events. And that goes both ways. Hey, if there's a spat of right-wing violence that's spreading across this country, treat those people the same way that we treat yours. But you won't find it. And let me just address a couple of things here. What I think leads to violence.
We know despicable people exist, but you sure would hope they don't gather an audience of millions. Isn't Crowder relegated to like Rumble? Like the last time I opened up his stream, it was like, he goes live on Rumble, and then he complains that he's like deplatformed, no? Or maybe he was just demonetized. Maybe he's actually still on YouTube. Oh no, 5 hours ago. Okay. Yeah, he still gets views. Yeah, it's like so weird to see him like. I mean, I would expect him to like jump back in the game for this, because when I think of the like whole college campus debate me bro, change my mind, it was Steven Crowder that like started that, and Charlie Kirk was kind of just picking up the mantle and was not doing as good of a job as Steven Crowder did.
They'll try and blame it on Donald Trump. They'll give us a bunch of reasons. Let me be really clear here. Joe Walsh will say that this is an overreaction. He said that yesterday. He doesn't understand why this is a big deal. That's untrue. He will say that statistically more violence comes from the right. That's provably untrue. He has been stating for days that the shooter was
Not untrue. There was actually it was like an article that or like a study that the DOJ has removed, talking about how most of the violence, the political violence that occurs in the United States, comes from the right. U.S. Justice Department removes study finding far-right extremists commit far more violence. Report finding right-wing extremists have killed more Americans than any other domestic terrorist groups vanished from DOJ website. This was reported September 17th, so just yesterday. U.S. Justice Department has scrubbed a study from its website concluding that far-right extremists have killed far more Americans than any other domestic terror group, just days after a gunman fatally shot the prominent conservative activist Charlie Kirk. The report, now archived, titled What NIJ Research Tells Us About Domestic Terrorism, vanished from the Department of Justice website between 11 and September 12, according to Jason Palladino, an independent investigative reporter who first wrote the story. Kirk, the 31-year-old Turning Point USA founder and Trump ally, was gunned down while speaking at Utah Valley University on September 10th. So, crowd was wrong. Shocker.
Was in fact not a leftist, and we didn't know. That's provably untrue. He will create a false equivalency between Charlie Kirk and the murder of the Hortmans in Minnesota. That's provably untrue. And finally, he will place blame, as the left and the spineless right does.
Also, this whole idea that, like, again, he's a leftist because he may or may not have been. I feel like there's been little confirmation actually surrounding whether he was in, like, the only confirmation that we have is in the texts, right? He's saying, like, my love to this roommate. But has it even really been confirmed that this person is trans? Like, the report that I read with Pisco, the New York Times, shows it saying, like, this is a biological male. And there's multiple people claiming, like, oh, they're transitioning. But then I don't even know if there's, like, really been confirmation on that. But, like, even on that point, okay, so you're dating a transgender person. Does that make you probably more predisposed to being socially progressive? Yes, but it's not a guarantee. This person didn't leave a manifesto. The text that we saw from the Ken Klippenstein article just show him, like, just talking with his friends about normal shit. And then the other thing is, like, you know, if, like, I'm in a room, like, in a relationship with, like, a black person, you know, like an interracial marriage, you know, if I go on to, like, commit a crime, like, there's, like, this transient property. I don't know how to describe it. It's like, if I'm in a relationship with a black person, am I more likely to be on the left or liberal? Like, probably, maybe, because I'm in an interracial relationship and that's not, like, very common. But, like, if I committed an act of domestic terror, would somebody say that, like, and, like, pretend I'm not a leftist, okay? I'm a leftist just because of that. It's just weird to me, this, like, that logic.
For all of this on Donald Trump, conservatives, rising figures, and the rhetoric for temperatures.
New York Post said boyfriend, but I assume they were misunderstanding because New York Post. Well, like, I don't know, because they'll say they're transitioning. And again, if they're a biological male, then to the misgender crowd, then they would be a boyfriend, right? But if they're transitioning and nobody has said to what gender, so they could be non-binary, or it could be a woman, then it would be a girlfriend. So then he would be in a straight relationship. But either way, they just wanted it to be so badly, like, about this trans person. Like, first they thought the shooter was trans, and the shooter's not trans. And then it's like the bullets thing, which was propagated in part by Steven Crowder. And then the bullets thing turns out to be like a manufacturing thing. And then it's like, oh, but they're in a relationship with a trans person. But then that doesn't really seem to have been confirmed to me. So it's just like anything to, like, post hoc rash, like, they just want to go after trans people.
In this country, that is provably untrue. Donald Trump ran
a minority existing in a relationship with you isn't inherently political. Exactly. But I guess people feel like because trans people are, like, you know, the kind of litmus test for, like, how woke you are or whatever, like, your feelings on trans people kind of determine that. They're, like, jumping to the conclusion that this is some, like, leftist.
On order, and one because of leftist violence. All of this, let me finish with this. All of this is by design so that the left and spineless right can make this conversation about
So he doesn't do soy right, he does spineless right.
conservatives responding to the cold-blooded terroristic assassination and gleeful celebration thereafter of a young man who did nothing more than sit down at a table and allow anyone to speak their opinion. And I know what it's like because I was in that spot. I started it, and Charlie cited it as inspiration. If I could change one thing, and I do believe that I'm partially responsible for this, I failed people. I've had to do a lot of soul searching. When I did change my mind and started in 2016, the idea was, hey, calling the left on their bluff, civil dialogue with anyone to the tune of billions of plays and hundreds of hours.
This is about me, Steven Crowder. I mean, like, this is so shameless how he's like inserting himself, getting himself like cited by the fucking Wall Street Journal allegedly, and then being like, I really started it. And even though, again, like I was thinking this whole time, he's definitely using this. He wants to be the one to like fill this vacuum that Charlie Kirk has left behind.
And it got increasingly violent. And what I didn't tell people, I told
Yeah,
people
he'll talk to anyone like Sam Cedar.
out there, go do this on your own campus, have these conversations. I advocated for it.
Or like the idea that like Charlie Kirk didn't duck people and dodge people. Like he was trying to dodge Dean by the end.
And Charlie took it to another level. He was unbelievable at it. What I didn't do, I didn't tell people about the threats because I didn't want copycats. I didn't tell them about terrorists from Yemen through Sweden showing up in East Grand Rapids. I didn't tell them about concrete milkshakes. I didn't tell them about my tires getting slashed, about people trying to firebomb my car. And maybe if I would have picked up the phone,
I don't know what these things are like in reference to.
maybe if I would have used this megaphone to tell people it's real life out there and the left wants you dead, maybe Charlie would have had a fighting chance. Maybe I could have
Steven Crowder never suggested that or said that until now.
done more. Right now, I'll tell you this. I see a lot of people out there, Piers. See a lot of people out there talking about picking up that microphone. And I hope people do because the alternative is silence. But I want people to know that wherever that microphone is and whoever thinks about picking it up, you are in the crosshairs. People say bring down the temperature. Okay, how about we bring down the temperature to doing something like, I don't know, sitting down at a table and allowing anyone with a thought or opinion to discuss it rationally? Would that bring down the temperature? Because they took his life anyway.
Listen, I know you knew Charlie
All this is making me think of is this, if I put like Steven Crowder graffiti, there was like a guy, he literally ended up calling the cops on this random dude that he started talking to. Like, this is a video about it, but it's like, I want to see the actual thing. Let me see what like.
Oh my God.
Imagine seeing. Okay, so this has to be one of the most. Okay, this is on like the surfs thing. I'll find it on the surfs.
Kirk, well, I feel your passion, I feel your anger, I feel your hurt. It's a painful time.
Piers, great journalism. I see you, I hear you. You're valid, King.
In fact, I think everybody on the conservative right in America, it's a very painful time, and I feel that. But in the interest of fair play, which Charlie Kirk would want, we have got the former Republican congressman and the host of The Social Contract, Joe Walsh, joining the debate. Exactly what Charlie would encourage, I think, which is, Joe, you've just heard a very impassioned.
Wait, what did it say? This has to be one of the most. Okay.
Statement there from Steven Crowder. What's your response?
Oh, I get it, and I feel it, and I appreciate.
Piers, can we bring it back to the original question that he didn't really answer, which is that he like called for violence, and then he just like somebody pointed out he just like spent the time that he was supposed to be clarifying his position just like preempting other arguments.
Steven Crowder expressing how he feels. I really do, and I don't know what my fight is. I don't have a fight with Steven Crowder. Steven, good to see you. There was a lot you said about me there in the intro. I don't remember. Because I'm getting older. I wish I'd written down some of it. I did my best for the past week, because I knew Charlie as well, not to say that this guy was a right wing. He came from a God-fearing gun Utah family. He was definitely right, like some on the left did. I didn't know who he was.
There is, whatever his political ideology is now, there is no negating the fact that he grew up probably around a MAGA family in a red state with a bunch of fucking Mormons and steeped in gun culture. The dude knew how to use a gun. There's no undoing or negating that socialization. I don't understand why people think that that can just be left in the past. Even if he made the most radical, even if we had evidence that he made the most radical pivot, that wouldn't change the fact that he grew up in that state, in that environment. That would also factor into what he did.
Until we had the facts and the evidence. And
this is like saying like somebody was abused when they were a kid, but then they got therapy as an adult, and then they went on to perpetuate some crime. But let's just ignore the fact that they were abused as a kid, because the most recent thing that they did was therapy. So
clear, Pierce and Steven, that this
I had
was
the facts and the evidence, and I told you he was on the.
Right, he did a semester of college, so.
left from the bullet engravings that we received from a leak, and you said we were wrong.
Like, we can't say that, like, the first 18 years of his life really had that much of an impact, but we can say for sure that he was radicalized to be a fucking, like, anarcho-communist or something in, like, the few months that he was at a college before he dropped out and went to electrician school.
And people on the left said we were wrong, and that matters because the shooter was still out there, and so was the Kirk family. I'm trying to save lives.
Stephen,
you just save lives, Joe?
Maybe some people did. I don't know when I ever said you were wrong anywhere. When this is the first time I've talked to you, or even
we don't know. We know he's from a white family in Utah, and you retweeted people, and you went out and said this guy is not a left-wing extremist. He is. Okay, go ahead.
Friend,
you did say that,
my friend.
Saying we don't have evidence that he is that is different than saying he's not that.
From the moment Charlie Kirk was assassinated, I said we don't know who did it. And once we found out who did it, we don't know why he did it. So let's all wait to figure out why he did it.
But we did
yesterday. Stephen.
Joe, can we wait until there's more evidence? Stephen, no. That's when he says, but we did know, that's you saying, like, yeah, no, we can't do that. We need to conclude right away.
Remember you saying that he sold his soul to Trump before the body was cold and criticizing his life.
Stephen, let me finish, brother, please. And then we find out in no uncertain terms, by the way, Pierce, which I think all of us could have guessed, this was a political assassination. This 22-year-old young man hated Charlie Kirk, and so he picked up that gun and he shot him, clearly. And as you've said, Pierce, it's clear that of late he had become radicalized with leftist ideology. There, now we know it. This will go down.
And, like, again, the characterization of this is coming from, like, the FBI report or something. This is, again, headed by Dan Bongino and Kash Patel, the most competent men, obviously. And our evidence of that is just taking the testimony of the mother. So, like, that's the mother's characterization of it. She can have her opinion on that. She knows him better than I do, sure. But again, it's probably a MAGA family. So, like, by far left, do you mean he started to have an affinity for Bernie Sanders, Nancy Pelosi, Richie Torres? What are we talking about here? Is it that your son started to be more socially progressive in some ways? Is that radicalized to the left? We don't even know what she could be referring to when she says he's been radicalized to the left.
Down in history.
And, like, they would never accept that characterization if we knew that his parents were like, what is it? Richie Torres? I mean, you never know, right? I mean, so somebody on the right, Richie Torres is like a communist. So some of these MAGA people, again, if they call Biden, Kamala Harris, Nancy Pelosi, far left socialists and communists, yeah, Richie Torres is probably getting thrown in there because he's a gay black man who has a D next to his name. So therefore he must be ultra left, right? But I don't think if like this kid had like liberal parents, if he made like a MAGA pivot in his adulthood and they were like, yeah, he was radicalized to the right, that MAGA would ever accept that characterization. They'd be like, well, they're fucking liberals. Of course they're going to say that. They think anybody who's like to the right of fucking Stalin is like, you know, radicalized.
As an act of left-wing political violence. Yes.
I mean, I would say, Stephen, that is an honest statement there from Joe. But
they also say MAGA is the center, not radical. Yeah, I've been seeing that a lot. Charlie Kirk is actually just a moderate, and like millions of Americans agree with him, which means that the position could possibly be extreme if millions of Americans believe it.
Yeah, but is it honest on your side, Stephen? Be honest. Is it honest to say there is no problem with violence on the political right? Because there has been historically a lot of violence associated with the far right in America. That, again, is just a demonstrable fact. To pretend there's never been any is to be disingenuous.
Demonstrable fact by what? No, it's not to be disingenuous. It's absolutely correct. And I understand because I've seen Joe and people of his ilk retweeting these out there. It either comes from Cato Institute or it comes from a recent Economist article. I can tell you how all of those numbers are wrong. Remember the man in Portland? Remember Aaron Danielson, who was shot dead point blank by an Antifa member? Michael Reinhold, who said, we got a Trump supporter, bang, bang, dead. That wasn't listed as political violence. Look at that chart. The year 2020, the summer of love, no political violence from the left. I could go through the methodology, and I have brilliant researchers who have. It is demonstrably untrue. No one is saying there is no violence on the right. What I am saying is that people on the right have to have armed security, flak jackets, an entire strategy when they go out, and those on the left don't. That is verifiably true. What is dishonest is to say we didn't know. You know what else wouldn't have been included in these crime stats? And anyone want to make this argument? You're talking to the wrong guy. The Covenant High School shooting. Audrey Hale. Cato said we included it because it was borderline, even though the police said they didn't think it was politically motivated. If not for the undercover journalism unit.
Well, if a cop says something isn't politically motivated, guess it's not politically motivated.
A comedy show right here.
Again, so much of their like citations and narratives around this hinge on not actual underlying facts, not them saying the kid said this, the person, like, we have evidence of that. It's the governor of Utah said this thing. His mother characterized it in this certain way. It's just taking people at their word.
No one would have known that motivation. We found it, we leaked it, we processed it, we verified it, and we were met with resistance and
like, again, I'll be honest, I don't really trust Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, who literally couldn't find this fucking kid until he like turned himself in, or maybe he didn't. I like it. That's still unclear to me. To comprehensively be able to decipher the motivations of this kid, I'll be real. I think that needs to be outsourced to somebody else with more experience.
Threats of lawsuits from the local police department, the mayor, and the FBI. They said it was a lie on the outset, just like they said the engravings on the bullet casings were a lie on the outset. The left lies. They label you fascist. They label you a totalitarian. And how do you deal with those people? Well, you don't do it at the ballot box. We all know that.
Why are we cutting that off? He's getting to the most insane part of what he was saying. Please finish the sentence.
It's not just how I do. I want to hear
Including silence.
Okay, here.
Every position that the right holds has been presented as violence, including silence, by the way. I know there's a poster behind Joe Walsh right next to his No Kings poster. In other words, if you're pro-life, it's violence against women. If you're against men and women's sports, it's violence against trans, it's genocide, it's erasing them. If you're against Juneteenth as a holiday, it's violence. You're pro-First Amendment, violence because you're inciting violence. You're pro-Second Amendment, violence because you believe people should be able to commit gun violence. And then if we remain silent, that's also violence. And so people deal with the right with
the silence is violence. That is literally what the right has picked up. Like, flipped on a dime on this shit, as far as, like, most people understanding. Like, again, you not sucking off Charlie Kirk enough in light of his murder, that's you actually disrespecting him. That's you contributing to hate speech, which is just anytime you disagree with a conservative or like some MAGA moron, that's now you being disrespectful to Charlie Kirk. So that is their own version of silence is violence.
Here's my challenge. Find me one example of a Charlie Kirk on the left, not an elected official. I'll allow any speaker, any comedian this century, one example of somebody who was murdered, assassinated, hemorrhaged out in front of his family in cold blood and gleefully celebrated thereafter. And the polls show that a majority.
So the parameter that we're laying out here is like the most, like, show me like the left-wing equivalent of that. One, there's a long intellectual tradition of that in this fucking country, for one. Two, it's not like, when the majority of the violence comes from the right, it doesn't necessarily mean that people are saying, or like even political violence. Like Heather Heyer was killed at the Unite the Right rally. She was probably on the left if she's like an anti-fascist activist, but was she like a notable person? No, she was just like a random private citizen, but that would still fall under this.
According to YouGov recently, of Democrats think it's somewhat too acceptable. 38%, 77% of Republicans said not acceptable at all.
Okay, let Joe.
Yeah, like, do we need to like fucking Fred Hampton, Malcolm X, MLK?
Saying is that Charlie Kirk was hunted. He was hunted. We are being hunted, and I don't want to see any more dead friends. Violence, absolutely. Lawful, ruthless, defensive violence.
Okay, Joe.
Pierce, I'll just be brief again. The data is pretty clear, and historically it's
I don't know what he considers left, but like Robert Kennedy being shot or like assassinated, that happened after MLK. Robert Kennedy was like considered on the American left or whatever. He was a liberal.
Pretty clear that there's political violence on the right
that.
and the left in this country for years. And I could argue, and I would argue, but I won't here, that there's historically been more political violence coming from the right. But suffice to say,
he wants an exact analog. I can't find someone named Charlie Kirk on the left, but why so arbitrarily narrow? Because he like that's the only way that you can like uphold this narrative that, like, again, he's already painting it as like this is leftist ideology that like motivated this kid, even though, again, we only have text messages. We only have testimony from family about what they're assuming the motives to be and speculating about. We don't actually have conclusive, thorough evidence of that. The other thing is like, so like he's starting from, that's what he's using to say it's a leftist, right? Or like the bullets thing, the like manufacturing, like engraving on it, that's like radical trans ideology or something. So he puts him on the left based on that. And then from there, he's like, if you cannot find an exact analog, then that must prove that the left is more violent than the right. Because of this one example.
I think you and I, Pierce, would agree. There's a history of. Hey, Stephen, let me finish, man, please.
Please argue it. You can't just make a vague claim and not substantiate it.
Pierce, you and I would agree, for the sake of this conversation, that political violence is in fact a both sides problem. Stephen,
even this, it's like, I'm not fucking doing this both sides shit. All you got to do is point to January 6th. I'd like to see him explain, like, on air right now, even though I'm not, like, a huge fan of, like, just bringing up January 6th. In this specific context, what else would you bring up?
You would acknowledge,
example,
I think
like,
that...
like, unambiguous example of organized political violence coming from the right exclusively, and then Donald Trump pardoned all of them. And that included criminals.
There is political violence on, and there has been political violence on the right as well. So why don't we all just condemn it all? That's what we all should do.
Yeah,
Steve?
no, I don't. I don't agree with the premise. And I'm having to agree with a nebulous premise because you presented no facts. The very source that you cite, and by the way, I'll make all of mine publicly available. Hold on, I'm finishing now. Let's do it like grown-ups.
And the Gretchen Whitmer plot, or the fact that, like, Donald Trump wanted to, like, pardon those fucking people, saying that they were railroaded.
Cite your sources online. George Floyd riots, not included. Daryl Brooks, Waukesha, not included. Antifa, not included. Man shot dead for voting Trump, not included. Those numbers are not to be trusted, and neither is someone parroting it. I'll answer your question if you answer one of mine after. Go ahead, please.
Melissa Hortman, the Democratic state legislator in Minnesota, 3 months ago.
Was Melissa a podcaster? No. Sorry, try again, Joe.
Down by an anti-abortion Trump supporter. Yes or no?
Wrong. How do I know? Because Vance Bolter, the man who did it, wrote in his letter that it had nothing to do with Trump or being pro-life. He blamed Tim Walz. And here's what you also don't see. Did you see anyone at the Hortman's funerals or vigils spitting on them? Or pantomiming, being shot in the neck? Did you see anyone celebrating the death of them gleefully?
Yes.
Did you see so many professors doing so, showing...
Just all you have to do is bring up any number of notable times that black people have been gunned down by police while being unarmed and show the right's reaction. Or the fact that they're all calling for Derek Chauvin to be fucking pardoned now. Shouldn't say all of them. Just, you literally have sitting Congress people calling for that officially. And then you have people like Ben Shapiro, like, dedicating 4-part series to explaining why Derek Chauvin was he didn't have a fair trial and he needs to be pardoned. Or you have people like Candace Owens saying that George Floyd actually died of a fentanyl overdose. He wasn't killed by a cop.
Children, really? Point me to one.
Yes.
Point me to one person spitting at their vigil. Let me guess, you're going to go to Mike Lee?
Utah Senator.
How do I predict
Mike
everything
Lee
you say all the time?
How? Donald Trump.
He didn't mock the attack.
Let me jump in.
Anyone spit at the
Stephen,
vigil?
let me jump in.
I don't think Joe Walsh is going to finish the sentence this entire time.
Stephen, let me give you an example.
Pierce, I don't.
Go
ahead.
Hang on. I would give an example where the right behaved very badly, and that was over the attack on Nancy Pelosi's husband. I saw the gleeful responses after that from the right, the memes, the mockery, and so on. I thought that was very distasteful. Would you agree, Stephen?
If you want to argue an equivalency between a man...
I'm not asking equivalency.
One question, Stephen. One. Can you answer it?
And a man bleeding out in front of his child?
I'm not saying they're equivocal. I'm just saying it's an example where I felt people on the right showed a complete lack of humanity towards the man who'd been attacked because he happened to be married to Nancy Pelosi, a political opponent. And so it's not like this never... It's not like this has never happened.
I don't agree. I don't think it's even remotely proportional. Let me ask a question here. This is why I'm giving this message, and this is why I hope people listen and
there's like no compromising with people like this.
Protect their own. Joe Walsh, you're there. Since I answered your question, you're there, Utah, in the crowd. It's not a Mouser. It's not a 30-06. But it's a man winding up a milkshake for Charlie Kirk. We don't know if it's strawberry, chocolate, vanilla, acid, or concrete. Do you stop him? Do you hurt him? That hesitation tells me that you are not amongst us. And cowards are dangerous to have in their ranks.
Stephen?
Because it's not a hypothetical, it's happened.
Let me answer your question.
Do you stop him? Do you hurt him?
I don't understand your question. I'm sorry. I honestly, I don't.
Someone winding up a milkshake to launch at Charlie Kirk. You don't know if it's strawberry, chocolate, vanilla, acid, or concrete. You see him before anyone else does. Do you stop him and hurt him?
Yes. I certainly stop him. I do all I can to stop him, yes.
Good. There's a start. That's what I'm advocating. Every single person out there, because we have been living with this shadow over us. And I know, look, here's the thing, too.
What was that supposed to prove? That if you saw that somebody was about to throw something at somebody else, you would intervene? A milkshake? What?
Joe, I understand your rhetoric. I understand where you're coming from. And I know that you met Charlie when he was 16, as I understand it, right? He was very, very young. And I understand that maybe you were somewhat of a mentor.
Didn't he say at the beginning of this, he's like not going to talk about milkshakes, and then he brought it up?
Figure. It's because of the failure of Republicans like you that me and Charlie Kirk exist, who are willing to take back the territory that has been conceded, and we are willing to pay with our lives. We shouldn't have to be. Academia, media, the press, big tech.
Maybe Kid Not Kin was right, because he was saying, like, his spiciest take to come out of all of this is that he actually feels like the right is more like is more like happy and excited about this than anybody else. Any one of these teens on TikTok that were supposedly dancing and celebrating.
Shouldn't be dominated by the left
Because
exclusively.
look at how fucking gleeful they are to take up the mantle of attempting to cynically like weaponize Charlie Kirk's murder.
All the time. Charlie Kirk shouldn't be out there alone, sitting in that chair, taking on all comers. He shouldn't be inspired by people like me, who are comedians. He should have been inspired by people like you. Instead, he was inspired to go the other way. Maybe that's why he said he sold his soul for Donald Trump before the body was cold. Still want to do the no true Scotsman, holier than thou thing?
And Stephen, I'm assuming you would do the same, correct? If somebody were throwing a chocolate milkshake at a left-wing speaker, correct?
No, the reason I bring it up is because we didn't. We didn't,
But
and I've had them launched at me.
Would you, Stephen?
And the reason,
would you?
No, I didn't. I didn't,
Would you?
and now I would. Now
Would
I would.
you?
Because now I would. Yes. Have I answered your question? Yes. Now I would, and I advocate that everybody else do the same by any means necessary. Yes.
Stephen, common ground. You and I, two Americans, would both
I
stop
had breakfast. I don't know why, if he was willing to like grant that, why it's like pulling teeth.
any politically violent attack on any public figure or speaker that we saw. You and I agree to that. And you and I hope, would both agree that we should condemn all political violence. End of story.
I am condemning, of course, all political violence. It is coming from one side, and the prescription is ruthless, aggressive, defensive, lawful violence on anyone who tries.
I'd even respond to that shit. OMG, you engage as briefly as possible, and then you go, what is the point of this? Or like, how is this supposed to be analogous? And then you can let them monologue or whatever until they make a stupid point and then interject. Or you could try to pivot and be like, I don't see how this addresses, and then you bring up your own thing.
If someone behaves in a way, for example, I've been sucker punched, I've been collar dragged, I've had attempts on my life, I have been doxxed. If anyone behaves in a way where if they behave that way at a town hall, at a restaurant, you with your family, would result in their severe ass beating, they deserve it at a political rally, they deserve it at a private function and a public speaking engagement. And the right has not been doing that because we've been taking the high road and the left has acted with impunity. That's why you see professors. It's not just that they're showing children a snuff film on repeat in order to create a generation of psychopaths, by the way. That's how you do it. It's that so many professors are doing it because they...
Wait, what?
Why you see professors. It's not just that they're showing children a snuff film on repeat in order to create a generation of psychopaths, by the way. That's how you do it. It's that...
So he's saying that there are professors in college that are showing the Charlie Kirk murder footage to their students on repeat to radicalize them. Or that he believes that, like, why would this be in a classroom at all? This is stuff that was circulated online on social media by the people that were there. And a lot of them were people that agreed with Charlie Kirk, so conservatives, and other people that wanted to farm likes.
So many professors are doing it because they don't fear any ramifications. You can't find that on the right. Find me one example of a Charlie Kirk, not an elected official, a person who did nothing more than express his opinion and allow anyone else to do the same, who lost his life.
I also think in relation to that I saw Charlie Kirk's producer today getting quite emotional as he talked about the difference, for example, between the reaction.
Almost all people saw it on Twitter, owned by Elon Musk. That was the other thing. There was this tweet from this woman. It was very like instructive because it tells you what's on their feed. Abby Phillip, I think she's is that her name? Phillips, like CNN. Hold on. This woman, if I put human. Yeah, this. Okay, she put like, the degree to which the algorithm on this platform is pushing video of the shooting is incredibly disturbing. There has to be some human that can turn the dial down in a situation like this. And it's like, this is clearly somebody who is understandably disturbed from seeing the footage of Charlie Kirk being killed. But I'm like, you know, my feed has dead Palestinians on it every single day that are in a far worse condition than Charlie Kirk was in that video, I'll be honest. And like, this is somebody who's clearly not been exposed to that. So like that shows you what's been on her feed. And it's like not what's been on mine, because there's been no shortage of political violence on mine.
To the murder of George Floyd, which I thought was despicable, and the murder of Charlie Kirk, which was despicable, is that one precipitated nationwide rioting and lawlessness.
Good observation. Well, you see the priorities of these people. You know, like I understand this reaction, but this reaction is from somebody who is and I'm in an echo chamber. I'm not saying I'm not in an echo chamber, but like she is in the type of echo chamber that like it doesn't even get on her radar that like there is a lot of violent content already on X. It's just not on your feed. But it doesn't mean it's not circulating all the fucking time on this website. It just means you don't see it.
People were so enraged.
And it tells me that you don't see it because you don't engage with that type of content.
The streets, and the other took to people going to church. You know,
Also,
and
call me when Charlie Kirk
But
died with a
Pierce, let me-
speedball.
No, but I thought
it was a- I thought it was-
He mugged a woman with his toddler in the house.
I thought it was an
George
interesting.
Floyd hurt people.
I thought it was an interesting observation, Joe, in terms of the difference.
No. And I appreciate that, Pierce. Let me sneak in one more thing before Stephen goes off. Also, the assassination of Democratic Melissa Hortman in Minnesota by an anti-abortion Trump supporter, you didn't see violence after that. And the other thing you did not see after
his citation for the man blaming Tim Walz is literally a Mike Cernovich tweet, by the way.
Let me finish, Stephen. Let me finish.
Because that Batya Angar Sagar woman like made the same claim, and I traced it back to Mike Cernovich tweet, or like a PBS article traced it back to that.
The man who blamed Tim Walz. Truth matters. Truth. Dishonesty foments violence, Joe.
After a Democrat was assassinated in Minnesota, you also did not see the Democratic Party and the left declaring a war on the right, saying that they did it, the evildoers did it. This is a battle between good and evil. You didn't hear any of that when a Democrat was assassinated. We should condemn both, Pierce. Condemn anybody celebrating Charlie Kirk's murder. Condemn it. And we should also condemn anyone using Charlie Kirk's murder to declare some war on half.
I expect Joe Walsh to do this because he's like a Republican at heart. He's just like anti-Trump. But no, I'm not condemning that shit. I didn't do it. Just because you condemn something, that doesn't necessarily mean you did it. Obviously, you can condemn things that you just aren't in support of, that are affiliated with a cause of yours. But these TikToks is like, why isn't it enough to just say, I don't find it funny, but I don't expect people to condemn it?
Of the country, and this is a battle between good and evil. Both of those reactions are dangerous and despicable.
Final word to Stephen. Stephen, final word to you.
Stephen, you got final word.
Yeah, wrong. I think using Charlie Kirk as saying that he sold his soul to Trump before the body's even cold. I agree with Charlie Kirk's reaction to George Floyd because the media lied. Lies foment dishonesty. And I'm not calling for a civil war. I made it very clear I want the left to be able to continue to speak without security, as they often do. I just want them to be deathly afraid to try what they've been doing with the right for a very long, forevermore.
You know, I think the biggest contradiction I'm identifying here with like his little spiel, which is like a schizo rant, is like he's saying that just advocating for people to protect themselves using the Second Amendment and like be armed, that's violence. And so it's like encouraging people to be armed and like, you know how to operate a gun. It's not inherently violent. I agree with him, but like then he turns it like. We started with him being like, I advocate violence. And then he's like, defensive violence. And it's like, okay, well, you wouldn't like, why would you ever characterize it that way? If you're going to say later that like saying that people need to arm themselves is not violent in and of itself, which I agree with. But then you're like saying other things that are suggesting that like there's such a thing as like defensive violence. Like nobody understands it that way. If you're advocating for violence, that's you're advocating for people to agitate and do something, not protect themselves in response. People wouldn't even really conceive of that as violence. They conceive of it as protection.
Going forward. But if we talk about this, hey, there's one time that there weren't riots. Yeah, what about all the times that there were and they weren't registered as violent crime? Charlie Kirk didn't hurt anybody. George Floyd did. Charlie Kirk is very, very different from
Did he hurt Derek Chauvin? No. Then why are we justifying this?
George Floyd. Dishonesty is what foments, I'll leave you with this, is what foments violence. And you know what? When you say war of good and evil, show me one time where the people who are actually evil are willing to paint a war of good and evil. Because you know what? If it ever comes to that, God forbid, maybe the people advocating for abortion up until and including birth and genital mutilation for children, including hiding them from their parents in the state of Minnesota, maybe they could look around at themselves and say, hey, if this is a war of good and evil, maybe we're the bad guys.
Okay. I'm going to leave it there. Thank you both so very much. I appreciate it.
Wow, thanks for that. That was awesome and very enjoyable. So this is PolitiFact, how conservative X accounts promoted wild theory implicating Governor Tim Walz in lawmakers' killing. Sound familiar? This is published June 15th of this year. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz in 2019 reappointed Vance Bolter to a state board focused on Minnesota's workforce. He had first been appointed to the board by a prior governor. He was named a suspect in the June 14th killing of State Representative Melissa Hortman, a former Democratic speaker, and her husband Mark, and the shooting of State Senator John Hoffman and his wife Yvette. Walz's spokesperson said the governor had no relationship with him, and there is no indication that Walz viewed Hortman or Hoffman as political rivals. He referred to Hortman as a dear friend. But where is it? Like, they have like a fucking Cernovich tweet somewhere in this. See, like, The X account Right Angle News Network, which purports to share reliable conservative news, posted that Hortman and Hoffman, quote, both recently voted against their party, with Hortman supporting the repeal of free healthcare for illegals and Hoffman joining Republicans in the Senate to pass it. That post was wrong. Although Hortman was the only Democrat who voted with Republicans to pass a budget bill that will remove adult immigrants in the U.S. illegally from the state's Minnesota Care Health Program, Hoffman voted against the bill that would end such coverage. Then they post a correction. But, like, it was, like, right-wing social media accounts that, like, promoted stuff like this.
Thanks, guys.
If you're stressed about
Okay, this is this video from Lance where, like, Steven Crowder literally ends up trying to, like, he goes to, like, interview a street artist, and then he ends up, like, calling the cops on him after, like, not even a testy interaction. He just, like, acts like a fucking Karen.
The school, they want to be best friends with us, and they want to be like us, and they want to listen to the music that we produce.
Isn't that a good thing?
I'm gonna tell you something. Y'all need to speak up and tell y'all people to stop being racist. Stop it.
Okay, stop being racist.
Because y'all sons.
Stop being racist.
No, I don't even see it recorded. Because y'all sons and y'all daughters.
Stop being racist.
Y'all sons and y'all daughters love us.
Sure.
Y'all sons and y'all.
Stop talking past him. Stop trying to get a clip. Stop trying to get a gotcha. And fucking listen. Because this is good. This is real good.
Let they come to school. They want to be like us.
Okay. Isn't that a good thing?
So
if they
stop,
like...
no, so stop telling them to be racist. Stop speaking
No,
racist.
I said don't be
in front of
racist.
them.
Don't be racist.
That's how you take accountability.
Yeah.
Go home.
Don't be
Go
racist.
Home. Don't come out here and pretend in front of your friends because y'all grouped up and it's 5 white people and y'all want to sit around and talk about black people because they are in a group.
No, I'm just asking you. I think
don't
it's
be
good
like
art.
that. Don't be biased.
Well,
don't be a
biased?
mob. I'm just saying. I don't know if it's you.
And don't be a condescending piece of shit, man, on top of everything else. But, oh, God, this guy's just spitting fire. It's amazing.
But it could be you. You got the same.
Well, I don't know if you looted, but it could be you. But I'm assuming it's
but
not.
we're not here talking about that though. We talking about what the problem is. No, we're not talking about. We're not talking about is Gabriel looted.
Yeah, I think that's a
problem. Is Gabriel looted?
Is your name Gabriel?
Did you ask me is Gabriel looted?
Do you mean like Archangel, Great Gabriel?
You never asked me is Gabriel looted. So that's not what we talking about. What we talking about is how do we hold accountability? How do we hold accountability as a nation? That's what's important because that's what's going on. Just like I said, every time your people call.
I remember this. This guy was minding his own business, making a beautiful painting. He's being harassed. Yeah, like Steven, the basis for him saying he needs to call the cops is because he's like engaged in like graffiti or something.
Oh, that's pretty racist. Don't be racist.
Bro,
don't say your people.
I'm gonna tell you what it is.
What if I said your people and said you're all criminals? That's terrible.
Crowder's whole thing is he's just waiting for that moment where he's like, "Oh, I got it. Okay, here we go."
He looks like, even though he's being incredibly hostile to this man, like after what we just saw between him and Joe Walsh, he looks calm. Steven Crowder. This is like Crowder on Ambien.
Yeah. You people. I can't say that. That's not right.
That's a fact.
My people what?
Your people is the one who's calling the police saying black people. That's not a
I don't
racist.
call the police and say black people unless a black person commits a crime.
Stop talking for a second.
Okay, he said I didn't call the police. In like 2 seconds, he will threaten to call the cops.
You came to record me.
I was asking about your art.
Stop talking for a second.
Well, no, I'm asking you a question. You say you people.
Talking.
I don't think that's
talking.
racist.
You're not even humble enough to stop talking. How you gonna come to ask black people about what they're going through, but you can't even humble yourself to stop talking?
You talk most of the time.
You want to waste my time?
I'm not. I want to know what should we do?
Listen.
I'm listening.
Listen.
Yeah.
Your people, when they call the police
White
on
people.
our people,
White people.
when the white skin complexion call the police on the black skin complexion, they say black people.
Yeah.
So that means that nations need
Some people do.
And that's not a racist
But not all
comment.
white people.
Just listen, man. Stop interrupting me, please.
Well, you just said you people.
Stop interrupting me, please.
Listen.
Go ahead.
Your people, white people, is what I said.
Right.
And that's not a racist comment. That's a fact.
You
That's
said-
no,
but you're wrong. You're saying racist shit,
Don't
man.
interrupt me.
You can't say you people do and then say not all white people are the same. It's like not all black people are the same. Not all.
I got him. Yeah. Another debate. My mind was not changed. It was not.
White people are the same, just like not all black people are the same. Does the owner know that you're doing this? Did you talk with him about it? Okay. Is it art? Is this your business?
Thank you, bro. Thank you, bro.
Is this your business?
Thank you, bro.
It's not your business?
This interview is over. I'm gonna start recording. You keep harassing.
Is
Okay,
this
like
a
some
business?
dude like gets involved and is like, "What the fuck is going on here?"
Yeah.
Is it your business?
Now. No.
Okay. Let's have someone call the police about if it's to find out if it's a business.
Call the police over that, like literally because he lost an argument that he started, lost a debate that he started with this guy, going up pretending to argue, like to want to hear him out, talk to him in good faith. Then the dude gets fucking hostile when he can see that Steven Crowder's not actually interested in talking to him. And then immediately, as soon as somebody else comes, let's call the fucking cops. Even though 2 seconds earlier he was like, I didn't call the cops.
And the circle is complete. Ah, yes. And now Crowder has achieved his ultimate form. Yes, the male Karen, the Ken, if you will, is here. Yeah, well, lost the intellectual debate. Yes, didn't have the vigor to keep going, so, yeah, gonna have to play the racist card. Well, yeah, I guess by you people, he means, yeah, racist people. That's it.
Yeah. What am I bullshitting?
Yeah, why are you allowed to do this?
No, he's
allowed
not.
to do this. I'm all over the news.
Because it's private property.
I'm part
Maybe
of
the business owner
Again, like he's not doing it directly on the business. It's like the business is boarded up and he's doing it on the boards. Who gives a fuck?
with it.
Part of the community association.
Okay, what does that mean?
Deep Ellum Community Association.
Is allowing people
I'm
to
the
paint.
vice president. We allow busking and we allow murals.
So who's the name of this business owner? What's his name?
I don't know. It's none of your business.
Is he okay with it?
He's done this twice.
The business owner?
None of your business. I love it.
He's done this twice at the business.
Business is
Y'all see this? What's the name of the business owner? Who's okay
using
with
his
it?
white privilege to try to stop me.
Well, if it's vandalism,
If it's vandalism,
I think it's beautiful. But how about this?
This is
I'll bring in
downtown
I'll bring in a
Dallas.
canvas.
Oh yeah, Crowder is from Texas, so it probably would be in Texas.
But I just sat there and spoke with you.
You're a coward.
Really?
You can't face me. You're a coward.
I'm facing you right
What's
now.
What's your name?
My name's Steven Crowder.
You're a coward.
What's your name?
Coward.
What's your name?
I'm Gabriel Thomas.
Gabriel
And
Thomas.
you're being a coward.
How am I being a coward?
Because you're trying to stop me.
artists.
We support artists in this community.
Okay.
This is an artist in this community. We're standing up for this artist.
Yeah.
And, we would
And he
like
has
you to
permission
be-
from the business owner.
He has permission from the community association.
And what authority do you guys have? Are you guys an
What
elected city
authority do you
government?
have? We even ask these questions.
Well, I'm a
Stop
citizen. I
harassing
have the
us.
right to call
You
a
finna
police
get
officer.
sued, brother.
You want to sue me?
Yeah, you about to get sued,
Steven
brother.
Crowder.
Steven
Crowder. I have a half Asian lawyer. His name is
And
Bill
you're-
Richmond.
And you're a half a
Flat
fucking
Richmond.
Why did you have to say that? That's so weird. I'm Steven Crowder. I'll have you know that I have a quarter Jewish and 3/4 Asian lawyer. So just so you know, that's the ethnic breakdown of my lawyer. So what do you got? Yeah, what are you about?
Steven Crowder being funny, being a comedian.
Because that's what I'm about. Here we go.
Chima. The kicking in of windows and
Who
looting.
you supposed to be, Superman? Fake ass Clark Kent hairstyle wearing ass boy.
Oh,
Fuck is
sounds
Now
pretty
this is
racist.
just Crowder being roasted by this guy he could have left alone.
racist?
Yeah, it sounds pretty racist.
Cause you look like a fake ass Superman with that weak ass haircut.
I can remember this.
Fuck yes. Fake ass Superman with the weekends. This is so good. Man, what a king. What a legend. I love it too because you can see how much it's getting under his skin. Oh man, Crowder's getting so
Like
upset
this is
by
how you. This is like what Joe Walsh should have done. You just have to like name call and just like not even take it seriously. Or like just try to get under his skin.
this.
Yeah, you look like a fake Wu-Tang wannabe.
Get it. Get Wu-Tang. It's summertime. You wear a thermal shirt.
Yeah, oh, fuck, burn, shit, son, how is he gonna recover? Look at that, man. You know he wants to scream the N-word, by the way. You could just see it, just seething on his lips right now. Like, you could see it forming, and like every fiber of his being is holding him back. Like, I gotta monetize this, can't say the word, but I really want to say it. Oh, man.
Started with George Floyd, a Tatiana Jefferson, Jordan Edwards, and both of them.
It's insane. It's like Crowder's always been like a fucking Karen, man. This is like this is the only way you can handle him. It's summertime. You're wearing a thermal shirt.
Back taxes, miss the April deadline, or your books are a mess. Well,
Okay, Piers. Jeez.
/Piers for expert help on your taxes. Charlie Kirk used new media to devastating effect in his mission to mobilise young people for his conservative movement. He understood the power of a viral moment to cut through a complex argument and the great appetite for proper debate. Just two of many things we all love about our digital culture. There's plenty of things many of us find repellent about it too. Witch hunts, vile smears we not dream of using in real life, and the business of saying things purely to generate attention through rage. Many prominent figures on the right have accused Don Lemon of doing exactly that this week, ironically, of making the very same
You're saying that like people are posting things online just to try to generate rage. It's like literally we're all trying to find the guy who did this meme.
claim about them.
The thing that is so obvious about it, and I think is so disgusting, is that you don't really care. You don't really care about Charlie Kirk. What you care is that this is a moment that you can use for clicks, to boost your podcast or your streaming show or your radio show or your television show or your news show or your MAGA bona fides with the MAGA group or your political strikes. You can improve it, or you can have a moment where you're crying in front of the cameras. You gather all the reporters at the Capitol and you go, and it's your fault, and it's your fault, and it's the left and whatever.
Well, Don Lemon is, of course, a former CNN.
Did that actually cause any controversy? I'm like falling asleep just hearing it because everything that he's saying is just like the coldest takes imaginable that have been generated by out of this discourse.
Who now hosts the Don Lemon Show, clips of which appear frequently in many popular podcasts. And he joins me now. Don, how are you?
I'm doing very well. How are you? Good to see you, Piers.
We were both
introduction, but it's great to see you.
We were both greatly lamented ex-CNN anchors. In fact, we shared an office. You took my old office. I feel like we've got a lot in history together. Your reaction to Charlie Kirk's murder has stirred up a lot of anger on people on the right, particularly the clip we just heard where you talk about them not really caring about what happened to him and just reacting for clicks, crying for clicks and so on. I've interviewed quite a few people who are on the conservative...
And they tell me, and they do care.
...right, who knew Charlie Kirk well. I've not detected any of that myself. I do think that they were genuinely, utterly horrified by what happened. Do you not think that what you said there was insensitive?
No, I don't. I'm surprised because I was actually taking up for Charlie Kirk. I was taking up for him as someone who died a horrible, untimely death, and that there are people who are out here trying to capitalize off of his death.
It's now insensitive to point out that, yes, there are Republicans that are just fucking horny to spin this for their own political ends. A thing that Charlie Kirk, one of his last tweets was saying, yes, the right needs to do this.
I don't think it's that much different than what his friend, who is his confirmed friend, Candace Owens, is saying about folks who are using it for political and for career expediency. There are those who are doing it, and there are those who are not. And if you are not, then I don't think anyone who's not doing it took any.
This is literally Charlie Kirk's last. This was like his last tweet. These are like somebody else posted this. If we want things to change, it's 100% necessary to politicize the senseless murder of Irina Zarutska because it was politics that allowed a savage monster with 14 priors to be free on the streets to kill her.
Offense to it. There's an old saying here in America, a hit dog will holler. So the folks who I felt a certain kind of way and that I touched with that statement or those statements, then perhaps they should take a look at themselves. And by the way, as you know, Piers, you've been a victim of this. Many of us have been a victim to this. You take a clip, you do a short clip that is out of context, and then you make it into something that you want it to be rather than what I said. I don't see many people on the right at all of me running clips of me saying, I think, it was horrible what happened to Charlie Kirk. It should never have happened. I feel terrible for his wife and his kids. The kids are fatherless. She does not have a husband right now. I don't believe in political violence at all, whether it comes from the right.
I'm seeing a lot of that part, but I'm not seeing any of the we need to turn the temperature down. It's like, look what you've unleashed. There's going to be a fucking civil war. He will be avenged. It's just Punisher, Death Wish, slurp shit.
Played those clips. What they did was take someone like me that they can demonize. They feel that I'm on the left. As you know, Piers, we work together. I'm not on the left. I am not a Democrat. I'm not a Republican. I'm not on the right either. I have my own mind, and I make up my mind, and I decide on issues based on what I believe in and based on facts, not a certain political ideology.
Well, look, I would say that you're clearly a lot more left than right, surely. I've never heard you espouse a conservative sentiment.
I am
What leftist sentiment does fucking Don Lemon have? Give me a break.
Lot more fact-based than I am anything, and so I don't believe
literally name me any former CNN correspondent that's some far leftist.
You are free to think that I'm on the left, and perhaps in this time that we're in now with
the furthest left person that was probably on mainstream media regularly was Mehdi Hassan on MSNBC, not Don Lemon.
Administration and with MAGA, perhaps facts are on the left, and if you deem that being on the left, then so be it. I don't see myself as being a political figure or a figure who's on the left.
It's interesting your characterization about facts, because I would argue that one of the reasons Trump got re-elected against all the odds, if you think about what happened after January 6th and everything else, the fact that he got re-elected, I always felt was three-pronged, right? One was immigration. I think Biden completely dropped the ball with immigration, particularly on the southern border. Second, the economy. And thirdly, the whole woke issue, the whole woke culture.
Okay, we're bringing up the economy and woke, but not the fact that Biden refused to fucking drop out until the last second, and then Kamala Harris ran in his place and had to bring together a fucking campaign in 5 months. Piers, don't you think that might have a little bit more to do with Donald Trump being reelected than woke?
Sure. And in particular, I would say the issue, for example, of trans athletes in women's sport, which is, to me, if you're talking about facts, it is something that most Americans looked at and went, you know what, this is ridiculous. How can you deny biological reality? How can you go against scientific fact? So many would argue that it was the Democrats who lost track of facts and moved into a slightly strange, surreal place where they were trying to deny stuff, which most Americans went, well, that's ridiculous.
Yeah. Look, I would not qualify it the way that you're qualifying it. I do believe that
most Americans didn't even vote in this election.
Have a point about the Democratic Party not understanding the moment that we're in, that America's in right now. As far as trans athletes, I think that was, although I understand to certain people it is a big deal, it is such a minute, small percentage of the population, and the trans athletes that are actually in schools and that are competing in competitions. It's so minor. It affects so few Americans. I'm shocked that it was used to the level that it was in the election, and to great success. And so I must commend the Republicans on an issue that wasn't really an issue for most Americans, that they made it into something that helped to catapult this president into office. Now,
but you see, I've heard a lot of Democrats using that argument. And I've said to them, one of the most effective. I'm not saying you're a Democrat. I'm just saying I've heard a lot of Democrats say it.
Not saying you're definitely not a Democrat. You're just you're further on the left than you are on the right.
And my argument to them has been, but I don't. The New York Times reported that the they/them ad that Trump put out, which gathered momentum and then became used more and more and more, was one of the most effective.
I think it was extremely successful.
It was one of the most successful modern political adverts.
Okay, but why was it one there? I won't be able to find it, but there was some study analyzing why this particular message was so effective, and it was the juxtaposition of the rhetoric of the commercial saying they care about you, and this candidate cares about you, the other candidate doesn't. That kind of rhetorical trick is what landed the best with the focus groups. It wasn't pertaining to the message necessarily. The other thing is that the reason why Kamala Harris is vulnerable to that attack is because she flip-flopped on so many fucking positions that people were way more likely to believe that Kamala Harris, had these sorts of woke opinions, even though she literally wasn't talking about it at all in the campaign, in the 2024 campaign. If that attack had been run against Bernie Sanders, it never would have landed. Why? Because Bernie Sanders has been fucking consistent. As opposed to Kamala Harris, who was doing, the last month of her campaign was just an apology tour for all the positions that she took in the 2019-2020 Democratic primary race, because she tried to run in the progressive lane, then had to pivot, and then is defending this administration, is definitely running towards the center in 2024.
Cut to the point, I think, again, about common sense, that most Americans actually, maybe they don't have it in their top 5 things they care about. I would absolutely accept that. But when you actually ask them, do you think this is fair? Do you think it's right? Do you think it's equal? Do you think it's good?
This is as brain dead as Cenk being when you ask a bunch of Americans, they're all on board with campaign finance reform. They're all okay with Medicare for all, even though depending on how the polling goes, if you ask a couple of follow-up questions, or maybe they're not okay with Medicare for all because they all want to preserve private insurance. Or when you ask about fucking campaign finance reform, yeah, you can get 90% support for it, but guess what? That's not how any election run. We don't just have a simple popular vote that determines the presidency. It's an electoral college. So, and that is not even in anybody's top 20 issues, unfortunately. So there being broad consensus among Americans on an issue doesn't translate to it being something that politicians could win or lose an election on. We have the entire midterms to show that was not going to be the only thing that could get you to win a race, because we were supposed to see this red wave in 2022 of all of these Republican politicians that are going to take over all these seats from these blue woke Democrats. It didn't happen because they all tried to run this libs of TikTok type campaign where they just focused on culture war issues and trans issues. And then when they ask conservative voters, is this resonating with you? They're yeah, I agree with them on the trans stuff, but why aren't we talking about Roe v. Wade or the economy and stuff like that? It's a low priority issue.
That women's rights would be eroded. They actually then do get quite exercised about it. Hello and welcome. We begin with some breaking news. Woke is dead. The war on common sense is officially over.
Piers Morgan's new book,
celebrities
Woke
are
is
emerging
dead.
from Twitter.
Look, Piers, I'm not here to argue over trans rights. I don't think it necessarily cut to the argument of common sense. I think they simply found an issue that they could capitalize on based on fear or some perceived religious value or what have you. So I'm not going to sit here and demonize trans people, trans women, or trans men, because I just don't think that is fair and that is productive in this moment. I'm not going to go back and litigate why Donald Trump won and on the issue of trans. We simply disagree on that. I think it affects so few people. I think it was something that was blown out of proportion. And while there may be some people who are affected by it, and if they are, I'm sorry that happens. But happens. But I just don't think that was an issue that focuses.
So when
on
you see, for example, in the Paris
that
Olympics, when you saw Iman Khalif, an Algerian boxer who had been banned from the World Championships.
My God, I forgot. Piers Morgan pushed this shit. Apparently, the fact that Iman Khalif was a man, even though she's a woman.
Male chromosomes. When you saw a young female Italian boxer quit after 40 seconds because she'd never been hit that hard and genuinely feared for her life, and Iman Khalif goes on to win gold medal at the Olympics, does that not ring an alarm bell?
Woman gets punched in punching competition. Groundbreaking.
For you, Don? I mean, do you not think that the reason we separate sexes in the Olympics is because males have an advantage? I mean, why would you not think that's important?
Do you want me to tell you the truth? Let me tell you about Piers. I'll tell you the truth about this. I heard about the story, but it's not something that I focus on. I'm not watching the Olympics like that. Maybe I'm different. I'm just not. I'm not that interested in watching everything. I like to watch the swimming. I like to watch the gymnasts. I'm not interested in boxing or any of that because I think it's a brutal sport anyway. So for me, it's just not that interesting. I'm sorry that anybody was hit that hard, but if you put yourself in the arena to be hit,
it's a boxing competition.
Someone hits you hard, then whose fault is that?
Well, you expect to be hit by other women, not men.
Just really quick, I doubt anybody watching me doesn't already know this, but Iman Khalif, Algerian boxer, won the gold medal in the women's 66 kilograms welterweight boxing event at the 2024 Summer Olympics. Okay. Since June, wait. Here it is. The International Olympic Committee, or the IOC, and its Paris boxing unit stated Khalif was ineligible to compete in the Olympics and criticized the IBA's previous disqualification as, quote, sudden and arbitrary and taken, quote, without any due process. Khalif was born female, and no medical evidence that she has XY chromosomes or elevated levels of testosterone have been published. This is a woman.
Well, I don't know that. I don't know who she expected to be hit by.
We call it
I'm sure she saw. I'm sure whoever was in that competition understood who they were going into the ring with. And if you put yourself in that competition in the middle of a ring where punches are being thrown, then you can expect to get hit hard, whether it is a man or a woman. And that's all I have to say about that.
So you would have no objection to men fighting women in a boxing ring?
I did not say that.
How did this panel turn into fucking recapitulating this bullshit from the summer, a 2024 scandal instead of Charlie Kirk?
That's all I have to say about that.
But isn't that the implication of what you're saying?
No, I've said,
I wish guests would prep for this more. Now that I know that, if I ever get on Piers Morgan, this is a topic that he likes to bring up. If I follow him down, it's such a slam dunk. He has no evidence that she's a man.
Many different ways. That's all I have to say about that.
Right. But I'm just trying to clarify what you just said about the boxing. Are you saying it's okay for
He
men?
has 9 losses. Piers would never tell you that. A 66-kilogram man would have a perfect record with all knockouts. She's not a man. The same thing is with I bet that's been brought up about Leah Thomas. Leah Thomas is not won a bunch of swimming competitions or anything like that.
I've been very clear. That's all I have to say. I think I've been very clear to you. That's all I have to say.
Well, you have. I'm just a bit startled by what
back if you don't understand.
No, I'm just startled by what I think I just heard, which is you seem to think it's okay for men to hit women in a boxing ring. Is that what you said? Clarify if you didn't.
I didn't say. I don't think it's okay for men to hit women anywhere.
So why would it be okay in a boxing ring?
Well, again,
there's no evidence that she's a man. Just say that, Don, please.
I didn't say it's okay in a boxing ring. I just said that's all I have to say about it. I don't think it's okay for men to hit women.
So
anywhere.
Then it sounds like you agree with me that biological men should not be competing against women in a boxing ring.
Piers, no matter how hard you get, I told you, that's it.
It's not a gotcha question.
I'm not agreeing with you.
It's not a gotcha question.
I'm not saying it's a gotcha question. I'm just saying that I am done with this particular conversation. I don't think that it is productive. I've said what I said, and I'm not changing it. I don't agree with you. That's it.
But if you were doing your old show at CNN, you would have listened to your own response and gone, what exactly did he mean by that?
I probably would have said, okay, that's what you said, and then I would move on.
Okay, we'll move on. You've criticized...
Don, so much yapping from Don. These people need to... Where's that fucking Idris Elba meme of just sit back. Not everything has to be a reaction. Just sit in the silence and Piers Morgan will fill it and just let him yap. It's completely fine. You don't have to engage with all of this bullshit. He will want to fill the airwaves and he will eventually move the topic on. Just be like, I've said everything I need to say on that. Just be quiet. Piers will eventually ask a follow-up question or pivot.
the MAGA right for turning Charlie Kirk into a martyr. You said if a black man on the left went around saying what Kirk said, the right wouldn't consider him a hero. It's an interesting point. Let's take a listen.
Saying white women do not have brain processing power and are stealing jobs from black men, the right would fucking lose their minds.
Correct.
Mark Lamont Hill.
And he is inverting, like if I put The Guardian, Charlie Kirk. So this is a Guardian article that was published a few days ago on September 11th. Charlie Kirk, in his own words, prowling blacks and the Great Replacement strategy, the far-right commentator didn't pull his punches when discussing his bigoted views on current events. So on race, if we would have said that Joy Reid and Michelle Obama, Sheila Jackson Lee, and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, we would have been called racists. Now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously. The Charlie Kirk Show, July 13, 2023, is when he said that. Don is literally just saying, flip that on its head, there would be fucking outrage. He would have been fucking canceled for trying to suggest the inverted version of that.
Roland, Michael Eric Dice. Let's say these brothers, or Bakari Sellers, or someone like that. If they went around saying some shit like that, they would be canceled immediately. They would be fired. People would scrub them from their whatever business that they work for. Or if they said, when I get on a plane and I see a white pilot, I'm like, damn, we're going to, I'm worried.
Yeah, it's interesting because I've seen that blow up a lot in the last few days. So I went back and actually watched exactly what Charlie Kirk
Where are you
said.
watching all this? I haven't seen any of this blow up that you're talking about.
Oh, yeah, it's been everywhere. Everyone's been showing clips of Charlie Kirk all week on social media.
I have not seen it. I guess maybe I'm just not on social media.
I mean, what's interesting is when you watch it all in context.
Oh, I thought he was saying that like Don's comments had like circulated on like right-wing media to like outrage or something like that. I was like, I haven't seen it, but I also wouldn't be surprised.
It's a discussion that is prompted by the fact that Joy Reid, who you know well, had admitted she only got into Harvard because of DEI. So he said it all in the context of her revealing that, and which I think changes the impact of what he was saying. He wasn't just coming out with this. He was saying, there's Joy Reid admitting that she only got into Harvard because of DEI.
Mm-hmm. What's your question?
So Charlie Kirk is the only human who has spent that many hours on a college campus, never gotten a degree. I forgot. I don't think Charlie Kirk has a degree, right?
My question is, you've cited that example of him just unilaterally saying black women don't have the brain processing power and so on. But when you actually watch the whole clip in context, that's not what he said.
Okay, that is literally what he said. You can say that the context in some way exonerates it, but everything, it's just going to be racist. Like, you have the racist quote, and then if they show it, it's going to be racist quote with more racism, with more words. It's not going to negate what he said.
You were making my point about the clip before, and which is the same point about the clip now that you played of me, where the context is explained, which is he was talking about not only Joy Reid, Sheila Jackson Lee.
Yeah, Charlie Kirk never got like a degree. I didn't know this. He applied to the United States Military Academy at West Point, New York, but was rejected in 2012. He literally said that a black woman took his spot at West Point. He was accepted to Baylor University in Waco, Texas, but chose to enroll at Harper College near Chicago. He dropped out after one semester. In 2015, Kirk took online classes at King's College in New York City. It does not say that he completed it.
And Ketanji Brown Jackson. And it wasn't DEI that they were referring to. They were having discussions about affirmative action and about qualified people, qualified women of color who were offered opportunities or given opportunities that they may not have been given if it were not for affirmative action. And nothing to do with diversity, equity, and inclusion. And so what he said, and I watched the clip, he said that what they were admitting to is that they were somehow a DEI hire and so on, and about brain processing power. I would suggest that you go back and listen to the clip that clip in context of what he was saying. He clearly said what he said, and I guess because of political ideology or because of bias, people are trying to interpret it and make it into something else. That is not what he said. Okay, he was very clear about the brain processing or lack of brain processing power for black women, or for those black women.
With Charlie Kirk's death, a lot of people on the left have come out gleefully celebrating what happened.
So we're just not going to engage with anything that he said. Why? Don was like literally a journalist on CNN. Why doesn't he ask him follow-up questions? Why doesn't he push? This entire time he's just been rolling over.
A lot of people have been posting stuff on social media, very happy. And they've turned out to be, teachers.
Like, why not get a
professors,
fucking concession? What is the point of this?
Doctors, nurses. I mean, people in extraordinary positions of power over other human beings. What should happen to those people?
Well, I think we should look at every.
I wouldn't say like a nurse is in a position of like extraordinary power, but you have like significant responsibilities. I don't know. Weird way to put it.
It should be taken on the circumstances.
Yeah, I would think like in a medical setting, like doctors have like a significant amount of power over patients, not really nurses.
Should be taken on their own merit, and what should happen to them should be taken, on individual merit. We should look at each of them. Now, I don't believe that anyone should be celebrating anybody's death at all,
so brave.
Ever. And I don't think anyone should be celebrating Charlie Kirk's death. We know, and you know, Piers, that freedom of speech does come with consequences, and there are limits, there are limitations to freedom of speech. And if you work for a private company, they have the right to fire you or discipline you for whatever it is that they want. If you break the rule,
that's fucking bullshit policy, like right to work, at will employment, stupid fucking shit that we shouldn't fucking have and you should not be okay with.
Rules. Their codes.
It should be difficult to fire people. It should be difficult for you if you're going to take away somebody's livelihood. Yeah, it should be really fucking hard to do that. Like it is in like France and other developed countries where literally if you want to fire somebody, it takes months. There has to be investigations. You have to actually prove that they are not able to perform their job, that they're not competent, that they have broken some sort of rule, that they're in violation of their contract. You shouldn't be able to just decide as somebody's employer, like, yeah, I'm going to fire you.
Conduct. Then you have to suffer the circumstances. So, look, I 100% unequivocally believe that no one should be celebrating anything, and if any of those people broke the rules...
Yours is the host. I think the pivot and lack of pushback is a win. It is, but you need to think about like who is watching this. It needs to be explicitly pointed out to the audience, like that Piers Morgan pivoted and did not engage with anything that he said.
Of their employer, their codes of conduct, then they should be disciplined or fired if it warrants it.
Do you agree?
But I don't believe in canceling people.
Right.
I think there's a lot of cancellation going on the right now, and I'm not comfortable with it.
Do you feel...
I wasn't comfortable with it on the left either.
I mean, if you go and say that, like, yeah, like your words carry, like, it is true, freedom of speech is not freedom of consequences. Freedom from consequences, I don't disagree with that. But should the consequence be that you lose your livelihood? Why? Why is your boss even patrolling or policing what you're doing off the fucking clock? I don't understand that. Unless you can demonstrate how there's a link between your job performance and being in violation of your contract. Why should my boss give a fuck what I say on my own fucking time? Especially if you're not like some major public facing role within the company. We're not talking about being like a fucking board member for Publix or something like that. We're talking about being just like literally just random, like if you're a fucking like Target employee, why should you be fired for that?
Do you feel you were a victim of cancel culture at CNN?
I probably. I don't think. I look at everything as an opportunity. Probably yes. I'm sure that I was a victim.
Like sexual harassment that got him in trouble?
Of cancel culture, but I would say mostly
misogyny.
On the right.
Let me see. Allegations of misogyny. In December 2022, Lemon was involved in an on-screen argument with co-anchors Collins and Harlow over the pay inequity in women's sports. Lemon argued that, quote, people are more interested in the men. In defending his stance, he stated that he could not be sexist because he had grown up as the only male in a family of all women. On February 19, 2023, after Nikki Haley called for a, quote, mandatory mental competency test for politicians over 75 years old, Lemon said, this whole talk about age makes me uncomfortable. I think it's the wrong road to go down. Before continuing, she says people, politicians or something are not in their prime. Nikki Haley isn't in her prime. Sorry, a woman is considered to be in her prime in her 20s and 30s and maybe 40s. His remarks were criticized online as sexist. Lemon later apologized and did not appear on CNN this morning on February 20th. He later returned on February 22nd. Weird. In April 2023, Variety published a report alleging that Don Lemon had a history of misogynistic behavior towards his colleagues, including Soledad O'Brien, Kira Phillips, and Nancy Grace, dating back to 2008. This reportedly including questioning whether O'Brien was black, threatening Phillips, and mocking Grace. Spokesperson for Lemon denied these allegations, saying, the story, which is riddled with patently false anecdotes and no concrete evidence, is entirely based on unsourced, unsubstantiated 15-year-old anonymous gossip. Firing from CNN. On April 24, 2023, Lemon was fired by CNN. His contract would have expired in 2026. According to The Times, CNN had experienced difficulty in booking guests willing to appear on air with Lemon, and polls had shown his popularity among viewers had declined. Lemon said that the firing came as a surprise and that the network had failed to inform him in person, which CNN denied. But that's their right to do that, as you said, Don. This coincidentally occurred on the same day that Tucker Carlson was fired by Fox News. Okay. Cool, dude.
For cancel culture.
For those who don't know what I'm talking about, this is what led to you
The
leaving
Nikki Haley one was a pretty dumb take. Like his comment or her wanting to have like competency tests.
CNN. Let's take a look at the clip.
She says people, politicians or something are not in their prime. Nikki Haley is in her prime.
They would have showed it.
Sorry. When a woman is considered to be in her prime in her 20s and 30s and maybe 40s.
What are you talking? Wait.
That's not according to me.
Prime for what?
It depends. I mean, it's just like prime. If you look it up, if you Google when is a woman in her prime, it'll say 20s, 30s, and 40s. I don't necessarily.
40s. Oh, I got another.
I'm not saying
decade.
I agree with that. So I think she has to be careful about saying that.
When you watch that, Don, I happened to be watching that live, and I was like, "Whoa, what are you saying?"
Gotta be careful handing these gays a microphone, man, and asking their opinions on women.
What do you? I mean, if you had a do-over, would you say that again? I mean, what led you to say that?
Piers, let me just say this. I'm going to answer your question, but just so the audience knows, and I hope you don't cut this out. When I asked you what subjects you wanted to talk about, you know what you said to me? You said, I want to talk to you about freedom of speech in America and the response to Charlie Kirk's death.
Yeah.
Not once did you mention that we were going to talk about CNN or whatever. So, and had I known that, I probably wouldn't accept.
Imagine agreeing to go on the show just to get roasted by fucking Piers Morgan. LOL. I know, this is literally, like, everything is just a grilling. It's, like, completely unrelated to the topic.
This interview. You have invited me on many times, and I tell you, Piers, I know you. I would come on your show, but I don't do panels. And so when you said I'm not going to be involved in a panel, I agreed to come on your show, but I thought you would also stick by.
Do you not do panels because last time you did, you made a comment like that got you in hot water?
The subjects that you told me that you were going to talk about.
Just to be clear,
rather than try to ambush me with
99% of his guests say that shit, but worse, what is Piers going on about? Like, dude, like, that is not something that relates to me as, like, fire. It's like, I'm not surprised that he apologized. He should have apologized, but I don't think that that's, like, worthy of getting someone fired now.
Just to be clear, you and I
yes.
haven't. Well, John, just to be clear, you and I haven't had any conversation about your appearance here. You're talking about my team talking to you?
Yeah, no, and I saw you, Piers, in a restaurant, and I said, hey, Piers, good to see you. Yeah. I would come on your show, but I don't do panels.
Right.
And I said the same thing to your bookers.
There's only one of you.
So when I asked you, right. Okay, and so, yes, and I said that's why I agreed to do it. But when you asked me, or when your team asked me what subjects, and I asked them 2 or 3 times, I have the text messages, what do you want to cover? Yeah. Not once was CNN mentioned. So I don't appreciate being ambushed. But let me answer your question.
Hang on one second. No, Don, hang on 1 second. Let's just be crystal clear about what's just happened. You brought up the subject of cancer.
I love how he was like, we've never talked, or like, I never talked to you. And then he was like, well, that time in a restaurant, remember? And then Piers didn't say anything.
Culture. I asked you, did you feel your departure from CNN was an example of that? And you answered the question. And I think it's perfectly reasonable.
And I answered the question.
Perfectly reasonable in that if you said to me, I don't want to talk about it, fine. No, but hang on, no, so sorry. You said what you're going to say. By the way, we don't.
Disingenuous.
Don, we don't edit.
I don't like arguing like this. I'm not going to get into an argument with you. Piers, I think that's completely disingenuous. And I think anyone watching that.
What are you talking about?
And so if you will allow me, please.
It's insane how these people just fall for this shit hook, line, and sinker. Why is he seriously engaging with this? Stop talking. You don't need to talk. Just let Piers like run his mouth and be like, okay, ready to talk about what I came here to talk about. Like, just don't even engage.
What are you talking about?
Okay, did you invite me here to interrupt me, or are you going to let me?
I think you're being a complete
They're
dick.
their own worst enemies, man.
Okay.
I do.
Well, that's very kind and respectful of you.
It wasn't intended to be kind or respectful.
I don't like the ad hominem attacks. I could respond in kind.
You can say what you like about me. I don't care.
I think that I am.
Okay.
I think that I'm above that. I'm not going to do that, Piers. That's not who I am.
I don't understand why you're playing the victim card when you yourself mentioned cancel culture.
Because Piers. Oh my gosh. Okay, hold on. Let me do
like,
this.
to actually engage with Piers on this when he's just like farming him.
What are you going to do? Read out my team's messages to you?
Piers? It should be embarrassing. Yeah, I can read out the team messages to you because I just think it's completely unfair, and you know that. I'm prepared to answer your question, and then I'm going to move on. I told you I'm prepared to talk about Charlie Kirk's death, the response to it.
Why didn't he pull up the receipts? Piers was obviously getting uncomfortable when he did that. His bookers, obviously, he wouldn't have come on the show if he had known that he was going to touch that topic. So obviously the email is going to say something different. Piers is like, why are you going to do that? Why are you going to pull that up?
Culture and and freedom of the press, and freedom of speech.
You weren't prepared to talk about cancel culture, or you weren't?
No. I'm not prepared
to talk about
cancel culture. But that has, oh my God, Piers, could you stop interrupting me?
Not really. You're kind of exhausting me. It's ridiculous. Why would you react this way to a perfectly normal? Obviously, if you mention cancel culture, obviously it's rational and logical. I would ask you whether you felt what happened.
All they did was upload like this like catty like cat fight onto this fucking channel. Like I baited into watching it.
CNN was that I play the clip
Piers,
and then you throw
I've
a
given
hissy
you
fit.
a moment. Enough. I've given you your moment.
I don't
This
want
is
a
going to
moment.
go viral. So
I don't
please,
want a
enough.
moment,
Yes, you
Don.
do. Otherwise, you wouldn't do this. Otherwise, you would be a respectful journalist and host, and
I
you
don't
would
think
let
I'll
me
take
talk.
lectures
but
on
you
being a
keep jumping
respectful
in
journalist
because
from
you
you,
want a
Don.
moment. Oh my gosh,
Like
Piers.
Piers can like barely contain his smile. Can't he see this?
I won't.
I can't even hear because there's a delay, and you keep talking. And what do you want me to do? Like rip the earpiece out in the mic and run off so you have a
No,
moment?
I don't care.
Are
You
you
do
going to let
whatever
me
you
answer the
like.
question? Are you just going to keep pillaring me with questions?
I don't
and
know why
badgering
you've gone
me
on this
and cutting me
weird
off
rant.
before
I don't
answer?
understand any of it. Why have you done this weird reaction? I simply asked you about whether you felt your departure from CNN was, in your eyes, an example of cancel culture. I played the clip,
Piers,
and
you're
I then
embarrassing
said,
yourself, and I tried
when you
to-
watch it back, do you
Piers,
really understand what you were saying?
This is why I don't do this, but you're embarrassing yourself, Piers.
Actually, you might be embarrassing
and
yourself,
you are-
Don.
Oh my God. Okay.
Yeah, you might be. Have you thought of that?
Okay.
You're a journalist. You don't want to talk about a story, a massive story that involved you?
Piers, can we move on? You can let me answer the question, and then we can talk about the things that you invited
Sure.
me on.
Why
to
don't
talk
you just
about.
answer the question to start with?
And we've gotten so far away from what you wanted me to answer that we're off into La La Land. So let me say something about that. The clip that you played had nothing to do with me leaving CNN, okay? And unless you know something that I don't know about me leaving CNN, then you should tell me about it. It had nothing to do. I worked there for months after that, so that had nothing to do with it. And so, I forget the other thing that you were asking me about in that clip. But
I asked you when you watched the clip
let's
back,
move on.
if you could explain what was
Why
going
was Piers let go? Wasn't it for like similar reasons or like low ratings? I mean, he was fired from CNN for the exact same reasons that Don was, which is that he wasn't getting the ratings.
for your mind, that's all.
But if there
Thank
was something
you.
else, I'm not sure.
I think the key phrases in that clip, if you want to be honest, and I want you to listen to it, is that I'm not saying that I believe that. That's not according to me. What I was speaking for there is how society treats women. And someone like Nikki Haley should know if women have been discriminated against for centuries, she should be more careful than to say something that discriminates against older people. That's it. And so people took that out of context. No one puts in whenever they write about it that I said, I'm not saying that. I don't believe that. I said that very clearly there. So that is not the reason that I was let go.
Oh my God, he has like I forget like how much he hates like Meghan Markle. He's like a whole section on like his feud or like beef with Meghan. Morgan was briefly a friend of Meghan, Duchess of Sussex, before she became the Duchess, but she said she cut him off early in her relationship with Prince Harry. He has been a regular critic of the couple since then, alleging they're hypocrites and claiming the Duchess is a social climber. Scorned man. In 2015, Morgan was criticized by Ofcom for laughing as a guest repeatedly used the word fucking live on air. In 2016, Ofcom received 70 complaints in relation to comments made by Morgan during an interview with the Christian magistrate Richard Page about gay marriage, comments that viewers felt implied Christians were homophobic. Oh my God, of course. So he wasn't investigated for that. On January 21st, 2020, Morgan was accused of racism and received 1,095 Ofcom complaints for his comments relating to a Chinese dairy advert in which he said he's using Ching Chong Ching milk. What is going on? Morgan also spoke over the advert saying Ching Chang Cho Joe. He was accused online of using language that is used to antagonize Chinese people and of mocking the Chinese language. After receiving 41,000 complaints, just keeps getting worse, launched an investigation on March 9, 2021 into the remarks Morgan made but the Duchess of Sussex's mental health on Good Morning Britain. The regulator confirmed on March 12th that the Duchess had complained as well. On March 17th, it was reported that complaints against Morgan had received 57,000, breaking Ofcom's record. Morgan remained defiant, stating, only 57,000? I've had more people than that come up and congratulate me in the street for what I said. The vast majority of Britons are right behind me. Ofcom cleared ITV of any wrongdoing in September 2021 and added that restricting Morgan's views would be a chilling restriction on freedom of speech, but criticized his apparent disregard for the subject of suicide. Morgan described the ruling as a resounding victory for free speech and a resounding defeat for Princess Pinocchio's. Okay. All these different feuds that he's had. Was it? I thought he was fired. Like, he was fired from CNN. Did I put fired? He's fired from... Fired. No, I guess he wasn't. I guess they just like didn't renew it for CNN. If I put CNN. Morgan replaced Larry King in CNN's evening lineup with his show Piers Morgan Live. After poor ratings, the show was canceled. Okay, so he wasn't fired for it, but the show was canceled. In February 2014, it ended its run in March 2014. Damn, a month. They give him a month to do this. Commenting on the viewing figures, Morgan said that he was a British guy debating American cultural issues, including guns, which had been very polarizing, and there is no doubt that there are many in the audience who are tired of me banging on about it. Okay.
Go from CNN. And so, again, unless you know something, then, go ahead.
Well,
and tell
as
me,
you know,
that's
it was
not,
widely reported that was. So
that's not what I know.
So what was the reason?
Don't believe everything you read.
What was the reason?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
But it all happened after that incident. You know that.
Yeah. Well, Piers, everything happens after something. I don't understand what your point is.
Well, my point is, I think it's quite newsworthy. If you say it had nothing to do with that, then it'll raise the obvious question.
I don't think it's newsworthy, Piers. That was
in a single month. He had like I can think of multiple Alex Jones, Ben Shapiro, and other times where he just got embarrassed on his own fucking show, or had there was crash outs that were kind of iconic.
That was 3 years ago.
Right.
That's it's not newsworthy. That news means something that's new. This isn't new.
Right.
That was 3 years ago. That's
okay,
been all litigated.
It's the
if you
first
want to find
time
out about it, you are free to be able to read the interviews that I read. You are free to read the statement.
Did they really have no other content than to bully Don Lemon on this fucking show?
Statement that perhaps your folks should pull up the statement when I left CNN, and that can explain to you what happened. So this is nothing new.
You just told me you've no idea why you were let go.
I'm doing something completely different, and so that's that.
Right, but you just said you've no idea why they got rid of you.
I did.
So how do you know it wasn't to do with the clip we just played?
I just said that. I just answered your question. Now, what else do you want to talk about?
What do you want to talk about, Dom?
If you make the claim, I don't know why I was fired, that's different than saying it had nothing to do with that, I guess. But I think earlier in this, he's contradicting himself, because I think he did say the reason why I was fired had nothing to do with that. And then later he said, I don't know why I'm fired. So it's well, there must be some reason, right? But he's just I don't even know why he's engaging. He could have gotten himself out of this.
The subjects that you invited me on to discuss, Piers.
I thought that included free speech and everything around that.
I know you're loving this viral moment. I just think that you're embarrassing yourself.
I don't think you understand me at all. I've got nothing against you at all. Never have had. I was perfectly...
Piers, you think I don't understand you? Piers, I worked with you for years. I know more about you probably than most people who are watching this program, and a lot of the people who are working with you.
Why would I
worked with your staff. I inherited your staff at CNN. I know way more about you than I would care to know. I know way more about how you do business and how you approach journalism than I care to know. I have not been on anyone else's show. I don't want to be on anybody's show. I don't want to do panel shows. I don't want to argue with people about things that are inconsequential. What we should be talking about right now is how to keep what happened to Charlie Kirk from happening to anybody else. That's where the conversation should be. But instead, you're trying to get a moment. You're trying to make some news out of something. But go ahead. Have your fun. But we should be discussing something that is productive to the American people instead of you going into the garbage.
Lemon thinks too highly of himself to go viral. I know, this is why I don't even understand. But I mean, this is a high viewership for a Piers Morgan thing, given that it only happened in 5 hours.
And trying to find something that will, give you a moment, or that you will, get a click out of it, or more viewers for your program.
You sound very bitter, Dom.
Piers, are you kidding me?
No.
Bitter. I'm
why not disconnect? This is so insane.
I'm the
This is so insane.
happiest-go-lucky person ever. I'm just exposing your hypocrisy and how you lied to me about what you wanted to discuss.
No, that's not what's happening here. You're getting led around like a fucking fool for engaging
about this interview at all.
You don't have
these two
conversations
divas again, the queeniest bitches alive, fucking just going at each other's necks.
with your producers? So your producers lied to me, or you're not that
you've admitted, You've admitted one of the subjects we want to talk to you about.
You're not that involved in the editorial process of your own show, where they don't convey to you
by your own admission
what you are.
What the
guest is going to talk about on the program.
You obviously expected some.
Okay, I can't watch this; it'll get copyright struck. But if anybody's ever seen the movie Bridesmaids, this 1 minute and 50-second long clip is she gets fired. Kristen Wiig's character gets fired because she gets into an argument with some random chick. The actual scene is over 10 minutes, and they just it was all ad lib and just improv. And this is this 10-minute video of them just doing improv arguments so that it could be cut together for the movie is literally what is going on here in real life, but seriously, and on a news program that's on the line.
That involved in the editorial process of your own show that you don't know that, Peter?
Already admitted that one of the subjects was free speech. And yet here you are getting
I
enraged.
should say I got let go for the same reason your show was canceled, low ratings. Yep. But that would mean that Don Lemon would have to acknowledge that he had a failed project. And again, I don't think his ego allows him to.
About me exercising my right to free speech to ask you a few questions.
Piers, I'm not enraged. I'm not enraged at all. I think this is kind of funny. I'm not enraged at all. I mean, it's kind of exactly what...
I'm not mad. Put in the news tomorrow that I'm not mad.
I thought like, hey, I don't want to go on the Piers Morgan show because of the spectacle of it all. And so that's confirmation of that. But I'm glad you got this moment. This is a moment for me as well. That's going to play out on social media. It's going to be good for me too. So go for it.
What moment do you think we've got?
Piers, come on.
Come on. I don't know what you mean.
Come on, let's do something that's more productive than this.
Well, look, honestly, when you do this, when you say that I'm into journalism, and you do this, or like it's not journalism, you've taken a big high moral ground.
Piers,
about. Hang on, I'll ask you a question.
I am taking a moral high ground. Piers, you should know better than anyone where this conversation should be going, especially since you understand what happened at CNN with you. With gun control in the United States. That was a big thing for you when you were at CNN, and I'm not sure what happened.
Again, he has to know all of this stuff because he was like, I probably know more about you, Piers, than like most people since we worked together for years or whatever. Why not bring any of it up?
That was part of the reason that you were let go. But, hey, Piers, this is Don Lemon. I know you. I've worked with you. I know a lot about you. So let's just move on and be adults. And so,
I don't understand why he kept saying like, let's move on, and he didn't just bring up like, I'm here to talk about this, and then just ask him a question.
Talk about, I think, something that would be important to you, and that is sensible gun legislation in the United States that would have perhaps prevented the untimely and sad death of Charlie Kirk. Can we do that?
Again, why did it take you so long to figure out how to do this, dude?
How would it have prevented it happening?
Why don't you tell me? Because you are an expert on the subject. At least you were when you were working at CNN. You were very pro gun legislation, and I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, pro, gun control.
Yeah, I don't understand how you stop a deranged young man who the investigators say has become radicalized to the left from taking his grandfather's old rifle and using it to fire one bullet that kills Charlie Kirk. If you can think of a legislation that would
I think you just answered that. You said your grandfather's old rifle.
Right.
So look, perhaps it should have been in a safer place.
Perhaps do you know where it was?
There should be rules. Hang on.
This is
there should be
losing argument from Don because again, like there's not any gun control that would have what gun control measure could have stopped this?
Rules as it relates to young people in the house who can have possession of guns. There are a whole lot of things that we can talk about as it relates to sensible gun control and rules and laws around guns.
It wouldn't have helped in this instance, but that's not the point. We don't remove laws against murder because they don't stop all murders. I know, but if you're bringing it up and saying that this pertains to this or whatever, we want to stop gun violence, the immediate question is what gun violence or what gun control reform or legislation could have been introduced to prevent this specific one.
And so, I don't know the circumstances in his home.
Because he didn't even use an assault rifle, so we can't even say assault weapons ban, even though that's a popular.
I do know that it was a conservative MAGA family, a gun-loving family, and so perhaps if we didn't have more guns than people in the United States and our gun laws weren't so lax, perhaps we could prevent a whole lot of these deaths. You're in the UK, all over Europe, all over different continents and different countries in the world. Everybody has mental health issues. Everyone has problems. But you know what they don't have? As easy access to guns as Americans do, and as many guns as Americans do. And so that is the only difference in this. And so to me and to most sensible people in this country and all over the world, it seems to us and me that perhaps if we got a handle on that, we too could be
or you could bring it back to a broader point about if this country didn't fetishize guns so much, maybe this culture wouldn't exist, and it wouldn't be something that kids are taught from an early age. You can pivot it into parlay it into that.
We too could be like Ireland. We too could be like Italy. We too could be even countries that are not a part of Europe. We too could be that way. And do you think
that one of the reasons why this shooter killed Charlie Kirk was because he didn't like his opinions?
If what law enforcement said about if the text messages or if that all comes out in evidence and they are true, then yeah, I think he's given his reasons. I think he gave the reason.
Exactly. Literally used one of the least effective firearms he could. That's one thing that added to the strangeness of the shooting before we knew all the facts. Yeah, exactly.
He didn't like what Charlie Kirk stood for. He didn't like what he said. I don't believe that's a reason to kill anybody or shoot anyone. But if this is true, he has admitted to that.
Okay. And finally, Don, we started this, just to be fair. You said you don't like the way that the MAGA crowd have reacted to Charlie Kirk because they're doing it just for clicks and stuff about somebody's death.
Dude, Piers such a fucking asshole bringing this up in the last 3 minutes of this program.
Yeah,
some of them. I said some of them. Okay. I said some of them, not all of them.
Which ones in particular are you thinking of?
Well, if you go back and watch the Don Lemon show on YouTube, or if you watch Don Lemon on social media, you will find I mentioned certain people, and you can find it there.
So you object to clickbaity headlines about people and death?
Do I object to what?
Clickbaiting headlines about people and death.
Not necessarily. I think that's part of our culture. I think it's part of our culture, and I think it's.
He wasn't criticizing them for like using clickbait. He was saying that they're cynically invoking his death to push a political agenda. That's not. The criticism wasn't so superficial. Like, how can Don? Like, he can't defend himself. He's like sucks at this.
A byproduct of. It is a byproduct, please, of our siloed media, and I think people. Perhaps sometimes do it to get attention, whether it's right or whether it's wrong. But sometimes people do it to break through, whether that's right or wrong. It's just simply what it is. That's a matter of fact.
But do you ever do it?
I don't think I do it to any more so than anyone else. I don't think I do it any more so than the Piers Morgan show or any other show that is based on.
Why? Or just blame an editor, dude. Do we actually think that Don Lemon is editing his own shit? Just say, oh, I don't know, I'm not in charge of it.
YouTube.
I'm only curious because 2 weeks ago, you had a headline.
You have to do something that
2 weeks ago.
I'm not done talking yet, Piers. I'm not done talking yet, Piers. I didn't finish my statement. I'd say sometimes you have to do things to get people's attention so that they can click on something and to see if it is important or not, and they can make up their own decision about if they want to continue on with the content.
Got it. No, I got it. That's the whole point of clickbait. Yeah. You had a headline 2 weeks ago. Hot takes: could Donald Trump be dying?
Yeah, a lot of folks did. I think you probably did a show on that as well.
No, I didn't.
And because people were asking, if you look at. Is
it true? Piers is a confident liar, so. Immigration, flaming hypocrite, Tucker Carlson, Epstein scandal. I swear it did come up. Donald Trump returns after fake news health thing. Oh my God. So he is just lying.
That you were dead.
You're full of shit. Donald Trump returns after fake news health claims. Donald Trump was laughed off bizarre social media rumors. Donald Trump has laughed off bizarre social media rumors claiming he had died over the weekend, telling reporters, I didn't hear that. In an Oval Office press conference, the president dismissed the conspiracy theory as fake news and insisted he had been very active, pointing to a string of Truth Social posts, meeting at his private club, and recent press conferences. The speculation came after Donald Trump had no public engagements for a week, sparking claims online that he was in poor health. Comparing himself to Joe Biden, Trump said, I didn't do any for 2 days, and they said there must be something wrong with him. Biden wouldn't do them for months. Piers Morgan is joined by PBD podcast, Angry Patriot Vinny, former White House, he did do this. He just fucking lied. Look, just shameless.
Got it. No, I got it. That's the whole point of clickbait. Yeah. You had a headline 2 weeks ago. Hot takes: could Donald Trump be dying?
Yeah, a lot of folks did. I think you probably did a show on that as well.
No, I didn't.
And because people were asking, if you look.
Oh my God.
Even in some of the mainstream media, people were asking. Donald Trump's administration was not transparent about how sick he was during COVID, and so what leads people to believe that Donald Trump's administration is going to be transparent about what's happening with him now, about what's happening with his hands, about what's happening with his ankles,
let's just be clear. He's obviously
with his health. He is the leader of the free world. People have the right, especially Americans, to know the health of their president.
He wasn't dying. You knew he wasn't dying. He's obviously not dying, and you were doing it for clickbait, which is the very thing
I didn't say he was dying.
Everybody
I
else
said, could Donald Trump be dying because people are asking if he's dying? That's it.
Got it.
I don't see that there's anything wrong with that.
Nope. Don Lemon, thank you very much.
Do you?
Yeah, we've run out of time, Don. You know what it's like in the news business.
Yeah. Thank you, Piers.
Thanks for coming on Uncensored.
That was a waste of fucking time. I'm sorry, you guys. We just watched that debuff, and I could not fucking look away, and I just felt like I had to finish what he started. It was so stupid. Okay, if you're watching on Twitch and you're not following me, please go ahead and do so. That way you can know when I go live. And if you're watching on YouTube, please go ahead and subscribe. Hit the bell, like the stream, pushes it out to other people. You can watch my past VODs or timestamps. That way you can go through my segments really easy. And I'm still finishing up the timestamps from last night, but they will be up as well as the ones for this VOD as well. If you want to support me, Sub to me, give subs throughout the chat. You get an ad-free experiences and cute emotes. You can also follow the donation links pinned in my Twitch chat or my YouTube description box. I'm at Straighterade _ on everything. But next, we're going to look at Bernie Sanders. Kind of base, kind of posting cringe. You guys decide. So I forgot to cover this. Yesterday, Bernie Sanders, 2:17 p.m. Yes, the war in Gaza is a genocide. I hope you'll take a moment to read my op-ed here. And I'm like, okay. Let's see this op-ed. It is genocide, Senator Bernie Sanders. And I already knew we were off to a great start when it starts with, it is genocide. Hamas, a terrorist organization, began this war with a brutal attack. Okay, Bernie. It's like you're way late on the genocide charge. Marjorie Taylor Greene, even though she's doing it cynically for her own anti-Semitic reasons, I don't disagree with that, okay? He's finally saying, like, she beat you to calling it a genocide. And now, because the UN has passed like a resolution saying that's a genocide, now he's willing to say it, even though fucking Amnesty International, probably the most respected independent human rights org, was saying back in December of 2024, it's a fucking genocide. You could have said it then, you chose not to. But yeah, not a great start to start with like Hamas and acting like, again, we're just going to ignore the illegal blockade that was punitive. We're just going to ignore the apartheid. We're just going to ignore the Nakba, like we're going to ignore all of that. And we're going to start with Hamas to talk about Israel-Palestine, even though Hamas, again, like this conflict precedes Hamas by several decades. So Hamas, a terrorist organization, began this war with its brutal attack on October 7th, 2023, which killed 1,200 innocent people and took 250 hostages. We want to be really specific. There were some IDF personnel within this 1,200, but okay. Israel, as any other country, had a right to defend itself from Hamas. But over the last 2 years, Israel has not simply defended itself against Hamas. Instead, it has waged an all-out war against the entire Palestinian people. Again, a thing that they were openly stating multiple times from the beginning of this. Many legal experts have now concluded that Israel is committing genocide in Gaza. The International Association of Genocide Scholars concluded that, quote, Israel's policies and actions in Gaza meet the legal definition of genocide. The Israeli Human Rights B'Tselem and Physicians for Human Rights Israel have reached the same conclusion, as have international groups like Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch. He will never put the dates because he knows that they had called it a genocide a long time ago, even though now he's citing them, now he trusts them. I guess because he's going to say, like, there's consensus, but again, you should base it on evidence, not just consensus. The other thing that's annoying is that it feels like you wait until, like, not just the UN, but it's like, oh, okay, well, when Israel's Human Rights Org says that it's a genocide, then it's a genocide. Just yesterday, an independent commission of experts appointed by the UN echoed this finding. These experts concluded that, quote, it is clear that there is an intent to destroy the Palestinians in Gaza through acts that meet the criteria set forth in the Geneva Convention. I agree. Out of a population of 2.2 million Palestinians in Gaza, Israel has now killed some 65,000 people, this is an undercount, and wounded roughly 164,000 people. The full toll is likely much higher. Again, it's not like we have data on this already. Even Haaretz is already reporting that it's over 100,000 in less than 2 years, which is insane. Keep in mind, Iraq, we killed 100,000 civilians over 20 years. 100,000 and that's because Iraq has a population of 40 million people. The fucking denominator here is less than 3 million people. 100,000 in less than 2 years. With many thousands of bodies buried under the rubble. A leaked classified Israeli military database indicates that 83% of those killed have been civilians. More than 18,000 children have been killed, including 12,000 aged 12 or younger. For almost 2 years, the extremist Netanyahu government, I mean, this is true, but I don't like framing it this way, that Netanyahu and Likud is to exclusively blame for this, severely limited the amounts of humanitarian aid allowed into Gaza and thrown up every possible hurdle to the UN and other aid groups trying to provide life-saving supplies. This includes an 11-week total blockade in which Israel did not permit any food, water, fuel, or medical supplies to enter Gaza. Again, we're talking about this, they announced their intention to do this literally the day after October 7th. They wanted to do this shit. The only reason why they weren't able to is because they were subverted by international pressure and pressure from the United States, okay? But that didn't mean that they weren't trying to do it then. As a direct result of these Israeli policies, Gaza is now gripped by man-made famine, with hundreds of thousands of people facing starvation. More than 400 people, including 145 children, have already starved to death. Each day brings new deaths from hunger. But it is not just the human cost. Israel has systematically destroyed Gaza's physical infrastructure. Satellite imagery shows that the Israeli bombardment has destroyed 70% of all structures in Gaza. The UN estimates, again, this has been around for this figure. This is not new. This is not a new finding. The UN estimates that 92% of housing units have been damaged or destroyed. At this very moment, Israel is demolishing what's left of Gaza City. Most hospitals have been destroyed, and almost 1,600 healthcare workers have been killed. Almost 90% of water and sanitation facilities are now inoperable. Again, 90% of the water in Gaza was already poisonous, okay? Before October 7th. That's before October 7th. Israel, as the occupying power, is responsible for that. The only reason why people in Gaza had clean water before that is because of aid internationally and the fact that they would drink bottled water. But they didn't have clean water. Like, Israel chose not to give them clean water. And sanitation facilities are now inoperable. Hundreds of schools have been bombed, as has every single one of Gaza's 12 universities. There has been no electricity for 23 months. Again, there has been no electricity for 23 months. All of these stats, it's like, this only, like, I'm glad that he includes them, but like, dude, this is not new. That's what that tells you. 23 months, again. And that is just what we know from aid workers and local journalists, hundreds of whom have been killed, again, more killed than World War II, as Israel bars outside media from Gaza. And again, people hate when you bring up the comparison that, like, this is the most amount of journalists that have been killed since, like, this exceeds World War II. Like, oh, it's a different time and stuff like that. There was way more death and destruction in World War II. That's why it's an indictment, the fact that they have killed far more journalists now than even World War II. As Israel bars outside media from Gaza, in fact, Israel has killed more journalists in Gaza than have been killed in any previous conflict. I guess that, like, technically includes World War II. But again, like, obviously, when you talk about World War II, we talk about, like, the death toll of the Holocaust, which is, like, roughly 6 million Jews. And then it's, like, 6 million other, like, undesirables. So, like, 12 million people killed in, like, the Industrial Holocaust. But just the death toll alone for, like, Soviets, 27 million Soviet civilians died in World War II. So why were more journalists killed in this conflict than any other conflict? That makes no sense. The result, there is likely much we don't know about the scale of the atrocities. Now, with the Trump administration, give me a second. Now, where are we? Now, with the Trump administration's full support, the extremist Netanyahu government is openly pursuing a policy of ethnic cleansing in Gaza and the West Bank, having made life unlivable through bombing and starvation. They are pushing for, quote-unquote, voluntary migration of Palestinians to neighboring countries to make way for President Trump's twisted version of a Riviera of the Middle East. Genocide is defined as actions taken with the, quote, intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group. The actions include killing members of the group or deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. The legal question hinges on intent. Israeli leaders have made their intent clear. Early in the conflict, the defense minister said, early in the conflict, you knew, early in the conflict. So why wait till now? We are fighting human animals and we are acting accordingly. The finance minister vowed that Gaza will be entirely destroyed. Another minister declared all Gaza will be Jewish. We are wiping out this evil. Israeli President Herzog said it is an entire nation out there that is responsible. Another minister called for erasing all of Gaza from the face of the earth. Another Israeli lawmaker said the Gaza Strip should be flattened and there should be one sentence for everyone there, death. We have to wipe the Gaza Strip off the map. There are no innocents there. Yes, all of these things were out in the open. They were explicit. They were honest about what they were doing. This wasn't hidden information. You knew this. Why? If this is what, like, the reason why you're coming out hinges partly on this, then you knew. Then why didn't you say anything? It boggles the mind. Yet another Knesset member calling for erasing all of Gaza from the face of the earth. And just recently, a minister in Israel's high-level security cabinet said Gaza City itself should be exactly like Rafah, which we turned into a city of ruins. The intent is clear. The conclusion is inescapable. Israel is committing genocide in Gaza. I recognize that many people may disagree with this conclusion. The truth is, whether you call it genocide or ethnic cleansing or mass atrocities or war crimes, the path forward is clear. We as Americans must end our complicity in the slaughter of the Palestinian people. Why are you only saying this on September 17th of this year, of 2025, Bernie? Why? That is why I've worked with a number of my Senate colleagues to force votes on 7 joint resolutions of disapproval to stop offensive arms sales to Israel. Yes, but you wouldn't call it a genocide. The United States, again, Don't you think that maybe you could have had more success with that if you were ringing the alarm bell that this is a fucking genocide and anybody can see it, and and pointed to these statements, these human rights organizations that were already saying it? You had the ability to get more support for this. The United States must not continue sending many billions of dollars in weapons to Netanyahu's genocidal government. Having deemed it a genocide, we must use every ounce of our leverage to demand an immediate ceasefire, a massive surge of humanitarian aid facilitated by the UN, and initial steps to provide Palestinians with a state of their own. This issue goes beyond Israel and Palestine. Around the world, democracy is on the defensive. Hatred, racism, and divisiveness are on the rise. The challenge we now face is to prevent the world from descending into barbarism, where horrific crimes against humanity can take place with impunity. We must say now and forever that, while wars may happen, there are certain basic standards that must be upheld. The starvation of children cannot be tolerated. The flattening of cities must not become the norm. Collective punishment is beyond the pale. The very term genocide is a reminder of what can happen if we fail. That word emerged from the Holocaust, the murder of 6 million Jews, one of the darkest chapters in human history. Make no mistake, if there is no accountability for Netanyahu and his fellow war criminals, other demagogues will do the same. History demands that the world act with one voice to say, enough is enough, no more genocide. I cannot believe this was only penned and published yesterday. It is like such a moral stain on his record. It is astonishing. I'm glad that he's doing it, you know, and like, I'll make the criticism now. If it comes up again, I'll make the criticism then. It's an indictment, blood's on his hands, but like, it's one of those things that whatever reason you're calling it a genocide, you know, if I can see like a strategic, like there's like realist arguments for like why it's beneficial that like Marjorie Taylor Greene calls it a genocide. The same obviously applies to Bernie Sanders. So I'm like, do I want to forgive the debt? No. It's one of those that like won't forgive and forget, but I will resent and remember. But you know, the important thing is that he's doing it now. Okay. Because still he is only one voice of like, I don't know how many people in the Senate that are like not saying it's a genocide, even though it's a genocide. But on that, there's another thing for Bernie, which will probably improve my thoughts on him. Yet again, is Bernie Sanders. I took Bernie into deep Trump County. Can he win them over? In 3 days, this has 3.6 million views. It's uploaded by a More Perfect Union, and I am interested to see what he had to say. Isn't Sanders a nut bar? No. That's why I'm really disappointed in him, because he is very intelligent. I respected him. I respect him, but like, didn't respect this.
Oh, that's my son. Hey, what's going on?
That fucking ringtone.
They're having a video shot here, and it's about Bernie Sanders coming to town, and they know that we're all Trump supporters.
What happens when you put Bernie Sanders in a room full of Trump voters?
I was shocked. I was like, oh.
Not as bad as they had told you, huh?
This is not how he's portrayed.
It's complicated. But then again, so is West Virginia.
This is West Bygard, Virginia.
A state that voted blue for almost 80 years straight until it flipped hard to become the second reddest state in the country.
This is a state where Donald Trump got 70%.
Really? It's easy to assume that West Virginia will be red forever, but I'm not so sure. I live here, and I talk to a lot of Trump voters about floods that leveled their homes, power bills that climb every year, and you'd be surprised how many of them sound like Bernie Sanders.
The billionaires, they don't need a tax break.
They're trying to give all the billionaires and rich people breaks. That's the opposite of what you should be doing.
So when
Yeah, they think this, but again, you need to make it's like their number one priority going into the fucking voting booth, because them just thinking this but then not acting on it means nothing.
Bernie was rolling through, I wanted to know, can a Democratic socialist from Vermont, who's not even running for president, connect in the heart of Trump country?
All right, where should I sit? I'm in the middle here.
And what would it mean for the rest of the country if he did?
You started with Trump, and then now your whole volunteer.
A whole volunteer for Bernie Sanders. He's just ultra liberal. He's a socialist.
I'm sorry to get everybody in trouble here.
And me? I got to drive him around in my truck and find out.
Senator, welcome back to West Virginia. I know it's not your first time here.
No, it is not. Been here several times, and I must tell you, I love the state, actually. It's a beautiful state, and I very much enjoy the people, very down-to-earth, working-class people. You know, we campaigned here very vigorously.
Yeah.
In 2016.
Yes.
And we had to take on Hillary Clinton and Joe Manchin and the whole Democratic Party establishment.
Clinton.
We went to places where politicians don't usually go, including McDowell County, down in the southern part of the state.
Bernie Sanders, who joins me now.
We are the only major country on earth that doesn't guarantee health care to all people as a right. What do you think? Do you think we should join other countries and guarantee health care as a right of all?
Yeah, I think every American citizen should have health care.
We ended up winning West Virginia. We won every single county in the state.
In 2016, Bernie didn't just win West Virginia. He shocked everybody who thought they had this place figured out.
We won a big victory in West Virginia.
But that was just a Democratic primary in 2016. The real question is, how does Bernie's message land with Trump voters in 2025?
It's going to land because, like it or not, these people, again, right-wing populism is fascism, but it's still populism. So if you have a populist message, you can probably get through to these people. The thing is that you cannot control the fact that they are going to be consuming you through Fox News. And if you watch anybody through Fox News, you're going to hate them.
All right, I'm going to ask you a question, and then you come back to me. Sound good? All right, talk about health care here in Mingo County. What's the story? I see a hand right, woman right here. Please stand up.
Hi, my name is Sheila Rose, and I ended up back in Mingo County where I grew up after a chronic illness paralyzed me about 4 years ago. I've come a long way since then, but anytime I need to see a specialist, it's a 2-hour trip. Anytime I need a referral to a new specialist, it's a 6-month wait. There is no way to stay healthy in Mingo County.
Mingo County is in the southern coal fields of West Virginia. For generations, people here dug the coal that lit America's cities and kept the factories running. Now, the coal jobs are mostly gone. And what's left is poverty on a scale that rivals anywhere in the United States.
It's crying at the grocery store, choosing between paying a bill.
They're all so fat. This is one of the, why do you think? It's probably a food desert. This is one of the most impoverished places probably in West Virginia.
Or having food in the cabinet or the refrigerator. It affects your health, and then you don't have health care. Child care is ridiculously expensive, so it's very stressful.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mingo County, like the rest of the state, went big for Donald Trump. So we followed up with some of his voters over biscuits and coffee.
I was thinking that too, but that's like all the U.S. This looks particularly bad, but I mean, I'm from Texas, and I'm from literally one of the fattest cities in the entire United States, so I'm used to it, like seeing this amount of like morbid obesity.
Find out what that's all about.
I would have been nervous with a lot of different, like,
There's also like, I was also raised in like one of the poorest cities in the United States, so like that's how I know it's correlated.
Celebrities or politicians, but you just seem so normal, like you're like obviously just like a normal human.
Yeah, and I'm waiting for the damn breakfast here. I'm starving.
We already ate.
I would love to take an inventory of just personal politics in the last couple of years. Can we start off with that?
You're gonna start with me.
Yeah, we'll start with you.
Yeah. I am independent, but I lean conservative. I not as much anymore as I used to, but I did vote for Trump. But I did post on my Facebook page, instead of I voted, I put I vomited because I didn't want to, but I didn't,
Yeah.
It is what it is.
I voted Republican. I agree with some things of Trump, but most I do not right now.
Right.
I do not, no.
And John, what's that like for you?
Well, this is my first time voting because I was just turned 18 right before I was able to vote. So I voted for Trump, but I'm primarily a Democrat.
Senator, who'd you vote for?
It wasn't Trump. Let me throw out a question. Yeah.
Bernie's smart to not be like, Kamala Harris was so great though. What's wrong with you for not seeing that? She fucking ruled.
Living shock of all shocks in the wealthiest
Like
country
acknowledging, nope, loser, unpopular, didn't win, don't fucking mention her name.
in the history of the world. Do you feel that down here?
No. People are not surviving. We just had our food bank yesterday. We usually pack for 80 people. We served 102 yesterday. It is getting worse. Nobody's surviving right now.
My husband works.
I'll vote for him again in 2028. Yeah, but Dems won't run another Bernie Sanders type, which is how you could get people like this.
The hospital, and there are several ODs every single day.
Only a town of 6,000.
Yeah, we're not a big town.
Several ODs every day?
Oh, yeah.
Let me ask you this, and you may not know the answer. Nobody does. Because, again, this is not just a West Virginia issue. We got it terrible in Vermont. So why are people doing drugs?
in my thing that I see, because I work a lot in addiction, is it's mental health issues.
It's what? Mental
health issues. Lack of jobs, poverty, lack of support for our veterans.
You find many veterans
Really? I thought it was like personal failure or something.
doing drugs?
Oh, yes. And homeless. And that irritates me. They stood up, they fought for our country, and we can't even afford.
Why are people doing drugs is a silly question. No, it's not. Why? Why would that be dumb?
To give them housing.
He's trying to get them to, like, again, it's a small town. If there's several ODs a day that's notable, they would know about it. And so he's going to say, like, if you understand that it's a function of poverty and your economic and social circumstances, why are we voting for Trump then?
I always wondered, how did so many drugs get into this state? Do we have thoughts about that? How did so many? Yeah.
The doctor's pushing it.
Talk about that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, my mother was an addict, and that's how she got addicted. She had a back injury. The doctor kept prescribing medicine.
Yep.
Eventually, that medicine didn't work, and she had to start doing the harder stuff. Sadly, she passed away from a drug overdose.
So here's a drug that feels better than anything and is highly addicting to treat pain that was not going to kill you. I'm not saying that pain doesn't need to be managed, but it did need to be managed with an opioid.
Oh, I mean, I understand the addiction part of it.
Yeah.
And it's hard to fight. And addiction just doesn't affect the person that's doing it. It affects the whole family, the whole area.
Grow up around this kind of poverty long enough, and you start to lose faith in the political system that allowed it to happen. While Trump may put up huge numbers at the ballot box, nearly half of West Virginians don't even show up to vote at all. One of the highest non-voting rates in the country.
And I think the message is not complicated. People throughout the country, especially in rural areas, feel neglected. They are hurting financially. The Democratic Party, by and large, has kind of ignored those people, turned its back on them.
Not always, though, right?
Not always, son.
Like, it's Bernie, so we can get a lot of views. But I don't understand why more politicians... Well, I do know why. I think it's because they wouldn't really resonate well with these people. But, like, I don't understand why more Dems don't try... Like, why doesn't Gavin Newsom do this performative shit? It's not performative when Bernie does it. But when Gavin Newsom does... Like, why don't they go talk to, like, poor people and, like, homeless people and sit down and film the shit and get millions of views?
No.
Especially here. I mean, it was 80 years of Democrats before it flipped.
You got it. This is one of the strongest Democratic states in the country. You're a strong union state, working class state. But I think what happened in West Virginia is a perfect example of the decline of the Democratic Party nationally.
To understand what happened to the Democratic Party in West Virginia, you need to understand the history of coal.
I'm a mine worker, generational mine worker.
Oh, God, how many of these poor fucking people are going to be like, he said he's going to bring the jobs back, so I voted for him.
We built these towns. All of us.
There was a time when coal companies controlled almost everything, and speaking out against the boss could get you beaten, evicted, or worse. But in 1921, all of that boiled over at the Battle of Blair Mountain, the largest labor uprising in U.S. history.
Way back when, in the 1920s, it wasn't quite so civil. But we got to respect those people, our ancestors.
The mine wars, our own history here, is kept out of the textbooks, really.
Is that true?
Yeah, it's not in the popular imagination. I mean, that's been scrubbed because I think it's dangerous. You know, it's a threat. It's a threat to power.
Yeah.
Those early
I was going to say, no shit, no one has class consciousness in this country.
built the United Mine Workers of America and inspired a national labor movement that won the 8-hour day, paid vacations, and the weekend. And for decades, it was the Democratic Party who defended the unions. So working class West Virginians kept that fire going at the ballot box. But coal burns fast, and eventually the flame died out. Within a few decades, we went from over 100,000 coal miners to around 10,000 today, and only a fraction of those still unionized. As the union shrank, so did the backbone of the Democratic Party. So the Democrats shifted their strategy. They left the coal...
Suburban, let's get urban, young, educated college elites. That's who it's going to be, right? Suburban voters.
Towns and the hollers to chase corporate money and suburban votes someplace else.
For every blue-collar Democrat we will lose in Western PA, we will pick up
Was waiting for them to play this fucking clip.
3 moderate Republicans in the suburbs of Philadelphia. And you can repeat that in Ohio and Illinois and Wisconsin.
The whole valley here was Democrat for years and years, and here the last 5 or 6 years, it has evolved into red.
West Virginia's turned from deep blue to solid red, happened fast, all while hospitals struggled to stay open, classrooms emptied out, and opioids were pumped into these hills.
We will win. Don't bring that up. I can't.
Then came Trump, who promised to turn back the clock.
Coal is coming back. Clean coal is coming back. 100%.
Donald Trump says he's going to bring back jobs to Appalachia, to the coal mining areas.
Yeah, they may do it.
The Dems could not figure out why this worked. Oh, because he lied. He said, he pandered to these people. No shit. He gets their votes.
You can see President Trump's bringing in all kind of industry. There's going to be jobs up the kazoo.
Look, why is Trump president? It's not complicated in my view.
Yeah.
The Democratic Party was about protecting the status quo and tinkering around the edges.
Yeah.
We promise you we're not going to do anything bold. We're very bipartisan. We're going to work with the business community. We love billionaires. Blah, 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 blah. Okay? And Trump comes along and says the system is broken.
Nobody knows the system better than me, which is why...
Yeah, because people like him wrote the fucking rules because he's a billionaire.
I alone can fix it.
Yeah.
And you know what? He's right. The system is broken. Now, his solutions only make it worse.
Trump, for all his promises, has not brought the coal industry back. But with the big, beautiful bill, his signature piece of legislation, he made his mark on West Virginia. It's estimated that more than 50,000 West Virginians will be cut from Medicaid. At least 7 hospitals in the state are at risk of shutting down, and as many as 84,000 people will lose access to food assistance because of this bill.
So in this bill, Trump's big, beautiful bill, why do you think they cut Medicaid? To save government money so that, what?
They can give tax to their donors.
Exactly. It's not only $1 trillion in tax breaks to the top 1%.
This just reminded me of a video we might watch after this. It's like a Vox video where they, let me see, like Vox. It's Obamacare in Trump County. These people are insane. They don't know, like, this. We'll watch this video after. It's not long. These people voted for, like, a lot of people in this county were on Obamacare and were voting for a candidate who is promising to repeal and replace it. And their thoughts on this, like, range from he's going to make it better somehow to he's not going to do that. He says he's going to do it, but, like, I don't believe him because it's so popular.
A huge tax break for large corporations as well.
So why do they need to have a tax break?
All right.
I
now
could use a tax break. I mean, I'm being real. I know I pay like 26% taxes. Like, I could use that money.
Look, these people on top are not nice people. They want more. And
like, stop worrying about your fucking taxes. Start worrying about, like, your wages. Okay, that's way more important. Getting your wages up, not just fucking worrying about the taxes.
More. They don't have $1 million. That's Trump change.
Yeah.
And we're talking about hundreds of billions of dollars in some case.
When you live here, it feels like a poor country.
Yeah, well, that's a good point.
I mean, when you say we're the wealthiest, like, you said that several times yesterday, and I was like, is it true, though? Because, like...
That's a very good point.
Yeah.
In aggregate, that's what... Look, if we're sitting here, and I'm worth $1 billion, and all of you are broke, you add it all together, you divide it, we're very wealthy. Right? We're all worth $100 million. But I got $1 billion and you got nothing. That's America. And if I say that I think the United States should do what every other major country on earth does, guarantee health care to all people as a human right, are you going to think I'm a communist and a terrible person?
I think if people listen, if you talk the way that you did, and you're so reasonable, like, they've painted you in a bad light, and it actually makes me very angry because, you know, you see things and you believe it. I'll just be honest, I haven't really seen you talk before. I haven't really, like, I don't follow politics that much. And so the last couple days before this, I started watching some of your speeches, and I started, like, watching your interviews, and I was shocked. I was like, oh.
Not as bad as they had
But,
told
like,
you.
Dems also would do it because, again, like, they're paid by, like, the same people that pay Republicans.
This is not how
So they,
he's
like, can't do it.
portrayed in the media, right?
We're told that the biggest divide in America is between left and right. But Bernie came here to flip that story on its head.
I think that whether you're in rural West Virginia or Burlington...
And it's really even, like, a stupid way to look at it as, like, left versus right, and not, like, it's the difference between, like, younger voters and older voters. It's also the difference between college educated and non-college educated and suburban, rural. Like, those divides are more significant than left versus right because they all fall along those lines.
In Vermont, you got the same exact issues, and I think we don't let people divide us up. We got to come together to fight for all of us.
Over 100 years ago, they called us rednecks because striking workers from all different races wore red bandanas around their necks as they fought and died for respect and a living wage. That history was mostly erased from our textbooks, but it never went away. It's still here, scattered all across the state, if you know where to look.
My grandfather fought at Blair Mountain.
Your grandfather fought at Blair Mountain?
Yes.
What do you think this country at this moment needs to learn from your grandfather who fought at Blair Mountain?
Well, you just can't stand and let them stamp on you. You got to get up and fight.
So that is what our struggle is about, is to take on the greed of these people and say, you know what? You cannot and will not have it all.
Bernie Sanders is 84 years old. He's not running for president. But maybe what he's after is way bigger.
I mean, he shouldn't run for president. Even in 2020, I thought he was too old to run for president.
Than one election.
How do we get the corporate wing of the Democratic Party, who is just as guilty of taking money from billionaire causes, to embrace a progressive working class agenda, because it's about time?
What's your name?
Max.
You're going to lead it, Max. Look, this state was once one of the strongest Democratic states in the country. And I think people gave up on the Democratic Party because the Democratic Party gave up on them. So take it back.
He was far more lucid than Joe Biden. I know, but one of the reasons why his campaign in he looks pretty going off here. One of the reasons why his campaign had a hitch is because he had that heart event. And he had like a heart attack or something. I think in January. I can't remember if it was January 2019. And it like took him off, and he got negative press surrounding that. And they were questioning whether or not he was healthy enough to do it. You know.
Back. Don't ask, take it.
Like, he's still in better shape than Biden. Obviously, Biden has fucking cancer now, but like, he definitely, he's just too old.
You have been to how many Bernie rallies now?
3.
And over what period of time did that take place?
2 days. The first night was just like real eye-opening for me. It was like a whole mind shift of my whole belief system of how we could come together as a people.
Yeah.
We all want our kids to have a safe place to live. We all want our kids to have food. We all want our kids to have health care.
Yeah.
Like, there's no difference. We all need to fight together.
Yeah.
Because if we're fighting each other, we're not going to ever get anywhere.
Yeah.
So.
Did you expect to walk out of here with a shirt?
I did not expect to walk out of here with a shirt.
Yeah.
Hi. Thanks
Let's see how black pill the comment section is. Right now, I can't tell you how unbelievably, sorry, after midnight, comforting it is to see normal people sitting down, talking quietly, and actually listening to each other rather than screaming insults at each other for no reason, like angry children, like we just saw in Piers Morgan. The forest was shrinking, but the trees kept voting for the axe was clever and convinced the trees that because its handle was made of wood, he was one of them. Getting Bernie into the Oval Office will forever be the biggest blunder in the history of the Democratic Party. Oh. I can't read anymore. I'll just get sad. But let's see this. We have to watch this. It's so insane. Not much has changed probably in this county. It's called Obamacare in Trump County. This is from Vox 8 years ago. January 17, 2017, they go to Kentucky to ask why these Obamacare recipients, why the fuck are you voting for a candidate that wants to repeal and replace Obamacare?
Whitley County. Like many counties in this region, voters here overwhelmingly supported Donald Trump in November's election. The county has a median per capita income of around $16,000. It's 97% white, and 88% of the residents over 25 don't have a college degree. It also happens to be the birthplace of Kentucky Fried Chicken. And these are some of the Americans who have benefited most from Barack Obama's signature health policy, the Affordable Care Act, or Obamacare.
I'm running around with Vox, vox.news.com and all that. And there's a news person, and he's followed me around to learn about southeastern Kentucky and how the effects of the health care have been on us.
That's Kathy. She works as an enrollment counselor for Obamacare, helping people sign up for the program. Since the law was implemented in 2013, the percentage of people in this county with health insurance went from 75% up to 90%. And Kathy has signed up a lot of those people.
I couldn't even count them. I'd have to sit and figure them out. Over 1,000 something.
But here's the curveball. Who did you end up voting for?
Trump.
Yeah.
Real change.
It hurts me.
Begins with immediately.
And so much of it is just that these people bother to go to these areas and talk to these people Or the fact that he even said, even if he's making a ludicrous claim, beautiful, clean coal, the fact that he just said the word coal, it put him on these people's radar.
Repealing and replacing Obamacare.
Since Obamacare launched in 2013, the number of lower-income, less educated white Americans with insurance increased dramatically, not just in Kentucky, but nationwide.
Isn't it so weird? They don't actually call it Obamacare or know that they're on Obamacare. They don't understand how it works because Obamacare was specifically designed to hide the role of the government. I am telling you, like, that was literally the express purpose of it. They wanted to conceal the role that the government had in subsidizing these people's healthcare, so they didn't understand how the government was providing a thing to them through their taxes.
This group benefited disproportionately from the law. Yet the same demographic showed up in huge numbers for Donald.
It's the same way you ask people, how do they feel about the ACA? They love it. How do they feel about Obamacare? They hate it.
Trump in November. I went to Kentucky to talk to Kathy.
Yeah, they don't know. Yeah, they don't know it's the same thing.
To understand why so many people would vote for a candidate who promised to repeal a program they depended on so much. Vox would soon be hosting an interview with President Obama, and we invited Kathy to attend to share her perspective and ask a question to the president.
And
why don't they know that, or why they don't know that? Because millions of dollars were put into campaigns to call it Obamacare, so that because Republicans knew, people like Franklin's know how poorly, like, you know, the low favorability Obama had with the Republican base, and they wanted to scare them and think that Obamacare was this terrible, evil thing.
Invited me to the White House.
And to be clear, if you're talking to me, my ideological answer is that Obamacare is a terrible thing, but existing in the context that it did, it was far better than the alternative.
Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, yes, the White House. You gotta get on Facebook. You've really missed out on a lot of stuff.
Before going to D.C., we traveled around southeastern Kentucky, talking to Trump supporters who also are enrolled in Obamacare. We wanted to hear their opinions about the law and what they think the next administration will do to make it better.
Everybody needs insurance, regardless, because you never know, what's going on like that. But you also need to be able to afford it.
We landed on a couple.
And it's like, no, see, that's a mistake. We don't need insurance. Concept, fine. What people need is Medicare for all. They do not need insurance. You need health care. You don't need health insurance.
Explanations for this Trump-Obamacare paradox. The first is that people in Kentucky believe that Trump and the GOP...
For Trump, it used to be seen as bad form or gauche to be bragging about how things are helping you and putting your name on them. I know, like, Trump was smart to put his name on the $1,200 stimmy checks that we all got. Well, not all of us. I didn't qualify, but, like, people that got those, right? But, like... I don't know. I go back and forth on this. Like, if Obamacare had, like, called it Obamacare or whatever, like, from the start... Because, again, he had such low favorability with people, I don't know that that actually would have been something that he could, like, brag about with success in the same way Trump was able to.
He would never actually repeal a program that has benefited over 20 million people. So you don't think that they would actually do that?
No, they couldn't. That would be like, he's got children. He's smarter than that. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
A lot of people thought...
So again, even though this was like a main thing that he was campaigning on, she was like, he would never do that, even though he's repeatedly saying he's going to do it. It's like a staple campaign promise.
That Trump's campaign rhetoric against Obamacare was all talk, and that there's no way he would really repeal a program that so many are dependent on. And it wasn't just Trump voters who thought that.
I have covered the healthcare law as a journalist for about 7 years now. It actually felt, until a few months ago, like a safe assumption that that the Affordable Care Act rolled out, covering 20 million people, that it was going to stick around. I remember I wrote a story for Vox in 2015, and the headline was something like, Obamacare survived its final test and it's here to stay. Republicans just up through the election and up after the election have just remained so committed to repealing the Affordable Care Act. A year ago,
They're too scared to do it now, though. That was a thing that was notable with the Walsh Vance VP debate. Well, Vance is getting up there saying Trump fought to preserve or expand Obamacare. That couldn't be further from the truth, but why is he lying about that? He's lying about that because they know they really, really can't get away with saying that, like, they're going to get rid of that program at this point. Let me see. J.D. Vance claims Donald Trump, like, expanded Obamacare during VP debate. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, Vance claims Trump salvaged Obamacare. Trump tried and failed to kill it. When Trump was president, Republicans fought to repeal the health insurance program. Let's see. This was... When was this? October 1st, 2024. So like a year ago.
Is actually not true. A lot of what happened and the reason that Obamacare was crushing under its own weight is that a lot of young and healthy people were leaving the exchanges. Donald Trump actually helped address that problem, and he did so in a way that preserved people's access to coverage who had pre-existing conditions. But again, something that these guys do is they make a lot of claims about if Donald Trump becomes president, all of these terrible consequences are going to ensue. But in reality, Donald Trump was president. Inflation was low. Take-home pay was higher. And he saved the very program from a Democratic administration that was collapsing and would have collapsed absent his leadership. He did his job, which is govern in a bipartisan way and get results, not just complain about problems, but actually solve them.
Governor, did enrollment under the Affordable Care Act go up under the Trump administration?
It's higher now that we've seen it go up. Look, people are using it. The
yeah,
system
but we don't
worked.
credit that with Trump. That was in spite of the fact that he was trying to repeal it. It's just insane. Again, like he salvaged Obamacare. It's just these lies.
Did not expect that. I thought we were going to see a backing off of those attitudes, and I was wrong.
Many Obamacare enrollees in Kentucky, as well as policy experts and journalists, all assumed that Obamacare was too widespread to be repealed. But congressional Republicans are proving them wrong, moving as aggressively as they can to repeal it.
Mr. Ryan has said a top priority for the new Congress is going to be the repeal of Obamacare.
But perhaps the stronger theory on
And this
why...
fucking psycho, let me find this clip where he's like literally telling a guy who hated Obamacare, who later got cancer, and the only reason why he survived was because of Obamacare. He's asking Paul Ryan, why would you repeal it with that, like before you even have a replacement for it? Let me see. Paul Ryan. If I put cancer patients Obamacare town hall. Like this. I just want the clip. Please, just the clip. Yeah, like Paul Ryan confronted by cancer patient over... No, wait, this is good. Someone talking about it. I just want the clip of it. Ryan breaks down problems with Obamacare. Maybe they... Hopefully they have the whole thing here. Hold on. Let's see. I am paused. Let me increase the volume on this fucking thing. Come on.
Because...
Yeah, Ryan breaks down problems with Obamacare is like one way to title this, sure.
I was a Republican and I worked for the Reagan and Bush campaigns. Just like you, I was opposed to the Affordable Care Act. When it was passed, I told my wife we would close our business before I complied with this law. Then, at 49, I was given 6 weeks to live with a very curable type of cancer.
Why is he whispering? Because he had cancer. But at the end, it's some sort of cancer, I think, that affected his speech.
We offered 3 times the cost of my treatments, which was rejected. They required an insurance card.
And he couldn't get insurance because he had a pre-existing condition, so nobody would take him.
Thanks to the Affordable Care Act, I'm standing here today alive. Being both a small business person and someone with pre-existing conditions, I rely on the Affordable Care Act to be able to purchase my own insurance. Why would you repeal the Affordable Care Act without a replacement?
Oh, we wouldn't do that. We want to replace it with something better. First of all, I'm glad you're standing here. I mean, really, seriously. I mean,
Just like the gall of these fucking people, man. I'm glad you're standing here, you know, even though I am actively trying to get rid of the life-saving policy that is even the reason why you're still here.
Can I say one thing? I hate to interrupt you. Can I say one thing? I want to thank President Obama from the bottom of my heart because I would be dead if it weren't for him.
He's not wrong.
We believe that state high-risk pools are a smarter way.
And then from there, it's just nonsense. Okay, we're gonna give you fucking fun bucks or whatever, and like that's what we're gonna give you Dave and Buster's coupons. Okay, we're gonna repeal Obamacare and give you Dave and Buster's coupons, and you can figure out how to fucking get to a doctor from there. Okay, that's the plan.
Obamacare beneficiaries voted for Trump was a general dissatisfaction with the cost of the program and a belief that Trump would somehow make it better for them. We met up with Perry, a security guard recently signed up for Obamacare. This is the first time he's ever had health insurance in his life.
I've not been to a doctor
Aaron, you are giving Obama too much credit. The ACA was just a handout to big business. Mail my It's USA. You're pissing me off more than usual. I literally said I think Obamacare is evil because it preserves the private health insurance market, which it shouldn't do, and I prefer Medicare for all. I'm just saying you can't get rid of it if you don't have a replacement for it. That would be even worse. These Medicare cuts and Medicaid cuts effectively do that. It guts a major part of it.
You probably wouldn't even been in this world last time I went to a doctor.
Really?
Yeah.
Thanks to Kathy, Perry was able to sign up at healthcare.gov just a few months ago. But his deductible ended up being $2,000.
Listen, something drastic was to happen. How many times will I have to go to the doctor or something?
Selling your Dave and Buster coupons outside the place for money, which you can then use to go see a doctor, maybe.
I use up over $2,000. I just wish that if they're going to shove it down your throat, have something that you can afford.
We headed over to an antique shop where the owner, Bobby, was another Obamacare enrollee.
Hi there. So nice to meet you. I had breast cancer last year. So I was very happy to have my insurance. I didn't realize that the government was subsidizing my health insurance.
Like, how do they not know? How do they think is paying for it?
And I do think everybody deserves quality health care. I just think the American form of health care is just totally out of hand price-wise.
One of Bobby's complaints
about the care is not even better. You can't even point to the outcomes and say, oh, look, the outcomes. The big talking point is always, but those damn waiting periods, but the damn wait times, right? But what they'll never point out, what they'll never bring up is that those longer wait times did not actually lead or positively correlate with worse outcomes. That's the most important part. And guess what? You get sick and have to wait if you don't. You wait here. You just never see the doctor. That's also waiting, you know? If you let yourself just get so sick because you put off going to see a doctor because you can't fucking afford it, or you can't bring yourself to, pay for it, then you wait till you get so sick that you need to go to the ER sometimes.
The program is that it has been linked to a president she strongly dislikes.
And I absolutely detest hearing the words Obamacare. Yeah. Detest it.
We traveled to a mall.
This is why I'm really skeptical of this whole, put their names on it, call it that. In some ways I'm like, they're going to hate it no matter what. You should take credit. At least maybe they can understand it. Another part is I don't know that we should do that because of stuff, reactions like this.
On the border with Tennessee, where Kathy sets up a booth to help sign people up for Obamacare. We talked to the mall manager about his perspective as he sees many of his employees and coworkers signing up for Obamacare.
Initially, it seemed that everyone was excited that they were going to have an opportunity to have health insurance they could afford. It was some of their first time in their whole life that they'd ever had coverage. The following year, they were faced with the cost was increasing. So they had to make changes to their insurance again. And most of the time it meant they were looking for policies that had even higher deductibles so that they could just try to keep insurance.
While Obamacare led to 20 million Americans getting health insurance, half of the enrollees who get their insurance on the Obamacare marketplace say that the deductibles are still too high.
I'd say the people are disappointed, because some of them...
When COVID happened, it took 3 months to get a doctor's appointment. When I went in for my appointment, it took 4 hours to get seen. That's usually how it is. And the thing is that at least how it works is I remember I needed to see a specialist, but the type of specialist that I needed to see, you needed a referral from your primary care physician. So you book your appointment with the PCP, takes forever to actually get in with the PCP. Then you go there, you give your complaint. They can't actually help you because they're just a general internist. They can't help address the specific problem. You're literally just going there for the hall pass to get to the actual doctor that you need to see. And you won't see that doctor for another 3 to 4 months because they're so booked and there's not enough doctors where I was from. And then from there, once you finally get your appointment, it's going to be all day because you're going to be waiting hours and hours and hours actually to see them. You can't just go see them.
They just have such tight budgets.
Frustrated with the high rates, Obamacare enrollees have high confidence that Donald Trump will fix the problems with the healthcare law.
I think he will try because he's a business person first. He knows money. So I think he'll fix a lot of things.
I think that he will replace it with, well, I'm hoping that he will anyways from the way he talks. He's going to replace it with something better. So...
Yeah, that's what,
Donald Trump didn't campaign on a plan to replace Obamacare.
Donald Trump cares about anyone but himself is their first mistake. I mean, he's a total fucking swindler, and of course they paid for it. They're they fell for it because they see themselves, Americans don't, when they see people like Trump on the news, they picture themselves as him. you know, like you never think of yourself as like, you think of yourself as like the captain of the ship instead of like somebody who's in the fucking, who's just a passenger.
Instead, he focused on the promise to repeal it.
It will be repealed and replaced, and we'll know. And it'll be great health care for much less money.
An analysis by the nonpartisan Commonwealth Fund found Trump's proposals would leave up to 25 million people uninsured.
But the people we talked to didn't seem to need a plan. They felt frustrated with the current version of the law and seemed to be okay to take a gamble on Trump's promise to
repeal and replace with something terrific.
Kathy and many others in this county took that gamble. We traveled through a snowstorm to fly to D.C. to meet with the president.
Go ahead, Kathy.
Obama.
Hello, President Obama. I'm so excited to meet you.
It's good to see you.
Thanks. Many Kentuckians.
Ezra jump scare in the background there.
I'm so excited to meet you.
He was like still with Vox. He's like a baby here.
Thanks. Many Kentuckians now are looking at the Affordable Care as unaffordable and unusable. How do you think this happened? How can we fix it? Do we start all over again? What do you think we should do?
This is my main criticism of Obamacare, of the Affordable Care Act, is that the subsidies aren't as high as they probably should be for a lot of working people. So the two things that
You're probably going to have to bring up that Republicans are the ones blocking this.
Could do that would really make it work even better for people in Kentucky would be, number one, provide more subsidies to folks who are working hard every day but still find the premiums, even with the subsidies, hard to meet. The problem is that that's not what's being proposed by Mitch McConnell, the senator from Kentucky.
Obama's answer to Kathy lasted almost 8 minutes, and you should watch the full thing to really hear his defense. But the gist of his answer is that the Affordable Care Act is an imperfect law, but that the existing law can be improved upon. But congressional Republicans and Donald Trump aren't proposing improvements to the existing law. They're proposing repeal, and have yet to articulate how they will legislate something better to take its place.
I am saying to every Republican right now, if you, in fact, can put a plan together that is demonstrably better than what Obamacare is doing, I will publicly support repealing Obamacare and replacing it with your plan. But I want to see it first.
Many took the gamble on Trump without seeing any such plan. And now that the GOP controls Congress, we will see if they can make good on their promise to build.
Well, I mean, it was always a lie. They want to repeal it, and then they were just never going to replace it.
Something better than Obamacare.
I thought, well, we need something different. And that's why I made a joke. It was like Russian roulette or pushing the little Vegas little bar saying, hey, I'm going to vote.
Concepts of a plan. Again, this is like 10 years later. Trump still didn't have the answer. Hold on. If I put 2017, maybe. There was a point. Oh, that's what it was. Yeah. Where Trump in 2017 said that people pay $12 for health insurance. President Trump says young people pay $12 for health insurance. Here's how much it actually costs. Like, where did it, like, is there a video of him claiming this? I swear he did it in an interview as well. Hussein Care. I can't remember where he said this. Maybe it was Fox. No, interview. In an interview published Wednesday, President Donald Trump told the New York Times that young people pay $12 a year for health insurance because you are basically saying from the moment the insurance, you're 21 years old, and you start working and you're paying $12 a year for insurance, and by the time you're 70, you get a nice plan. Dude. It's insane. Like, again, this was him when he was looking good. That fucking, like, nonsensical fucking statement. This is, like, again, this would have, like, ended a Democrat's fucking, like, chance for presidency. $1 a month who would believe that? The type of person that would fucking vote for Donald Trump. It is possible that he may have misspoken and meant to say $12 a month, since in an interview this spring with The Economist, Trump made the same argument, only he cited a figure of $15 a month. Again, insurance is you're 20 years old, you just graduated from college, and you start paying $15 a month for the rest of your life. And by the time you're 70 and you really need it, you're still paying the same amount. And that's really insurance. These are direct quotes from him. In 2017. Regardless, it is not the norm that 21-year-olds pay that little each year or each month for insurance on the Obamacare market. Most Americans pay significantly more than that for health insurance, even young people. 20-somethings who generally would benefit from lower premiums should the GOP repeal and replace efforts succeed, already pay the least, but even their costs can be considerable. An average 21-year-old making $25,000 a year would be charged $282 per month for a silver Obamacare plan, according to the Kaiser Family Foundation. However, that person would qualify for federal subsidies that would cut the amount they would personally pay by half to $142. That person could also be responsible for a 4-figure deductible, which is the amount each consumer must pay out of pocket before coverage kicks in. Even in the most affordable states, most 21-year-olds pay much more than $12 a month simply for their premiums. In Utah, one of the least expensive states in the nation, where are we? The nation for Obamacare coverage for young people. Gee, wonder why. For example, an average 21-year-old would pay $142 a month, according to Kaiser. The cost without subsidies would be $198. In Alaska, one of the most expensive states, 21-year-old would pay $104, but only because subsidies would cover most of the actual cost of $707 per month. They could also be responsible for 4-figure deductibles as well as potentially co-insurance, co-pays, and other costs. Dude, could you imagine a world where you didn't have to fucking deal with deductibles or co-pays or any of this fucking bullshit and have an insurance card or the Obamacare Silver plan? You could go to the doctor and it would be free at the point of service. Oh wait, I can't imagine that because it's like that in other countries except this one. Dude, the fact like TYT covering this, I kind of want to see like Jank like screaming about this. Oh, is it Anna?
As Congress tries to grapple with their intentions of repealing and replacing the Affordable Care Act, Donald Trump has decided that, he hasn't really figured out what he wants more, and any option that goes against the Affordable Care Act is a good option for him. So during Trump's interview with the New York Times, he explained some of the difficulties involving the repeal and replace plan for the Affordable Care Act. And in doing so, he attempted to detail what he thinks healthcare is, but he kind of showed that he's a little ignorant on healthcare policy. So if you don't believe me, I'm going to read you his response to the New York Times.
This fucking hair, this bun, dude, this like sock bun that she's got on, the chokehold this fucking hairstyle had on like so many women in 2017, you wouldn't believe it, you guys.
Verbatim. He said, as they get something, it gets tougher because politically you can't give it away. So pre-existing conditions are a tough deal because you are basically saying from the moment the insurance, you're 21 years old, you start working and you're paying $12 a year for insurance, and by the time you're 70, you get a nice plan. Here's something where you walk up and say, I want my insurance. It's a very tough deal, but it is something that we're doing a good job of. What? I don't know.
Fucking awesome, man. She looks older here, honestly. Yeah, she does. It's like not, that's actually kind of true. But while we're on the subject of fucking Obama, let's see. So he's actually coming out because this is like not a hot take. Obama likes the First Amendment. After years of complaining about cancel culture, the current administration has taken it to a new and dangerous level by routinely threatening regulatory action against media companies unless they muzzle or fire reporters and commentators it doesn't like. So this has 428,000 likes. Let's be clear what happened to Jimmy Kimmel. Let's be clear. I thought for a second that this would be, of course, it's a Vox opinion. I thought it would be by Obama. So let's just see. Let's be clear about what just happened. Jimmy Kimmel, a prominent late-night comedian, was just taken off the airwaves because the Trump administration didn't like what he had to say and threatened his employer until they shut him up. The Trump admin, it appears, has learned effectively to weaponize the regulatory powers of the federal government to punish speech it doesn't like from people it doesn't like. This is a favored weapon of modern autocrats. Its deployment against Kimmel is a qualitative escalation, even above the administration's previous act of censorship, like targeting the author of a pro-Palestine op-ed for deportation. Wow, Obama, linking something that has a reference to something pro-Palestine? No way. Must have been an oversight. What just happened, in short, shows how far down the authoritarian road in the United States has traveled in just 8 months. Jimmy Kimmel and the abuse of state powers. Kimmel's downfall began with some admittedly ill-advised speculation in Monday's monologue. Here's the thing. I don't even, the cope that I'm seeing is similar to what happened with Colbert, which is that, ABC actually wanted to fire him and get rid of him already. And they opportunistically used the threats from the FCC as the cover to do it because Kimmel doesn't actually like pull ratings or money in for ABC. But yeah, I don't know about you. Businesses that are ruthlessly pursuing a bottom line and profits usually don't need to wait to fire somebody. They just do it, or they indefinitely suspend them because like if they feel like they're threatening the bottom line, they find a reason to do it, to fire that person. So here's what Kimmel said. We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it. This is not ill-advised speculation. This analysis already sucks. That is objectively true. That is what they did. Before we had any conclusive evidence, Donald Trump, JD Vance, every single MAGA moron was going on social media saying it was the left. It was true. This is true. This is not a prescriptive statement. This is not even a predictive statement. It's talking about what happened. They were desperate to try to reframe this as the result of radical trans ideology, of Antifa, leftism, hate speech against conservatives. They were doing this. What Kimmel said is like true. At the time, the evidence suggested the shooter was very likely was not a MAGA believer, and evidence released the next day showed that he almost certainly was on the political left. Because again, trans roommate, black friend, but Kimmel's aside, in a monologue mostly focused on mocking Donald Trump did not justify what came next. During a Wednesday podcast appearance, FCC head Brendan Carr threatened to revoke the broadcasting licenses of any stations that continue to air Kimmel's content. It's time for them to step and say this garbage isn't something that we think serves the needs of local communities, he said. Carr's threat should have been toothless. The FCC is prohibited by law from employing, quote, the power of censorship or interfering with the right of free speech. There is a very narrow and rarely used exception for news distortion in which a broadcast news outlet knowingly airs false reports. What Kimmel did, an offhand comment based on weak evidence, is extremely different from creating a news story with the intent to deceive. Again, keep in mind, Fox News pushed and peddled election lies. Fox News had to pay almost $800 million in the Dominion lawsuit settlements, one of the largest settlements in history, because of those lies. Guess what? Biden never even flirted or mentioned that Fox News should have their fucking broadcasting license revoked. Not once. So all of these conservatives saying, but Kimmel said something that's not fucking true, they don't want to play that game, because if that's the case, no conservative would ever be on the fucking airwaves ever again. But months before the shooting, Carr began investigating complaints under this exception against ABC and CBS News stations, specifically allegations of anti-conservative bias. Stations had to take Carr's threat seriously, even though Carr himself had declared in a 2024 tweet that, quote, the First Amendment prohibits government officials from coercing private parties into suppressing protective speech. See, the thing is that he's not actually contradicting himself because he doesn't believe this. He never believed this if he's doing what he's doing now. So this was actually the lie. And the position that he has is more honest now. It's more fucked up now, and I hate it more. But he was lying here. He doesn't believe in this. But months before the shooting, Carr began investigating complaints under this exception against ABC and CBS stations. Specifically, we read this, Hours after Carr's Wednesday threat, Nexstar, the largest owner of local stations in America, suddenly decided that Kimmel's comments from 2 nights ago were unacceptable. And 2 nights ago. Nexstar, it should be noted, is currently attempting to purchase one of its major rivals for $6.2 billion, a merger that would require express FCC approval. They're trying to buy Sinclair or Tegna. Mr. Kimmel's comments about the death of Mr. Kirk are offensive and insensitive at a critical time in our national political discourse. Charlie Kirk was a podcaster. Let me repeat. Charlie Kirk was a podcaster. He should not have been killed. He was a white supremacist podcaster. Andrew Wolford, the president of Nexstar's broadcasting division, said in a statement, continuing to give Mr. Kimmel a broadcast platform in the communities we serve is simply not in the public interest at this current time. It's fucking insane. Give me a second. Without access to Nexstar's roughly 200 stations, this is like Waystar, but IRL, covering about 39% of of the national market, the maximally allowed cap, Kimmel would suffer an enormous ratings blow. And so, shortly after Nextstar's announcement, ABC/Disney announced that he'd be suspended indefinitely. Trump has had it in for Jimmy Kimmel, a prominent critic, for a very long time. After CBS axed fellow late-night Trump critic Stephen Colbert earlier this year, the president repeatedly said that Kimmel was next. Kimmel's Kirk comments, which both an FCC commissioner and reportedly ABC executives considered well within bounds, seem like a pretext taking advantage of the pervasive climate of fear and censorship in the wake of Kirk's death to punish a prominent name on the president's enemies list. The weaponization of seemingly neutral good government rules like broadcast regulation. Thank you so much, Jaybird, for the $20. Wait a second. What does the message say? Hit the like button, donate. Thank you for providing informative content. I don't disagree. Thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. The weaponization of seemingly neutral good government rules like broadcast regulation to punish the enemies of the current president is a familiar turn in the story of democratic backsliding. It was one of the principal tools used by Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban to batter his country's press into submission, ultimately forcing independent outlets to sell their government-aligned conglomerates who transform their editorial stance. So you're going to talk about how... I can't believe this person didn't include that, like, he bragged about, like, Viktor Orban liking him. Hold on. Yeah, September 1st, 2024. Trump praises authoritarian Viktor Orban, and even Republicans are concerned. The Hungarian prime minister has visited Trump in Florida twice this year and boasted that he has influence over Trump's policy proposals. Why wouldn't they bring that up? It would take quite a bit more work for Trump to consolidate Orban levels of control over the media, but what's so striking about the Kimmel case is how swiftly Nextstar and ABC rolled over. They didn't even try to put up a fight and defend their own ability to control what goes on their airwaves. Like, why would they do that? Like, ABC, Trump, settlement. Dude, this is why. ABC agrees to give $50 million to Donald Trump's presidential library to settle defamation lawsuit. It's easier for them to fire Kimmel than it is for them to stand up for this. Why would you ever expect a private company to do that? They're just going to ruthlessly pursue profit. They made the calculation pretty quickly. Yeah, it's not our job to stand up for the First Amendment. It's the government's job to not interfere with it. I guess we could sue, but it's our job to make money. We have obligations to shareholders, so we're just going to fucking axe him. I don't like it, but yeah, that's how capitalism works, unfortunately. They instead apparently decided that fighting the government is costly and risky. Yes. What apparently decided that is true. They are pursuing what is unfortunately a rational business decision in this climate. Putting licenses or even a valuable merger at risk, and that risking that isn't worth it for Jimmy Kimmel. Objectively, probably not. That's a loss for free speech, but that's a win for them. It's almost like we should do something about this fucking economic system. Am I right? This is what it looks like when a society's elites roll over in the face of authoritarianism. It never ends well. Why do we have... Yeah, exactly. This is what it looks like. But, like, why do we have an economic structure that allows society's elites to dictate whether or not there is going to be equal enforcement of the law or the rule of law at all? Maybe we should start questioning the underlying economic motives, incentives, and systems that undergird this entire fucking thing. They're so close. Of course Obama shares this. Of course Obama shares this. Like, completely misses the point, misses the moment. Doesn't, like, comes this close to the criticism and then, yep, drops the ball. Amazing. Amazing. Thank you. Thanks, Obama. More commentary. New York Times. David French. Give me a break. Okay. I try to give Obama praise and I can't even do this, okay? He doesn't make it easy. But, the bigger story is not just that, because I didn't expect that detour. It's the fact that Anna Kasparian apparently defended this decision. So I hear this was TYT a day ago. Breaking. Jimmy Kimmel pulled off air, and Cenk and Anna get into it apparently. So let's see.
Easy way or the hard way? These companies can find ways to change conduct, to take action, frankly, on Kimmel, or there's going to be additional work for the FCC ahead. There's calls for Kimmel be fired. I think, you could certainly see a path forward for suspension over this. And again, the FCC is going to have remedies that we could look at. And again, we may ultimately be called to be a judge on that.
You just heard from FCC Chairman Brendan Carr suggesting to Benny Johnson that the Trump administration could take action against ABC, and that is in fact in response to comments made by Jimmy Kimmel. And it turns out that Nexstar, Jimmy Kimmel's employer, has chosen to throw their employee under the bus ahead of a potential merger that they're hoping to get approved, by the way. So there's a lot to this story. Kimmel has now been suspended indefinitely over comments that he had made in regard to Tyler Robinson, the alleged Charlie Kirk assassin. Now, here's what Kimmel had said, which led to so much ire being directed toward him. He said, "We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points."
Again, a thing that is objectively true, a thing that they did right away. I put Donald Trump statements. Where's the fucking statement from Trump? Here, let's see. Here's Donald Trump issuing a statement after Charlie Kirk's death, blaming the rhetoric of the radical left. What do you notice?
For years, those on the radical left have compared wonderful Americans like Charlie to Nazis and the world's worst mass murderers and criminals. This kind of rhetoric is directly responsible for the terrorism that we're seeing in our country today, and it must stop right now. My administration will find each and every one of those who contributed to this atrocity and to other political violence, including the organizations that fund it and support it, as well as those who go after our judges, law enforcement officials, and everyone else who brings order to our country. From the attack on my life in Butler, Pennsylvania last year, which killed a husband and father, to the attacks on ICE agents, to the vicious murder of a healthcare executive in the streets of New York.
Slurring his speech like a stroke victim. You know, there's been a lot of speculation that he's a stroke, that he had a stroke. I put like Donald Trump stroke. Like this or whatever. This to me looks a lot more like Bell's palsy. I'm surprised I didn't actually see more people like speculate about that. Where like you have facial paralysis. Like this. And you'd see it around the mouth. I like people were saying like he had a stroke. If President Trump had like a stroke, he would not have been at that ceremony. He would have been in a fucking hospital. There was absolutely no way he would have been able to be making a public appearance if he was recovering from a stroke. I really just don't know. Like, I think some people I either don't know about this condition, but I mean, Donald Trump again barely sleeps and is like in his 80s. And you get this from stress. So.
To the shooting of House Majority Leader Steve Scalise and 3 others, radical left political violence has hurt too many innocent people and taken too many lives.
So again, what's wrong with this again? MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from that. That accurately fits the head of the party who has a cult. Do we really need to, are we actually doubting that the underlings didn't get the fucking message from that? Weren't already doing that before he made that statement?
From it. Now, obviously, Kimmel's statements.
Bell's what around his mouth? No, Bell's palsy, not Paul's.
Were inaccurate. There was no indication that Tyler Robinson was a Trump supporter or a MAGA Republican. And to be honest with you, there's been
okay. There's also no evidence that he was a Democrat. He was registered, but he was not. He had not participated in any election, and he was not affiliated with a party. Did I put this? What we know about suspect in Charlie Kirk shootings was reported September 12th. Let's see, death penalty. If I put them. Oh, God, this would, I guess, not the right article. I do this one. No, there's one where it says like they give like background on him and it's like Let's see. I have a Democrat. Oh my God. Too many Times articles on this, and I can't remember which one it is. Where they like talk to people that knew him. But no. It's already telling that everything that I'm searching, though, is not returning Democrat.
A lot of irresponsible, jumping ahead of the gun and kind of characterizing this guy.
I mean, true, from the right.
In order to, make the other political side look bad. But the one thing that has become pretty clear to me through what we've learned through this investigation so far is that he hated Charlie Kirk. He felt that Charlie Kirk was spreading.
Oh, wait, I think I found it. Yeah, this, if I put Democrats. If I put like vote. Yeah, Tyler Robinson, the man arrested on suspicion of killing Kirk, was registered to vote but had never voted in any election, according to Ryan Sullivan, the clerk and auditor for Washington County, Utah, where the suspect lived.
Spreading hate, and that Robinson allegedly has a transgender partner and was particularly upset with Charlie Kirk over his anti-trans comments. So what Jimmy Kimmel said was inaccurate. There's no question about it. But it wasn't until...
No, it wasn't.
Brendan Carr came out and said what he said during that interview with Benny Johnston, that Nexstar decided, yeah, let's suspend Kimmel indefinitely. So let me read you the statement. They say that Mr. Kimmel's comments about the death of Mr. Kirk are offensive and insensitive at a critical time in our national political discourse, and we do not believe they reflect the spectrum of opinions, views, or values of the local communities in which we are located. So that was a statement from the president of Nexstar's broadcasting division, Andrew Alford. And so he says, continuing to give Mr. Kimmel a broadcast platform in the public interest at this current time. Continue to give Mr. Kimmel a broadcast platform in the communities we serve is simply not in the public interest at the current time. And we have made this difficult decision to preempt his show in an effort to let cooler heads prevail as we move forward or move toward the resumption of respectful, constructive dialogue. So Nexstar currently operates mostly in smaller, mid-sized markets, though they include the ABC stations in New Orleans and also Salt Lake City. And I should note the decision also comes as Nexstar, comes as the broadcast station is seeking FCC approval for its $6.2 billion mega deal to acquire Tegna, a deal that would make Nexstar by far the largest owner of local TV stations in the country. Those mergers be calling, Cenk. So, but I'm curious what you think about Kimmel's statements, because I do think Kimmel is feeding into, not only were his statements inaccurate, it feeds into this partisan brain rot that's fueling a lot of unrest in this country. What do you think?
So on what Jimmy Kimmel said, so was it wrong? Yes. So what do I think is allowed and not allowed? It's not even allowed. It's just.
And I'm giving us a VE.
What should you do and not do in a situation like that? Now we're sitting there for 3-4 days with no information on who the shooter is, what their motive was, etc. If you say no speculation is allowed, what, everybody's just gonna sit around silent for 4 days? We will wait for the official government position. We are not at all curious. We will not talk about it. No, that's an unreasonable standard. Nobody's gonna do that. And by the way, if you're in the right wing, you really wanna get canceled over speculation after a shooting or any other major event? The right wing in my lifetime has done massive speculation about who it could be, etc. I'm not saying the left wing doesn't, right? I'm just saying that it's a thing that.
Oh, this fucking annoying, constant, it goes without saying that if you're saying one side does this, you're not saying the left doesn't do it.
Happens. It's normal. It's human, etc. Now, at the same time,
Kimmel's comments were so mild, so accurate, and so non-inflammatory. It's like pearl clutching, and we're having to pretend like this monologue from 2 days ago is a fucking news story because the FCC didn't like it. It's literally coming down to that.
Should you make, if you're on television, you're in media.
Nobody would have been pulling that fucking statement apart were it not for this event.
Should you make definitive statements before you know? No, of course not. But okay, so that's why if Jimmy Kimmel was not a comic and he was ABC's news anchor and he said, yes, that's right, Tyler Robinson was MAGA, you'd go, whoa, what are you doing? The authorities haven't even come out yet with anything. Why are you stating that definitively? So that would definitely be wrong. Now we move to, okay, so should they have taken him off the air? Well, brother, he's not a news anchor. He's a comic. It was the setup to a joke. It was inaccurate. So
what is Anna possibly going to disagree with here? Like everything that Cenk is saying is correct.
What would I do if I was running the station? I'd talk to Kimmel and I'd say, you get that that's wrong, right? I know. It was a setup to a joke. I know, and it's not. You're not, Walter Cronkite. You're doing comedy here, but still, it might give people the wrong idea. So I don't even want you saying it definitively in a joke. And then my guess is Kimmel would go, oh, you're right, I get it. We shouldn't have done that, right? And maybe even puts out a statement, not like groveling or anything, but like, hey, our bad. We didn't know then definitively, and it turns out.
What the fuck? Jimmy Kimmel should not be fucking apologizing right now. Why a statement? Why?
It's this.
You
right?
just said he's not a fucking newscaster. It was a setup for a joke.
I wouldn't take him off the air. Now, why
what the fuck is like apologizing in this moment supposed to do?
And I take him off the air because Trump is going around going, I got Colbert, now I want Kimmel. We're gonna cancel all of them. They better not criticize me. And in the context of that, now you take Kimmel off after CBS took Colbert off. And CBS took him off while they were trying to prove a merger. Now next starts taking Kimmel off while they're trying to prove a merger.
I don't know. I just I can't get past the idea that like he needs to say anything about his fucking joke. Again, literally this is like, you can't, the side that's always like, you can't say anything anymore. Comedy's fucking illegal. Like cancel culture, woke left, blah, 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 blah. Either they're completely silent on this or they're defending all of this shit. But this is like saying, you have like a domestic violence situation where like a woman is like fucking beaten because she burned dinner. And Cenk would be saying to her, he shouldn't have hit you, but also burned dinner really sucks. So you should probably like maybe apologize for burning dinner first, right? Then he can apologize to you. Fuck that.
This looks terrible. And it is terrible. And by the way, as we talked about on Tucker Carlson's show last night, and we've talked about in every context here, if there's one thing that Charlie Kirk stood for, it was freedom of speech. Now, if you're on the left, you say, oh, I don't really believe that he meant to.
Oh my God, no. I forgot Cenk was doing this. Like, Cenk literally said, like, this is like the saddest day in American history or something, or like in recent, Cenk said something insane about Charlie Kirk.
It doesn't matter, guys. That was his defining issue, and the right wing 100% believes that is his defining issue. And I think, look, was he perfect on that? No. We'll say it for the 1,000th time. Did we disagree with him on a whole host of issues? Yes, right? But did he fight for freedom of speech for his side? But obviously freedom of speech is not a thing you do for just the right or the left. So for all of America. Yeah, that's what he was known for. That's what he was most known for. So if your reaction is, because you stated something incorrect in a quarter of a joke, I'm gonna take your speech away. That's what Charlie would have wanted. Medicare is as messy as my daughter's room. It's almost impossible to wade through.
Oh my God, this fucking ad.
Didn't say that. No, you're making things up. Okay, and I know they didn't say that. To be perfectly accurate, they didn't say that's what Charlie would have wanted, right? They're saying in this context, in our communities, blah blah blah. But in essence, that's what you're doing here. And I think it sucks. I think it's bad for the country. It's bad for free speech. And I'm tired of Trump and the right wing. Look, Kirk, I would argue, was principled enough on free speech. Trump has not been.
No.
At all. Not close, not within a million miles of close. And in fact, right after Charlie Kirk died, Bondi and Trump backed her up, said, oh yeah, it's hate speech, anything. And Trump even said to a reporter from ABC, oh, you're questioning me, that's hate speech. No, it's not. No, it's not. That's a reporter doing his job. That's part of the First Amendment, freedom of speech and freedom of the press. And Trump doesn't understand that. And so now taking out people who make fun of a politician to serve that up on a silver platter to Trump, no way, disgusting.
But okay, no way, disgusting. But again, why are you suggesting that maybe he should make a statement apologizing?
I think I disagree with you. Like the more I sit with what he said and the more I think about it.
I probably picked Charlie Kirk because he just happened to be in the same area. I mean, like he drove to that area, but like he literally planned it in less than a week.
Guys, I mean, you have to consider, even if you loathe Charlie Kirk, put your shoes in the shoes of conservatives who saw one of their, top influencers, someone who had a tremendous amount of clout on the right wing.
Okay. So like this is a trauma response. I've heard this quote from multiple MAGA apologists and commentators that you have to be giving them grace right now because, when his widow makes a statement saying these evildoers will pay for what they did to my husband and making like a villain speech, that's her dealing with trauma, and you can't criticize anybody who's gone through anything traumatic, apparently.
He gets assassinated. And so to make a declarative statement.
Put your shoes in the shoes of conservatives, guys. Listen up.
And pin the blame on the very people who are grieving the loss of Charlie Kirk before you have any evidence. it's offensive. It's irresponsible. I get that he's a comic, so I guess we should hold him to it.
He was pointing out the opposite. He was pointing out that they were doing that to the left. He just said like anybody. They were desperate to make sure it was anybody but one of them. That is true.
Lower standard, I guess. But my problem with it is it keeps feeding into, that divide. And it's all about
again, so it's not even about whether or not it's true. Because if you have an issue with the fact that like, if your main issue is that like, oh, but you're contributing to division, then it really has nothing to do with the factuality of the statement at that point. You're just saying you're being insensitive, you're being mean.
Like, oh no, it's your fault. It's the left's fault. It's the right's fault. It's just like this endless race to the bottom over which party sucks more.
I'm now 100% certain TYT would do revisionist history on Trump if he was killed. Well, I mean, all of these people are showing their fucking ass. You got people like Ezra Klein, the writers at The Atlantic, that are totally whitewashing this guy. And it's not as Coates put it, it's their lost cause. It's instead of like the mythology surrounding the Confederacy, it's the mythology surrounding this white supremacist who died as he lived, which is, in spectacle. He was not engaged in the free, open, marketplace and open exchange of ideas. He was somebody who was there to farm TikTok clips. He was not like fucking Socrates.
And I saw this happen with cable news too, where before we had any information about the suspect, before a suspect was even apprehended, every debate, every conversation was about left-wing ideology. Now, keep in mind, it does appear that Tyler Robinson's motive was he didn't like what Charlie Kirk had to say about transgender people, and he felt that Charlie Kirk was spreading hate. But this is before we even had those details.
Again, just like disagreeing with Charlie Kirk is now a far leftist position. Like that, like how are we like letting this characterization, this narrative be set, even by other people that are ostensibly on the left or like liberals? Like why? This is like saying, again, like if I dropped any one of you random chatters into fucking Nazi Germany, yeah, you'd probably look like a fucking far leftist in that society. This society is being taken over by fucking MAGA fascists. So people that disagree with them are now, you're a far leftist if you disagree with this?
About Tyler Robinson. And so it's just...
But maybe she's done the whole Charlie Kirk is actually a moderate type shit.
Can we wait? And more importantly, why is it more important to pin the blame on your political opponents as opposed to taking note of
Republicans thinking being a centrist is a Marxist? Well, and a Kasparian, yeah. But you did say Republican. I kid.
We are as a country right now and how dangerous this situation really is as we move forward. I guess my point is rather than quelling violence, tension, the constant blame game, he kind of fed into it before we had the details about what Tyler Robinson actually believes.
So Anna, look, the part I agree with you on is, can we cool it? So to your point, I saw a poll today that more people believed that Tyler Robinson was on the right than the left. So until recently, obviously.
Gee, what could have given them that impression? The fact that he was white male, okay, born in Utah, red state, Mormon fucking central, right? Latter-day Saints church, huge influence there. And then steeped in gun culture. And then his grandmother said to the Daily Mail, which was picked up by Axios, Daily Beast, etc., that his whole family is MAGA. Gee, wonder what could have given people that impression.
Now it's all over the news, right? And that's just totally wrong, right? And why do they believe that? Because so many people immediately, and yes, obviously on the left, jumped out and said, oh, he was probably MAGA, he was a groyper, he was this. Now we speculated on the show, we gave you a range of options, right? And I said, these people are saying this, and this, but we don't know yet, right? That's what I think is the right thing to do. So other people jumped in and said, oh, we're sure he's on the right. Okay, so
Not
that's a problem.
TYT though.
But Jimmy Kimmel said it as a quarter of a freaking joke. So now I think, to your point about shoe on the other foot, right? Okay, if Greg Gutfeld had made the similar joke, when I said, that's it, Greg Gutfeld, I can't believe you made a joke. An inappropriate joke was a quarter incorrect statement. That's it, get Greg Gutfeld off the air. A, I wouldn't say it. B, no one would say it. C, there's absolutely no chance in the world that would happen. So now we're gonna take off everyone on the left, the center, anyone who isn't right wing, but the right wing gets different rules. So Gutfeld can say whatever he wants, everybody can say whatever they want on the right, and there was massive speculation. And Anna, let's be honest, were there right wing hosts, were there right wing media who are all saying from second one, leftists?
Okay, yeah, that's what Jimmy Kimmel was saying. That is literally what he was fucking saying in this fucking quote that you showed. We were at 1303. again, this is the thing that's inaccurate. We hit new lows over the weekend with MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it. Okay, you just said this was false at the beginning of this segment, but then over here you're conceding that point.
Second one, leftist hosts were there right-wing media, and there was massive speculation. And Anna, let's be honest, were there right-wing hosts, were there right-wing media who were all saying from second one, leftist? Now they didn't know either. Now it turned out it was a leftist, and I don't. And what my point is, I'm not.
We don't know if he's a leftist. We don't.
They didn't know. They called him that anyway from the first second, Cenk. But it's a false statement. But what Jimmy Kimmel said was false, apparently. How? This double speak. How?
Hold on. Let me finish the point though, real quick. I'm not blaming the right wing for speculating that that the shooter was on the left. Because I get it, Charlie Kirk was on the right. So it's normal to think that the shooter was on the left. As someone who opposes him so much, they don't want to shoot him, right? But but they didn't know either. So are we suspending all of them? Are we firing all of them? No, it's a double standard. And who's the double standard applied to? The enemies of the president. Let's be honest.
Yeah, and by the way, I don't believe for a second that Nextstar's motivating factor here was that they were aggrieved by what Kimmel had to say. I actually think the fact that the FCC needs to approve the merger that they so desperately want is the bigger factor here. And I find that particularly gross. But, I guess my point is the left has always seen itself as people who operate at a higher standard than the right. They don't roll around in the mud the way the right wingers do. They don't jump the gun when it comes to these shootings and pin the blame unfairly on the other side. But I guess what I've seen with, partisans, like hyper partisans on the left.
Holy shit. I did not even realize that the governor said this. That's insane. Hold on. Okay, Spencer Cox admitted he prayed for 33 hours that the killer wasn't one of us, hoping instead it would be a foreigner, a migrant, or a Muslim. Governor of a country that does mass killings here, pretending otherwise, hypocrisy on full display. I guess this is someone from Gaza.
Bad stuff happens, and for 33 hours, I was praying that if this had to happen here, that it wouldn't be one of us, that somebody drove from another state, somebody came from another country. Sadly, that prayer was not answered the way I hoped for. Just because I thought it would make it easier on us if we could just say, hey, we don't do that here. And indeed, Utah is a special place. We lead the nation in charitable giving. We lead the nation in service every year. But it did happen here.
Oh my God. I should watch the whole I didn't know. I guess it feels like it's too late to watch it, but holy shit.
Who were like just constantly enraged by Donald Trump.
And assholes constituents believe that Jesus came to America, that they were magical buried. I know. Yeah. This is like fucking Latter-day Saint Central.
The entirety of their politics seems to be, guided by that hatred for Donald Trump. And I get it. But sometimes it clouds your mind and it leads to you making decisions under not the best judgment. So I think it was wrong for him to pin the blame on the right. Again, I'm just going to repeat that. But I also think that what the Trump administration is doing in regard to retaliating against any reporting or press that he doesn't like is also a serious issue. I just don't know if the Jimmy Kimmel example is the best example.
I mean, he's catching feelings over a comic, man. If Joe Biden did this, I demand every comic who criticizes me be taken off the air, otherwise I won't approve mergers. People would have said, what a tyrant, what a ridiculous thin-skinned loser.
For MAGA, anyone who doesn't want to euthanize the homeless is a leftist. That's the thing. FCC dead fucking silent when you have Brian Kilmeade on Fox News suggesting that, like, yeah, maybe we should just involuntarily inject homeless people with lethal injection, aka fucking genocide homeless people. You think they're getting their fucking broadcasting license revoked? Be serious.
Right? Trump does it, and we're like, oh, well, I mean, he did get a quarter of a joke wrong. No. We would never apply that standard to Gutfeld. And so and Anna, to your point, I get it. Can you find someone in media that has a deeper loathing of the mainstream media than I do? And so their whole fake pretenses of like, oh, we are the truth, we are reality. Meanwhile, they're framing everything for status quo is great, politicians are great, corporations are great, etc. We've broken that down thousands of times on the Young Turks.
But Cenk, they're grieving. So, you know, when they say that there's free speech and there's hate speech, that's Pam Bondi just grieving. When Erica Kirk says these evildoers will pay for what they did to my husband, and you've unleashed a fire, and this cry is going to ring out like a battle cry, she's grieving.
But we have to have the same principles that apply to everyone. So that goes to your point. They should be more careful, especially if they're going to talk down their nose at people. I totally agree with that, right? But at the same time, taking them off the air for this type of microscopic infraction, and we know why they're doing it, to placate an out-of-control president who hates freedom of speech. So no, I hate this decision. I think it's totally wrong. I've got to read one comment here because they made such a good point that I forgot to make in the last story. One of our members on TYT.com, next TYT reporter, wrote in, I don't care about the opinions of the company. Once the FCC gets involved, it's the government. The government policing speech is a violation of the First Amendment. Thank you for being part of the show. I love that we do the show with the members. I should have made that point earlier. That is the most important point. When the government gets involved and says, okay, well, we don't like what Jimmy Kimmel's jokes. No, that's a violation of the First Amendment. If the company wants to make a decision, as other members wrote in, for their bottom line, that's up to them. But when the government says what is allowed and not allowed, massive violation of the First Amendment. Totally agree. Every time you ring the bell below.
Okay, let's see what Tim Pool, did Tim Pool comment on this already? Maybe not. He was sweetening up a fucking storm, of course, defending this shit. But his only defense of it is like the left did this first, so we can do whatever we want, I guess. Well, let's see. Let's look at I actually kind of want to see this like Ezra Klein thing.
Look,
oh
we can
wait.
do this
If I put Tucker Carlson, Cenk Uygur, he like showed up. Let's do some maybe like Cenk tent. This Tucker Carlson live America after Charlie Kirk, like Cenk is in this. Okay, let's see what Cenk and Tucker talk about, you guys. This was streamed 2 days ago, 1.5 million views. Megyn Kelly, Scott Adams, Cenk Uygur, and Josiah Trenham join us for a live broadcast on America in the wake of Charlie Kirk's assassination, examining his influence on politics and what comes next for our nation. Donate to the Kirk family? Dude. They've raised $5.3 million. How much fucking money was he worth? Like, I never, like, Yahoo Finance. What was Charlie Kirk's net worth after growing? Turning Point USA, September 11, 2025. Conservative activist Charlie Kirk, 31, who was shot and killed Wednesday while hosting an event, had a net worth of about $12 million. $12 million at the time of his death, according to a website that covers financial and investment news. Kirk, who was co-founder and CEO of TPUSA, was able to set up his family, wife Erica, and 2 young children to be financially stable before his death with an estimated net worth of $12 million, according to Value Walk. Nonprofit org, BTW. As CEO of TPUSA, Kirk's salary increased from $27,000 in 2016 to more than $407,000 in 2021, according to Times Now. His personal holdings included 3 high-end homes, according to Times Now, a $4.75 million estate near Phoenix with sweeping desert views, a nearby apartment, and a beachside condo on Florida's Gulf Coast. Kirk was also the author of several books, hosted a podcast called The Charlie Kirk Show, and a talk show on Trinity Broadcast Network called Charlie Kirk Today. But these motherfuckers have the fucking audacity to solicit money. Support Charlie Kirk's family. Our team at ALP is heartbroken by the death of Charlie Kirk, a devoted husband, father, and friend, left for God, family, and country to find his life. Charlie leaves behind his wife, Erica, and their 2 young children. As they navigate this unimaginable loss, we want to rally together to provide security and stability for Charlie's loved ones. Again, for the multimillionaire. Our goal is to raise as much as possible to support the Kirk family. ALP has contributed $1 million to this effort. We invite you to join us in honoring Charlie's legacy by giving whatever you are able. We'll hope you'll join us. Dude, 6 minutes ago, $100 anonymous giver. This person, $20. Never forget, $50 an hour ago. Anonymous giver, $500. Thank you, Charlie Kirk and Erica Kirk, for what you did /do for our USA. May Charlie rest in peace. And if Erica and TPUSA and anyone creates and launches a TPUSA Hawaii chapter, please let me know. Aloha. So some fucking like wealthy boomer in fucking Hawaii. Melanie, $400. I haven't stopped thinking about Kirk family praying without ceasing 2 hours ago. Dude, we could do this all fucking night. This is insane. $100. Like a lot of these are not small. They're like $50. Raise like the goal is 6 million. They've raised $5.3 million for this multimillionaire. Give me a break. That's so insane.
Very much. Godspeed.
Thanks, Tucker.
Thanks. I got a text earlier today from someone I sort of know saying
Sort by largest. Well, the group that organized it donated $1 million, so nothing's gonna top that.
Cenk Uygur? Why is he on your show? The Young Turks guy?
He's so quiet.
Isn't this a tribute to Charlie Kirk? Why would you have some like screamy lefty on your show? Well, precisely because Charlie Kirk's life work was speaking with, not just to, but with people he disagreed with vehemently. I thought that our next guest, who's run the Young Turks for probably almost 20 years now, I think, he can correct me if I'm wrong, who's one of the most visible daily broadcasters on the left, the fact that he had this kind of amazing exchange with Charlie Kirk, well, a couple of them, but one pretty recently, I thought it'd be worth hearing what...
Yeah, the amazing exchange is when Cenk decided to bitch out and be a useful idiot for Charlie Kirk's project.
He thought. So it is with pride that we announced our next guest. Thank you, Cenk, for coming on.
No problem, Tucker. Thanks for having me on. I think it's important that we have a moment like this where we try to bring the country together.
Amen. I so strongly agree. You had this kind of famous...
And by coming together, this means that the left is coming to the right instead of vice versa, even though they're the ones inflaming tensions.
Exchange with him. I think it was 2018 at Politicon, and it got super heated and bitter, and it was like, I don't know, things were viral in 2018, but it was viral. And then you came back to a TPUSA event, and I was amazed and impressed, both that he invited you and that you came. And you still disagreed on some things, but it was, I mean, the tone was completely different. Can you explain that? And better and great, I thought.
Yeah. So first of all, in 2018, that was the Politicon that I debated you.
Okay.
And...
Sorry. We got along pretty well, as I remember.
We did. And Charlie was debating my nephew Hassan, Hassan Parker.
Hassan Parker?
But I couldn't help myself because that's who I am. And in the middle of their debate, I said something to Charlie when I wasn't on stage. I was in the crowd. And he yelled at me, "I live like a capitalist every day, Cenk." And
people have been like circulating that clip around being like Charlie Kirk like screamed this like anti-Asian slur while he was like on stage at like a random Asian member of the audience. I was like, dude, he was trying to say Cenk and he was just like mispronouncing it. He wasn't saying the you know what word. I don't know. I don't even know if I can say it.
And by the way, some people then thought that it was a racial slur. No, that was just my name.
Yeah.
He was just slightly mispronouncing it.
It is so funny that Cenk has been around for like 20 years, 30 years, and like in this space and like still nobody gets his name right.
Something happened in between that moment and Turning Point USA, America Fest. So we were at RNC in 2024, and Charlie came by at our booth and said, "Hey, do you guys want to talk?" And we were a little bit taken aback by that. We were really surprised by it. And Anna and I, Anna Kasparian is my co-host on the Young Turks,
yes,
talked it over and said, yeah, we would like to talk. And so he came on the show. And so we had our disagreements. So it's interesting that you have me on here, partly for the reasons that, your friend texted you about. Oh, well, that's strange, right? Left and right. And so I don't agree with everything that you, Megan, and Scott said about Charlie.
I'm sure.
Okay,
right.
So what are you going to say?
But I think that's what makes it more interesting. So the willingness to talk to us, even though we were so entrenched on different sides, right? And so then when we started the conversation, what wound up happening, it surprised us. So did we still have our disagreements about the black pilot line, this, that, and the other thing? Of course we did, right? But when we started...
Just to downplay that as disagreements, like... Yeah, we disagree over whether or not like black people are inferior biologically, but other than that,
talking about corporate rule.
Who does this?
He agreed. And I remember, like, I want to go back and watch the first interview we did with him.
Like, why, again, like, I don't understand. You're so much closer to the left than you are to fucking Charlie Kirk. So why this need to, like, reach out to him on his terms to ally, like, with people that you're never going to get to your side?
RNC there, because I was kind of shocked by it. It's like, really? You're also worried about corporations having too much power and right? Because that, Tucker, you can understand that was a left-wing position for a long time in this country.
It was.
But the battle has been joined. And so that is an incredible development in American politics that mainstream media, I think, has chosen to ignore.
Oh my God. Wait, what?
Tucker, you can understand that was a left-wing position for a long time in this country.
It was.
But
wait.
Having too much power and right? Because
so let's actually take Charlie Kirk at his word that he gives a fuck about that.
Tucker, you can understand that was a left-wing position for a long time in this country.
It was.
But the battle has been joined. And so that is an incredible development in American politics that mainstream media, I think, has chosen to ignore because it's inconvenient for them. Then we got into a specific topic, which was...
Or it just, they need clicks and views and it just doesn't make the money to be like, look at how all these people are getting along.
Banning private equity from...
Again, a criticism of capitalism and the incentives not always aligning with the public interest.
Buying residential real estate. And the idea behind that is private equity is the biggest bankers in the world, basically. They're the biggest financial institutions. And they've started to buy all of our homes. Now, that creates a huge number of problems. Number one, it drives up housing prices. That is why they are artificially high, because so much more demand has come into the market. And I went to Wharton Business School, so this is not complicated, though. This is Econ 101, supply and demand, right? And so, secondly, what the number one wealth creation asset that the American family has is their homes. That is how we created the greatest middle class the world has ever seen. And they're taking that from us. And they're going to turn us all into renters. And then we're going to be indentured servants to them. Okay? And the way that they are doing this is they are giving collectively billions of dollars to our politicians. So this issue connects, actually, the money in politics issue connects to everything. Connects to corporate rule, it connects to capitalism, by the way, which I want to get back to. Connects to Israel. Because it isn't about Israel or any other particular lobby being evil or dastardly or in charge. It's the money that's in charge. And so if...
Tucker's like literally checking his phone and zoning out as Cenk is doing this stump speech.
Pharma, Pfizer, Johnson & Johnson, etc., give money to our politicians. Well, then they pass absurd laws like we're not allowed to negotiate drug prices.
Right.
What in the world? In capitalism, you're not allowed to negotiate prices, right?
I know.
So, and we talked about that, and he said, you're right, that is absurd. And we on the right already believe that it's absurd and that it's against capitalism. Fantastic. So, look, you're right. We've been around a long time on the Young Turks. We were actually the longest running show in internet history. And in that time, we've had, we've been on for 23 years. We've had about 21 to 22 years of hardened battle, right? Fighting back and forth, right? And as anybody who's seen me online knows, I can get emotional. I can get passionate.
Yeah.
And I'm not a wilting flower. I fight back for sure, right? So what was amazing, though, was all of a sudden I didn't have to fight back. That on those issues, not every
Can I
issue,
get a fact check on that, on what specifically, the like drug price negotiations or?
and not on all the culture wars, but on these economic issues, we have begun to agree. And why? Because the average guy is getting screwed.
Yes.
Period.
Well, because if he at any point dares to say, and Charlie Kirk really cared about that, that's what he spent his time talking about, I'm going to lose my fucking mind. I'm going to throw up all over this keyboard.
It doesn't matter if you're on the left or the right. You're both going to get screwed. You're both going to have higher housing prices. You're both going to have lower wages. You're both going to have higher drug prices. And the people that brought you that is the donor class. And so when we agreed to that, then I said, okay, well, now conversation has become productive. We're not just yelling at each other. For the first time ever, we are talking to one another. And more importantly, we are listening.
The longest running community. They always bring out these stats about like how long TYT's been on the air. I don't know how true they are.
To one another. So we did it again at the DNC. And then Charlie invited me to America Fest. And I went there. And again, we disagreed on gun rights. We disagreed on some trans issues. But we wound up
Some trans issues, love that.
agreeing on Dick Cheney and Mitch
Kirk was a
McConnell.
puppet in the hands of his donors. Dude, that's the thing. He was literally talking to a bootlicking fucking MAGA shill, trying to get this point across. Somebody who did the bidding of capitalists till the day that he fucking died.
For example, neither one of us like him. Like either one of them.
I agree.
And Tucker, I'll say this, and there's a lot more to talk about in that context, but if you told me you are going to go to a massive right-wing conference in the year 2025, and what's going to happen is the crowd in unison is going to boo Dick Cheney. If you told me that when we first started the Young Turks and we're railing against Dick Cheney, don't go into Iraq, don't go into Iraq, Cheney's lying, right? And people are yelling back, support the troops, you're for Saddam and all this stuff. If you told me, oh, don't worry, in 20-some odd years, that crowd will be booing Dick Cheney. And that crowd will be booing Mitch McConnell because they realize that the corporate class, the donor class.
Why don't you pander to the people that are already booing those people? Why are you trying to alienate them? I don't get it.
In charge, and they hate it. I would have said, oh my God.
And I'm not just saying like, oh, he's alienating them with this. He's like actively like hostile to that. He like won't. He would have talked to. He would sit down with Charlie Kirk, but he won't sit down with Sam Cedar.
God, that must be a beautiful day in America.
Well, so this is what I admire about you. You're totally sincere about your principles. Like you almost don't care who's agreeing with you. You believe in the idea, the principle. So you're willing to make common cause with people you don't agree with on everything. You're not partisan. And the second thing I just want to say it out loud is that Young Turks, whatever you think of your politics, has had a stated commitment to nonviolence from the very beginning, and you mean it. And I just want to say that for people who don't know that. And I want to thank you for that because I think it's really important. And anyway, so let me ask you, how were you treated at AmFest, at Charlie's event?
Yeah. By the way,
everyone was so nice to me.
Thank you for saying that, Tucker. And the principle of nonviolence.
Socrates, thank you so much for the raid. We are looking at Cenk going on Tucker Carlson to try to do like some speech about how we can all come together, you guys, over our shared dislike of the donor class, even though he's like eulogizing somebody who was part of that fucking donor class. Not part of the donor class, but was paid by those very donors that Cenk says he despises.
Extends through everything. So do not be violent to each other. Violence is intellectual surrender. That's saying I can't win the debate with my mind, so I have to act like an animal and try to defeat that person physically. But that means you're surrendering and you're giving up. It's the most immoral thing you could do. It's also the weakest thing you could do.
Yes, I agree.
But that's not just on an individual level. That's also on a societal level.
Just having a conversation about that. Let's just turn down the volume on violence. But he agreed with me that Kirk supported political violence and wanting to bail out Paul Pelosi's attacker. Is that the only concession that you were able to extract, Socrates?
So when we go to war, that is in a sense weakness, saying we could not use our minds to resolve this issue. We could not resolve this issue as fellow human beings. So now we're going to kill each other. Yes. So that is why we're anti-war, and that is why one of the most encouraging...
Cenk uses violence instead of sarcasm. Cenk uses the power of course, instead of violence, you guys.
Developments of my life is how anti-war the
Cenk
right...
does the fake... Actually, it is violent when Cenk does like the fake crying shit as a debate tactic. That actually is violent to me.
Movement has become. So that another great day in America. So it's still plenty of things we disagree on.
Yes.
But agreeing on anti-war,
I wasn't able to get agreement on right-wing violence being about 75% of extremist violence. What was his answer? Antifa?
How the donor class is robbing both of us blind.
You think Cenk buys into Charlie's impending pivot on Israel? I have no idea. I wouldn't be surprised though.
I mean, those are huge developments, right? So now, how was I treated at AmFest? I've got to be honest with you. And so the reason why I preface it by saying I got to be honest with you is because...
He thought it's impossible to know. Let me guess. Did you bring up the Cato Institute study and he started pointing out like there's a flaws in the methodology? All studies are flawed. Yeah, okay.
Sometimes when we go and talk to the right wing, and as you say, we haven't moved on a thing, right? So folks come to us and I have a simple principle, take the win. Okay.
Take the win. Exactly.
Like, so, okay, now you agree with...
Okay, they're coming to you to make you the useful fucking idiot, dude.
With me that anti-war is the right position. Is my correct answer that I still hate you? No, that is not the correct answer. Right. The correct answer is, oh, thank God. All right,
exactly.
Right? And now we'll work on the next thing and the next thing and the next thing. But for now, at least we had no agreements before. Now we have a number of really important agreements. So, but nevertheless, I had my share of critics on the left. You're platforming it. I went to his conference. I wasn't platforming him. He was platforming me, right?
Yeah.
And second of all, stop with all the nonsense talk of platforming people, okay?
Yeah, I agree.
Just listen to one another. Talk to one another. That's not a bad thing. That's a good thing. Oh, but what if you disagree? And of course you're going to disagree. It's America.
I just took her Carlson laugh like an alien.
We're free. We have no two human beings are the same. Of course, we're going to disagree on some issues. So if you can't handle that, then you can't handle politics. You can't handle media. You can't handle America, right? So, okay. So with that giant preface, I'll say the people there, honestly, were universally wonderful. So they were. And so you could say, oh, well, that means Jenkson with the right wing. No, I'm just telling you what happened. If they were jerks, I would tell you that they were jerks, but they weren't. Okay. And I've got to say, like, this cancel culture, it's not exclusively left wing.
No, I know. Tell me about it. I mean, the efforts that some people made to keep me from speaking at the next TPUSA thing, people I agree with on a lot of things, by the way. I don't disagree with Seth Dillon on everything, Mr. Free Speech guy.
Okay, see, this is like touching on the Max Blumenthal shit, the Gray Zone article. Hold on. If I search, Yeah, like a month before Charlie Kirk's killing, billionaire, and again, really quick, I don't trust Max Blumenthal's reporting. I don't trust the Gray Zone outlet. This is being cited a lot, okay? But reportedly, Charlie Kirk was like cornered by Bill Ackman and some other donors who were upset, including, again, like Natasha Hausdorff, who's a barrister and the public face of UK Lawyers for Israel. But that aside, when his hosts, his being Charlie Kirk's, presented him with a detailed list of every offense he supposedly committed against Israel, Kirk was horrified, said one person. Ackman also allegedly demanded Kirk rescind his invitation for Tucker Carlson to speak at his upcoming America Fest in 2025. Let's see if they've updated it. No. They have not updated it. He's still going to be like the main thingy. Main speaker. Tucker, Charlie Kirk, Steve Bannon, Donald Trump Jr., Jesse Waters, Greg Gottfeld, Grant Cardone, Glenn Beck, Matt Walsh, Michael Knowles, Rob Schneider, Ben Carson, Riley Gaines, Jack Posobiec. Damn, low billing. Benny Johnson. But yeah, like they were upset about because he was there talking about fucking, what is it? Hold on. I saw this thing from Ben Shapiro where he was complaining about what Tucker Carlson said at TPUSA. This Tucker Carlson's accusations demand evidence. He has none.
There's Tucker Carlson. So Tucker took the stage at TPUSA, and essentially he made the same.
This is him complaining about what he said at TPUSA.
Same claim, but he didn't have the courage of his convictions because he's not willing to say what he's saying. Again, there are only two possibilities here. Either Pam Bondi screwed up the rollout of this particular case, and she oversold what was there, and then she had to walk it back, but she won't publicly walk it back. Or and then there's Tucker Carlson. So Tucker took the stage at TPUSA, and essentially he made the same claim, but he didn't have the courage of his convictions because he's not willing to say what he's saying.
I want to see where if there's Israel gets mentioned anywhere. Oh yeah, this.
Epstein. When I say without evidence, I mean without evidence. Naftali Bennett asserting that it was actually Mossad. Again, cover up.
This is why he was
mad.
Then
he should just say his name. He should just do it. And why won't he? I think we all know the answer to why won't he. Here is Tucker then asserting that it was actually Mossad. Again, without evidence, not a shock. Of course, this is where Tucker was going. This has become the hot speculation on the internet is without evidence. You say that Mossad was running Jeffrey Epstein. When I say without evidence, I mean without evidence. Naftali Bennett, the former Israeli prime minister, said, quote, as a former Israeli prime minister, with the Mossad having reported directly to me, I say to you with 100% certainty, the accusation that Jeffrey Epstein somehow worked for Israel or the Mossad running a blackmail ring is categorically and totally false. This accusation.
Ben Shapiro actually thinks this is a good way to convince his audience that Israel and the Mossad is not behind Jeffrey Epstein, which again, I don't buy into that. Okay. But when you have a far right audience like Ben Shapiro, what is wrong with you, dude? What the fuck is wrong with you? Pulling up a tweet from an Israeli prime minister. Oh, Tucker Carlson accused him of this thing that he doesn't have evidence for? Fine. But you can't push back against that by literally citing a fucking Israeli PM. Oh yeah, we had nothing to do with that. That's how you know it's not true.
Accusation is a lie being peddled by prominent online personalities.
Well, if an Israeli prime minister says that didn't happen, then it didn't happen.
Such as Tucker Carlson, pretending they know things they don't.
Like sometimes I think Ben Shapiro is like a psyop.
And in fact, I followed up with the former Prime Minister, Naftali Bennett, and what he told me is that Mossad has not been active in the United States or against the United States since the Jonathan Pollard scandal of 1987, when a U.S. Army contractor...
Well, Ben Shapiro personally asked Israel, so like, yeah, that's the beef there.
So. Okay. And I've got to say, like, this cancel culture, it's not exclusively left-wing.
No, I know. Tell me about it. I mean, the efforts that...
Pictures and email dumps with Ehud Barak, the relationship with known Mossad agents, the career building and funding by Israel, connected financiers, not evidence. It's evidence, but it's not proof.
Some people made to keep me from speaking at the next TPUSA thing. People I agree with on a lot of things, by the way. I don't disagree with Seth Dillon and everything, Mr. Free Speech guy trying to cancel me. But I was like shocked by it. Like they really hassled Charlie and just drove him to, to really fret and drove him to anxiety over this. Oh, no. That impulse is a human impulse and we need to resist it.
Yeah. So I love what you guys said about hate speech and how it's unacceptable to pass laws on that.
It's not acceptable.
Yeah, under no circumstances. So, and this is what I say on that topic. So, Charlie said some things about Islam that, having grown up Muslim, I'm atheist now, but my family's Muslim, my background's Muslim, I'm proud of it. He said some things about Islam that I was not a fan of, right? To say the least.
I bet.
So,
okay, but like not just Islam, like Muslims themselves.
You know what I did in return?
Okay, what did he, like did he say anything about Muslims or let me say Islam? On Islam. America has freedom of religion, of course, but we should be frank. Large dedicated Islamic areas are a threat to America. Charlie Kirk show, April 30th, 2025. We've been warning about the rise of Islam on the show. It's a great amount of backlash. We don't care. That's what we do here. And we said that Islam is not compatible with Western civilization. Charlie Kirk show, June 24th, 2025. Do you think that he excludes Cenk from this? Islam is the sword the left uses to slit the throat of America. Charlie Kirk, social media post, September 8th, 2025. So literally this month.
I made my case. So what? Right? Like why is it so like debilitating if someone says something that you find offensive? I've said things that I'm sure others have found offensive. You have, Charlie has, Megan has. So what? Then you say something back. Okay? We don't cancel, we don't kill, and killing is the most extreme form of cancel culture. So I despise cancel culture, and I have the honor of having been canceled by almost every part of the political spectrum.
Wow, you're such a victim, Cenk.
Man, that was really inspiring, and I'm going to text back the person who texted me and say, "Did you watch that?" That was wonderful, and I so appreciate
Jesus Christ. We just see that.
And that was really inspiring, and I'm going to text back the person who texted me and say, "Did you watch that?" That was wonderful. And I so appreciate you're doing this. Thank you. And I hope you don't take too much abuse for it. And I'm sure you will, but I guess you don't care. So good for you. Thank you.
That'll bounce off me so quick. I'll just say this one last thing, Tucker. Yes. I mean, the idea of making laws against hate speech in honor of Charlie Kirk.
No, I know.
Okay, that's like if I passed away and they're like, in honor of Cenk, we're all going to go on a diet.
Tell me about it. Or the Tucker Carlson no pizza law. No, I agree. I agree.
What is happening? What is going on here?
In my life, and regulated speech is the opposite of what Charlie did in his life. So let's all keep talking to one another.
The mainstream media won't cover this.
Also, keep listening to one another, and hopefully use this moment not to create further tragedy, but to begin to end the tragedy.
And like he's talking to somebody who literally said at that TPUSA conference, by the way, hold on, Tucker Carlson, halal food, weed. Where's the clip? I need the clip, but not Mehdi Hassan saying that he said it, even though I believe Mehdi Hassan. I searched Twitter. Hold on. Oh, here it is. At DPUSA, Tucker Carlson dismissed GOP culture war wins as appetizers and took a jab at Trump's military pageantry. That's where he says it. Somewhere in this.
If you deny people what they actually want long enough and instead substitute things that you claim they should want, like bombing Iran, you know, I mean, I'm not for Iran, where you spend all day telling me that it's so important that, you know, boys not playing girls' soccer teams, whatever. I agree. I hate the tranny stuff passionately. I think you should keep the boys off girls' soccer teams.
I disagree with Charlie Kirk on things related to trans issues. Yeah, well, you were talking to somebody who feels the exact same way as him.
But I don't know. It kind of feels like you're feeding me appetizers. At some point, I want to look around and see a better country. I want to see a country I recognize. I don't want to see people sleeping on the sidewalk. I don't see people ODing on drugs. I want to know where those drugs coming from. Why can't you stop it? You've got the U.S. military. Don't you have SEAL Team 6? Like, what are they doing today? Don't you have Delta Force? You could give me another segment about how impressive the U.S. military is? I believe you. Why aren't they employed to make my country better? Why are my cities disgusting? I don't want to go there. It smells like weed and halal food. And you're lecturing me about...
Like, how do we think Tucker Carlson, the dude that you're speaking to, Cenk, feels about Muslims?
Tragedies.
I'm proud to agree with that, you know, really, really strongly. So thank you for saying it very much.
Thank you.
Totally new here. Are we Max left? What is Max left?
Great to see you. Thanks.
You too.
So
beautiful. That wasn't as bad as I thought it would be, but like, I just thought it was funny that like Cenk is trying to give this like some speech about like unity, political division needs to go away. Let's come together, blah, 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 blah. And then Tucker's just on his phone. Like he doesn't give a fuck.
We want to end tonight the way we began.
Okay, no. All right, let's see. Like it sent me something.
Would you agree that Mandarin language skills are a valuable tool for U.S. diplomats working on China and strategic competition issues? It's not a hard question, Madam Undersecretary.
No, I'm still wondering if we're going to be able to respond to some of the other
It's my time, so you are welcome to send me a written response, but I'm asking you about Mandarin language skills. Do you think they're valuable?
We have Mandarin language skills at the Department of State, yes.
So you think they're valuable?
Yes.
And the department just fired over 1,300 staff to meet an arbitrary firing target. Do you know what % of the department's total Mandarin language capacity was lost in that RIF?
Congresswoman, the reorganization was not arbitrary, nor was it haphazard.
Do you know how many of the department's total Mandarin language capacity was lost in the RIF?
I'm unaware of that.
So you don't know even how we're staffing our relationship with China, and you're the Undersecretary of State for Political Affairs. Can you at least tell me if language skills, in this case Mandarin, weigh into the department's evaluation of individual staff that were RIF'd?
Thank you, and thank you, Congresswoman, for
Dude, this woman is like barred out.
that question. The Office of China Affairs falls under my purview.
And you don't know how many, do you know how many people we have that speak Mandarin now?
I'm responsible for the diplomacy that is conducted out of the Office of
And you think diplomacy
China,
can be done without people that speak the skills?
and also the embassy. And I have confidence in our training programs at the Department of State.
Sounds like you're not really aware of what skills we have to actually.
Max left is what Cenk calls left is like Hassan/Majority Report. His own nephew that are far left of him. Okay, then by that definition, I'm Max left. Yeah.
Build that relationship. Would you agree that Mandarin language skills are a valuable tool for U.S. diplomats working on China?
That's fucking insane. This woman, even her picture kind of looks evil. This like cool toned portrait that she has. She's the Undersecretary of State for Political Affairs that assumed office in June of this year. Tucker is proficient in Japanese. She was like on another one though. Holy fuck. Okay. Running out the night with, I want to see this, let's see what is this about? This was 9 hours ago. Trump, Air Force One. Is there an interview on this? Didn't he sit down with this person? Let's look at a little bit of this.
Well, I hope you had a good time, everybody. I think it was a really good day and a half. Very intensive. Any questions?
Looks like a poltergeist.
What's the best part? What's the best part
just, I think, being with King Charles, he's a wonderful guy. Got to know him very well. I knew him before, but now I know him a lot better. The artwork, I saw more paintings than any human being has ever saw, and statues, but they treated us great. They treated our country great. And that, you know, I view that as being really respect for our country the way they did it, because last night was beautiful. And, you know, you had the biggest business people in the world.
No. This picture of him eating like noodles is not real. Fake image shows Trump eating spaghetti while King Charles makes a speech. In a post? Okay, let's see. So incredible. I thought for a second this might be real. Fake news, it's real as fuck. It's real as there. No community note, it's real.
That was respect for our country, yeah.
Mr. President, have you had conversations with Secretary... Sorry, I'm trying to skip. Have
He's
you had
enjoying
conversations
spaghetti.
with Secretary Rubio or any of your military leaders about possible regime change in Venezuela?
No, I haven't.
You haven't had any discussions about plans or how to make it happen?
No, I haven't.
Mr. President, you mentioned in your remarks at the press conference something about Bagram and bringing it back to the U.S.
I'd like to get Bagram back.
Do you know how you plan to do that, sir?
They need
Why
a
did
lot
they call this President Trump gaggles with the press? Like he's just riffing.
from us. And I'd like to get it back. It should have never been given. Bagram should have never been given the air base. There was gross incompetence to give that up. You know, it's one of the most powerful bases in the world in terms of runway strength and length. The strength and
Strength
length. You
and
could land
length.
anything on there. You could land a planet on top of it. Can you imagine they gave it up for
High
nothing?
words per minute seems juice. He's at 1.15x speed. Leave it at 1x speed so you guys can actually hear it.
So let's leave. And it's
His
an hour away
verbal
from
agility.
where they make their missiles, China.
Mr. President, it's been a month since your meeting with Putin. Is it time
Oh, H Mata, thank you so much for subscribing. Tier 1 subscription. Hope you enjoy that.
for a ceasefire? It's been a month since your meeting with President Putin. Is it time for a ceasefire to come?
Doesn't feel like it. But at the right time, if I have
Why
to
the
do
fuck is he so obsessed with Bagram Air Base? Because they keep bringing it up.
it'll be harsh.
Mr. President, can I ask you a question about something you said earlier this week? You said, Mr. President, regarding Antifa.
Yeah, Antifa.
Regarding Antifa, what you posted. NPR, sir. When regarding
Are they still here?
we are.
Are they still here? Oh, good. Congratulations.
Regarding designating them a terrorist organization, when they don't have defined leadership or membership, how do you target them?
Who doesn't?
Antifa.
We're going to find out. Right? We're going to see. People have been talking about
Maybe we should have figured that out before we officially designated them as a terrorist org.
it for a long time. We're going to see. Did they have anything to do with your network?
Is Antifa, has Antifa infiltrated the
You
press?
said earlier this week that the women who yelled at you, who were protesting when you were at Joe Stone Crab, should be in jail.
But this is like him talking about like Antifa like this. It's literally the Onion thing. It's literally the Onion left-wing group too disorganized for FBI agents to infiltrate.
Do you actually think that that is an offense that deserves jail time?
I don't know how they got in there, but certainly I thought it was very inappropriate. And they said things that were very, and it was a question of when you take a look at the way they acted, the way they behaved. Yeah, I think they were a threat.
You think that deserves jail?
You agree with it?
I think they're a nasty organization.
Nasty org.
Well, I don't know. What should Congress focus on? What are your top priorities with Congress?
We're going to finish the wars. We have a couple of them going, as you know. You look at Gaza, you look at Russia, Ukraine.
Finish the wars, baby.
We're working on that, and I'm working with Congress on. But I think
We're talking about Congress, dude. Congress, what has Congress ever, like, when's the last time Congress had anything to do with war outside of just, like, funding them? But whatever. Okay, I can only do so much of, like, Trump press conferences. Ezra Klein is worried,
Today, I
but
feel like
not
it's-
about a radicalized left, apparently. Even though it says how the left got dark on the thumbnail. This is Interesting Times with H Mata. Thank you so much for gifting 5 tier 1 subs to my community. You guys enjoy your gifted subs, ad-free experience, as well as cute emotes. And yeah, anybody else want to join can get a hype stream started or something. Interesting times with Ross Douthat.
It's almost like, do progressives like themselves? Right? Like,
you really want to put him on the couch.
Well, I mean, I'm.
But the answer is no.
The answer is no. Well, right. No, and in a way, that's always been
Yes.
true, right? Nothing like a self-hating liberal, right? This week, I'm joined by my colleague, Ezra Klein. Ezra, welcome to Interesting Times.
Thank you for having me.
You're very welcome.
Sitting on this side of the table is unnerving for me.
It changes the experience.
Yeah, it's like being on the wrong side of the bed at home.
Listen, it's a game-changing experience, but you will be better for it. So we're talking in the week after the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and we're talking the day after the Vice President of the United States, hosting Kirk's show, gave a kind of impassioned speech about how he thinks that the American left is more likely to either excuse violence or delight in the deaths of its political enemies than
So J.D. Vance lied, correct?
Right.
We have to talk about this incredibly destructive movement of left-wing extremism that has grown up over the last few years.
And I'm not sure that's the right way of looking at this moment, but it connects to something that I do think, which is that
You should just turn your headphones up on your interface. You're peaking the audio a lot. You guys, you think I haven't tried that already? Hold on. Wait, what's going on? Ox MF Box, thank you so much for gifting a tier 1 sub to the 901_push, who wanted one but couldn't have it. Look, like if I do that, hold on. It's as loud as it goes. I don't know how to like mess with it anymore here. Unless I'm looking in the wrong spot, but I've tried to do it and I can't.
Problem of pessimism and despair, from my perspective, on the American left right now that hasn't been there to the same extent for most of my life and career. So I'm wondering if you see it that way, if you see a lot.
You don't have an external audio interface? I do, but I don't know that it has that on it. I have a Euphoria thing. It's like a big thing. I don't know what it's called. Like and butter for me.
Of progressive despair out there.
I think that there has been a kind of evaporation of a bright horizon in liberal thought, in a lot of left thought. I think that it has become about averting different kinds of calamities.
Mm-hmm.
So the calamity of fascism, the calamity of a return to white supremacy or re-strengthening of it, the calamity of climate change, the calamity of oligarchy.
Might be a volume mixer near the bottom of the sound menu and settings. I'll have to look into it. I definitely can't do it live. I will fuck something up and then I won't be able to fix it.
And
but I will look into it.
That it's been about.
Because yeah, like I fucking hate using this thing constantly and it does like fuck the audio up a lot.
How much of how bad it will be we can avert. I don't think that's right.
How the fuck did Ezra Klein get famous? I've never seen someone say so little with so many words. I think you answered your own question.
Look at the future, but I think there is something to that. But I guess because I get to be on the podcast with you, don't you think this is a bit of a both sides thing? I have been really struck.
Wow. Well, yeah, let's ask the conservative if he thinks this is a both sides thing and expect that he's going to be able to take any accountability for anything going on the right. That's definitely going to end well.
By how much the right also turned backwards in this time. I mean, like all the way back to antiquity, right? Bronze Age pervert and rediscovery of Sparta.
We have to return to the steppe warriors. Yeah, absolutely.
There's been something where it feels like our politics has cast its view backwards. And in some ways, I think the right has a version of this. It is, we lost touch with who we really are. And then the left has a version of this, which is, we've never fully accepted, repented.
Who on the right is saying we've lost this isn't who we are, except for anti-Trump Republicans that don't even fucking exist and are politically irrelevant?
Who we really were.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's no question that there is a version of what you might call in internet lingo the black pill vision of the world on the right.
Thank you, Boomer. Very cool.
That has been very powerful in certain ways. I think it's been one of the key flaws of the Trump administration, and I've written this, I think, is that it is itself, even in power, sort of too pessimistic about its own situation. It's like, the hour is late.
How do you do, fellow
and if
kids?
we don't defeat all of progressivism in the next 6 months, then the Republic is doomed.
Flight 93, it's going down.
Right. No, that has been a thread running through the right since, at the very least, since Donald Trump came down the escalator, if not going back to the crack up of the George W. Bush presidency. I'm interested, though, in it on the left, in part, honestly, because I feel like I've been in rooms with liberals and had about 1,200 conversations over the last 10 or 15 years where I have to explain, why did the right get so dark? And so
it's all because of you, the left, the liberals. That's why.
I do want to pin you down and ask you why you think the left got dark. But I also think, to me, as an observer, it feels...
I'd be too embarrassed to say that at his age, just say a nihilistic view. I mean, look at this man. Do you think that he has any shame?
Pin you down and ask you why you think the left got dark. But I also think, to me, as an observer, it feels like the pessimistic turn. You could say, well, of course, it starts when Donald Trump wins, right? And it starts when populism emerges. And there's truth to that.
Is Pisco cool? He seems kind of libby to me, but this chat is way further left than I expected. My orbiter, Pisco, is quite all right. His community, but we have hope for liberals.
But I also kind of feel like it started a little bit before that there's a pessimistic turn. Starts, somewhere in 2013 or 2014.
What the fuck does the left got dark mean? The left turned out my nightlight, says the right-wing lunatic.
14 under
and then
Obama,
I had to become a Nazi.
That becomes what we call wokeness and so on. What do you...
psychological theory I have of my own side. I think that Obama felt too many people.
Okay, we're 5 minutes in. Obama mentioned his absolute favorite thing to fucking talk about. Literally, the Ben Shapiro conversation, which was mostly recapitulating the Obama years.
Like some kind of climax of the liberal project. If in this country, 4 years removed from the flag pin election of 2004, we could elect a man named Barack Hussein Obama, a black man from Chicago, then everything was possible. Now I think people, we take Obama so for granted, right? What that was so for granted. But
yeah, we really don't suck Obama off enough, you guys.
It was incredibly unlikely seeming just a couple of years before it happened. Like it seemed way out of the bounds of possibility. And we elected Obama, or Obama got elected. And it's not that nothing happened. It's that what happened, it disappointed people. Here you have, the most talented liberal politician.
It's so funny. They're like talking about I wonder what Ross says he's talked to hundreds of liberals on this podcast trying to explain how it's their fault that the right is the way that they are. The right in America is the way that they are because of liberals and Democrats or something. When Ben Shapiro is literally saying to Ezra Klein that a radicalizing moment for the American right in this country in recent memory was Obama hosting a beer summit where he brought that piece of shit cop who fucking arrested that Columbia professor, Henry Louis Gates, to the White House so they could all sit down together. And that was, and again, literally in trying to promote this stupid, performative, empty, vacuous, let's reach across the aisle, let's all just sit down and have a beer. That radicalized the right. How are you ever supposed to win with these fucking people?
Of his generation, wins a big victory, and is actually able to succeed where his recent predecessors have failed.
Well, actually, you can win with those people, but not by doing stuff like that. But this, Ezra's even Obama was so conciliatory. Why didn't it work?
On the single project that had united left for decades, which is passing a big healthcare bill. And even that felt disappointing. And after it did not solve America's race problem. It did not mean the end of systemic racism. It did not mean the end of police brutality. And it ends in Donald Trump. And I think that it sort of shatters liberal optimism. I think liberalism becomes exhausted and uncertain after that. What is its next project? The left, the thing that I would think of as more like the left of the liberals, right? The Bernie Sanders left. I think that has actually had real moments of incredible optimism. But I think liberalism, which is the sort of mainstream of it.
That was so cute of Bernie to instill optimism. Not that Ezra Klein supported him. I'm sure Ezra Klein was a fucking Pete voter or something.
It didn't have an idea after Obama. And the fact that, so first Hillary Clinton is sort of named, is seen as a successor, and she fails in the election quite catastrophically. And then Biden, he could not articulate what was going to be next. He was always what had come before. He was always a shadow of the thing that had gotten him to that place, which is the Obama coalition. And so now there's nothing. There's no recognized leader of liberalism. There's no singular project that unites liberalism. It's not universal.
He's not a Biden enjoyer?
Healthcare now. I think for a while it was climate change.
I mean he's acting like Biden was a president that didn't accomplish anything, but like Biden did objectively accomplish a lot more legislation than you would expect given the congressional gridlock, for one. The other thing is that the reason why that wasn't articulated, and Ezra Klein has to note this, is because of his age and his inability to be able to communicate with the public.
Thinking about existential levels of pessimism, and we're talking in the week, I think that people's minds are not now as much on, if my inbox and my conversations are to judge climatic collapse as political collapse, and whether or not there will.
Biden was a better president domestically than Obama by far. I mean, like, the defining point of Obama's legacy was almost undone literally the next administration, which is Obamacare.
Be an after to the Trump administration, or a return to something that they feel as more normal. Right. If you're asking me to sort of give you the vibes.
I buy that. And I think you could frame it maybe the way you just did and say, look, liberals told the country and told themselves that the stakes of the 2024 election were absolute, right? That, democracy is on the ballot. And after you lose an election like that, if you tell yourself it's existential and you lose, then it's not even clear how you return to sort of normal political alarm in that environment.
I think there's that. I think the loss of 2024 shattered the Democratic Party's confidence in its own politics.
Sorry, guys, I'm like muting and like covering my screen. I'm like coughing in between.
And I just don't think that the new leadership, the new ideas have yet emerged. I mean, one reason I think Abundance did as well as it did as a book, and it created so much energy.
Abundance reference, yay.
Which is more than I thought it was going to create, is because it dropped into a void. Here's the way I am thinking about where the Democratic Party is right now. There is a debate between, on the policy side, a liberal vision of policymaking and a populist version of policymaking and power, right? It's a problem that the government isn't able to deliver, and our capacity, the state capacity is weakened, or it's a problem just that we have oligarchy and corporate power. And if you could smash that oligarchy and smash the corporate power, we'd be able to do all the things we promised people, right? Then there's a split on politics. And this is the one where...
Is this where he's going to like do some self-referential shit about like the Green Lantern theory of politics, where he's like, the executive can't really do that much?
We sort of jumped over, I think, a reckoning that's going to happen at some point. My gloss on what went wrong is two things. Liberalism became a political movement that didn't deliver. When you elected liberals in different places, Democrats in different places, they didn't deliver change in your life. The outcomes were not good enough.
Okay, but why? This is the conversation that Sam Cedar was trying to have with him. Why don't they deliver? Where did this fucking red tape come from? Where, did this just fall out of the sky, or was it because money influenced it?
Biden, not in California.
People never identify the underlying thing, and it's not just money, but it's capitalism. And of course, he's paid to not understand that. Or, this is your brain on ideology.
Under Gavin Newsom, or in, New York under Andrew Cuomo, or, in Illinois. And I think this was actually more salient in terms of how much power got ceded to the right.
And that was, just to pause on that first point, and I think an interesting note that I think you would agree with, right, is that failure was obscured to some extent by the fact that the people who experienced that as failure moved away. Right. So it's not like liberalism seemed to fail in these states without losing power. Right. It's not like California is about to become Republican, or New York State, or Illinois. Right. It's just that people moved to other states. And so the problem became sort of invisible.
Yeah, but there's a lot of fucking wealthy people in California, dude.
Democratic leaders.
And they vote. And they influence elections, and they influence ballot measures, and they are active.
Elections.
Yeah, and I'm not sure it was invisible to them, but nevertheless, I think your point that a lot of people who were failed worse by the growing affordability in these states were able to move away. But the
fact that, again, there are geographical constraints within California. Their urban sprawling period is done. They don't have the room to be building more, and when they build more, they're building housing for they're building luxury condos. They're not building housing for people that need it.
Is that liberals became the people who didn't like you. That they became the people, and I've seen this a lot on the Abundance Tour and going on podcasts, that people now associate this sort of like the manosphere, and the deep sense that liberals didn't like them. Liberals became censorious. They became the people who knew better than you. This became very toxic too. And the question of what is the political affect of the Democratic Party in a country where so many people support something that most people in the Democratic Party find genuinely intolerable, almost unimaginable to embrace.
And like also this shift, he thinks that this pivot, he was like, liberals all of a sudden, like they don't know how to talk to working class people. They're elitist or this. It's like, yeah, because they started to embrace people like you, Ezra. Because of people like you. Do you not understand how you fucking contribute to that shit? Like, do you think that the average do you think that the abundance agenda is going to land with the majority of Americans? Based on early polling that we're seeing, one, it doesn't. But two, what the fuck do you think, what pitch do you think Kamala Harris was doing? Kamala Harris, opportunity economy. This was her messaging. What does Harris mean by an opportunity economy? As U.S. voters remain largely dissatisfied with the economy under President Joe Biden, Kamala Harris has sought to define her own economic policy under the label of an opportunity economy. What does that term mean, and how different is it than what Biden has offered? What does this sound like? Proposals include a ban on price gouging, which she backed off of, price cap on prescription drugs, which she was quiet about not long after she announced this, and then 3, subsidizing the construction of new homes in hopes that increasing supply will help stem rising housing costs. This was abundant shit.
Is a very unanswered question.
But like, yeah, they again, the Chuck, where's the Chuck Schumer quote? For every fucking blue collar, voter that we abandon, we're going to pick up 3 in the suburbs. You're just narrow casting to not enough people.
I think that's also part of what you are noting. That there isn't a reigning political theory, because the political theory that...
Are we still calling Shapiro and his ilk far right? Don't you think the Overton window has shifted enough to just make them the right now? I mean, the right in America is far right. That's like saying, and that doesn't change just because the belief or ideas become more prevalent in a society. Nazi is no longer a Nazi just because, the society becomes a Nazi society, right?
People had kind of failed, but no new one and no new political leader emerged.
But I also think that there's a way in which I feel like it's gone beyond a bit what you describe, right? Where at sort of the peak of progressive culture.
Are you sure she backed off price gouging? Yeah, because her fucking brother-in-law or whatever. Kamala Harris backs off price gouging ban. Because all people like Ezra Klein worked fucking overtime to pen op-eds being like, don't do that. Look, Noah Smith, no opinion over here. Harris makes a big mistake by embracing price controls. Don't turn to the dark side of progressive economics. But I swear she did back off of this because I never heard her mention it again. Maybe she didn't disavow it or whatever, but I swear she did. Let me see.
Cultural power. At that peak, there was a sense, progressives were censorious scolds who certainly didn't like populists and conservatives, but seemed to not like a lot of people generally. Today, I feel like it's almost, and these are, again, impressionistic, but it's almost like, do progressives like themselves? Right? Like,
you really want to put them on the couch.
Well, I'm...
What is this stupid armchair psychologizing that this dude is not capable of?
No.
The answer is no. Well, right. No, and in a way, that's always been true, right? Nothing like a self-hating liberal, right? But like, it's these things where, maybe people aren't really postponing kids because of climate change, maybe not. But progressives are having fewer kids. 30 years ago, progressives and conservatives... This is
not like an ideological thing. We're a more industrialized society, and every single time you see a society have higher levels of education, higher levels of industrialization, you see a decrease in the amount of people that are willing to have kids.
In the Western world, had the same birth rates, and today they don't. Right?
It's all about the birth rate.
34. No, I'm gonna add some other data points besides my perpetual.
How many kids is this dude sired?
Hobby horses, right? But 30 or 40 years ago.
Why do liberals hate themselves instead of just hating brown people?
Maybe progressives, if you looked at sort of statistics on depression and anxiety and so on, maybe progressives looked a little more
we have more data on this stuff. They always bring that up, like, all these people are fucking mentally ill. It's like, yeah, because we have more data. And the label progressive only recently entered into the lexicon.
Than conservatives. But today, maybe it's the smartphones, maybe it's something else, right? Today, progressives look a lot more anxious and depressed and neurotic, right? So there's this whole constellation of things that I just wonder if, well, I wonder two things. One, I wonder if even the attempt to sort of figure out a policy plan, right, is still not getting down to the bottom of what's amiss culturally in progressivism. But then also I wonder, again, since we're in a week when we're talking about radicalization and violence and so on, right, I worry about a kind of 1970s scenario, right? Like, again, I don't think...
What is the 1970s scenario?
The 1970s scenario is the world where progressives feel like they lost the country. You know, they had the 60s and then Richard Nixon took power. And you get a spiral of weirdo radicalization, Weather Underground, Days of Rage, all these things. And suddenly you
Weather
do actually
Underground, Jesus Christ.
Of, you know, left-wing terrorist movements
Bring
in
up
America.
that Obama was neighbors with the guy who's in the Weather Underground. Come on, Ross. I know you know this lore if you know the Weather Underground.
That was the last time we had what I would describe as sort of a consistently radicalized, violent left. And I don't think we have that right now, but I worry about it, and I worry more than I did 6 days ago because, honestly, so far what we know about the motives of Charlie Kirk's shooter suggests that he fits that category more than the kind of, you know, unclassified.
Let me see. Oh, I think I found it. I think I found like where okay, so she never like formally reversed the position, but she backed down. Hill Dems tried to tamp down backlash to Harris's grocery price gouging pitch. In private, some lawmakers are telling voters and food industry officials her proposals will never pass through Congress. This was August 25th, 2024. Under pressure to defend Kamala Harris's grocery price gouging plan, some Democratic lawmakers are delivering a quiet message to anxious allies. Don't worry about the details. It's never going to pass Congress. The Harris campaign's proposal, unveiled as part of her first big economic policy speech, has become a focal point to her presidential rival, Donald Trump, and fellow Republicans who claim she's pushing communist price controls. It has also alarmed food, which is funny because he would go on to like push the shit or say that he was going to. It has also alarmed food industry officials and even some left of center economists who've warned such policies can hurt more than they can help. Where are we linking to? People. See. And then there was another article that I saw here. Actually, wait. Should remove fail. I put price, yeah. Early on, Harris pledged to take on corporate landlords and cap unfair rent increases, but this never appeared in her policy platform. She also pledged to take on what she called price gouging. Most people would assume that Harris meant that she was going to go after corporations using the inflation crisis as a cover to raise their prices. As she said in one of her first rallies, on day one, I will work to take on price gouging and bring down costs. But on closer inspection, Harris's plan was much more limited in scope. She was referring to her campaign pledge to go after nefarious price gouging on essential goods during emergencies or times of crisis. Oh, wait, what? Oh, okay. Ordinary voters weren't reading the fine print. I'm like trying to see, like, did she actually put this in her thing or not? So, like, she adopted the rhetoric of this, but like when you look at the specifics of what actually made it into her platform, it wasn't this. Which is funny because it got her so much heat by saying like I'm like, again, she got like the you're a communist or whatever. Like, so I guess you can't like reverse a position that you didn't officially take, but yeah, she like backed off of it after the backlash. Ordinary voters weren't reading the fine print of Harris's policy positions, but it was easy to notice that she simply stopped talking about the specifics of what she would do differently from the Biden admin. Indeed, when given the opportunity to directly say what she would do differently, on the morning talk show The View, Harris said there is not a thing that comes to mind before she trailed off and referred back to accomplishments of the Biden-Harris admin. Harris did circle back in the interview to then say that one difference between she and Biden would be including a Republican in her cabinet, because I don't feel burdened by letting pride get in the way of a good idea. I can't read the rest of this. I'll just get angry.
Justifiable, radicalized person. But am I just sort of, am I just
avoiding the accountability crisis on an election won on the price of exit spot on Democrat consultant thinking? I'm sure Ezra Klein thought it was the right move.
conservative worrying too much? Do you
That's
worry
how you
about
back off. You just stop talking about it. You don't come out and fully reject it. You just never bring it up again. Yep. Or unless you're like absolutely forced to disavow it.
that kind of radicalization on the left?
At the moment, I don't. To just be blunt, I don't think we're seeing the emergence of weather underground style things.
You're not. You're not seeing organized. I agree.
But I look at the violence.
What, you're seeing like Antifa, or what is he getting at?
Couple of years, and I see the person who broke into Nancy Pelosi's home, and that was somebody who is kind of right coded in their radicalization. I look at the person who shot the Minnesota former Speaker of the House and a state senator there. Seem more right coded.
Not specifics is very, very. Wait, what is it? Not enough specifics is very, very different from a walkback. It was most of her speeches until at least September. Okay, but if she is asked to elaborate and then she never does, and it's never formally adopted into the policy platform, was it ever something that she was really championing?
My worry right now is a little bit, I think, different than yours. I think we go through periods. I think violence is contagious. I think the evidence on this is overwhelming. This is true at all levels of violence. It's true for gang violence. It's true for school shootings. Violence is contagious. It is mimetic in a strange way. This is why there are groups that try to enforce a media code, not successfully, that we don't name mass shooters. Because there is fairly good evidence that naming mass shooters makes it more likely. Suicide is contagious. We know this too. And I am worried that political violence is becoming contagious and mimetic. My friend PJ Vogt made this point to me, which I think is true. Like, we should just not report on the things written on bullet casings, because after Luigi Mangione did that, it was there with this shooter. And this idea where you can make the murder weapon into a billboard for whatever message you want the world to hear from you, I think is very bad. So I am less seeing this as code.
I mean, it's one of those things that like it objectively creates more harm, but it's also in the public interest. So the idea that we would adopt a standard to not talk about it at all doesn't seem like the right response to me.
Left or right, and more seeing it as a kind of mimetic disease that we go through periods that it becomes infectious. And I'm very worried about the escalation into one of those
Democrats
periods.
just need someone to stand up on stage and say, I am lowering the price of everything. They can lie. They just need to say it. Chalk up the win.
No.
Right. But the problem with not reporting on those kind of messages, right? It's like saying, well, are we not going to report on the official stated reasons of the killers? I think obviously you have to. And in that reporting, you do have to
This is such a weird argument from Ezra Klein that like you wouldn't report on this.
Some kind of assessment, not just of like, why are people, getting memed into violence? Why is it contagious?
It may not be a possible thing to do.
But also like what is actually going on in people's minds, right? I'm on the record saying this, and I'll say it again. I do think that most of the mass shootings and many of the political assassinations we have seen reflect sort of a mixture of mental illness, internet radicalization, things that are not classifiable on partisan terms. I think you have a set of attacks and mass shootings that are right-wing coded and are often connected to neo-Nazi sort of accelerationist stuff. We don't know exactly what it looks like in this case, but it's there in the Mangione assassination, right? That does seem like a vision that comes out of a kind of left-wing despair at the state of American culture.
We just did that for a while years ago. I remember there was a movement to not ever talk about the name of the show, the face of the perpetrators that didn't last too long. I mean, I remember Cenk and Anna would do that on TYT, but like Cenk is very, very like pro-gun control, like fucking ban guns, basically. Like Cenk takes that position on it. Like he thinks school shootings are like 100% preventable.
Sort of the impossibility of doing anything about the oligarchs.
And I mean, I'm not even saying that I like entirely disagree with them. We seem to be the only developed country that really like struggles with this, but like it's like we look at the data, it's like rare in general that schools are ever the place of like what constitutes a mass shooting, but it's a whole other thing.
Possibility about doing anything about the fascist right except saying, here, catch fascists with a bullet, right?
Dilemma for reporters is a difficult line between informing the public and giving voice to murderers through detailing their crimes and their person too much. Yeah, that's why I do think that it's like Ross immediately kind of like, but where does it end with that? That's like the boring response to me of like, it's like, dude, come on. Like you can like, just because you're that's literally the slippery slope argument. You can engage with him and disagree with it and just not on the basis of like, oh, where does it end?
And yeah, I'm more worried about that this week than I was last week. And so that's part of why I'm just pushing on left-wing despair. Like just to take like,
when are you not pushing on left-wing despair, Ross?
An example from your own work, right? Like you do a lot of writing about the idea that there's an emergency. There can be an emergency in America if Trump, defies the Supreme Court or violates the laws in these various
If he's done that, he's already done that, dude.
various ways. What do you say to someone on the left? Not even someone who's sort of explicitly considering violence, but someone who says, "Look,
Ezra doesn't talk to people on the left. He talks to liberals and explains to them how to ignore people on the left."
Institutions have just failed. Why are you here telling me, that we're going to have a political response to the emergency? Isn't the hour much later than that?
I think that political violence of that kind is fundamentally immoral and catastrophically ineffective. I don't find this to be a hard line to hold.
No, I don't.
So brave.
Imagine that you do.
And the stakes of politics are almost always incredibly high.
Like,
I think
like he barely is addressing what he asked him.
they happen to be higher now. And I do think a lot of what is happening in terms of the structure of the system itself is dangerous. I think that the hour is late in many ways. And that a lot of the people who embrace alarm don't embrace what I think obviously follows from that alarm, which is the willingness to make strategic and political decisions you find personally discomfiting, even though they are obviously more likely to help you win, right?
What?
Taking political positions that'll make it more likely to win Senate seats in Kansas and Ohio and Missouri. Trying to open your coalition to people you didn't want it open to before, running pro-life Democrats. And one of my biggest frustrations with many people—
Oh my God. Yeah, we're not, the Democrats are losing because they're not running anti-choice Dems.
Whose politics I otherwise share, is the unwillingness.
This is groundbreaking. Yeah, Dems need to do things that they've never wanted to do, which is pivot to the center and to the right. Wow.
Match.
What world is he living in?
The seriousness of your politics.
The thing that fucking wins is doing, honestly, like what Sinema did and Fetterman did, which is that, and you're seeing Gavin Newsom do it now, do this meme campaign, like appeal to the left, run as a progressive, get into office with because of progressives, and then govern like pivot and literally become a grifter as soon as you get into office.
To the seriousness of your alarm. I see a Democratic Party that often just wants to do nothing differently, even though it is failing. Like failing in the most obvious—
Okay, but you literally are saying let's do anti-choice, okay, just fuck reproductive rights, I guess, and just concede to the right on that, even though that's not even popular. What? He'll do anything but before considering a populist leftist message.
In consequential ways it can possibly fail. And I am not probably the person who knows how to do things differently. I have ideas that are about abundance and ideas that are about liberalism, and we can talk about them. But whatever it is, it shouldn't just be drifting forward. If you want to talk about, to me, what looks to me like despair and pessimism, it isn't that a couple random people on both sides, as you note, have picked up guns. It is that the people in actual power who are sane and are clear thinking are doing almost nothing differently. They're failing and rethinking nothing. And at least not in
Yes, he has a stunning lack of self-awareness. It's so crazy.
A profound level. And I actually find that very worrying. I would like to see right now, in the rooms I am aware of, much more profound forms of re-strategizing going on. So I think that there is a pessimism, but it almost has not hit the level of despair you're talking about. It's a kind of
or maybe
exhaustion.
Maybe it's skipped ahead, to use the classic Simpsons reference where you say, we've done nothing and we're all out of choices, right? Or something. I'm mangling the line, right? But it's we've tried nothing and now it's time to give up. I want to ask you about restructuring in the context of your book, but I interrupted you earlier when you were talking about divides within the Democrats, or divides on the left, right? And you said one divide is over, sort of liberalism versus populism. But just say something about the other divide.
The other divide, I don't quite have the right language for it. I don't want to call it liberalism versus illiberalism. I think that's not quite right. I think that there is a liberalism I would associate with Bill Clinton and Barack Obama in their political style, which is a liberalism.
Dude, all this, it's insane. He's permanently trapped in just talking about politics in 2016 and 2017.
That is very attentive to the reality, the existence of disagreement, and the need to be not just in conversation with that disagreement, but genuinely respectful of it. Bill Clinton's safe, legal, and rare formulation. Barack Obama's approach to questions of race. But I think that there's been a move that I think has a lot to do with social media, actually, and the modes of discourse and action that dominate there. But to begin,
Bill Clinton fucking right wing as hell compared to. I mean, like, what is his pitch underlying all of this and the abundance thing? Like, what he's really saying when he's saying they need to pivot to the right, moderate to the center. Again, he's pretending like Democrats have never wanted to do, like fucking third way politics, entitlement reforms, or like DCCC type shit, which they have always, or like the DLC, like Democratic Leadership Council. Like, these things are not new, and he's just trying to recycle and repackage them under the brand of abundance, right? And who backs abundance? It's a bunch of fucking donors. But Ezra, show me this fucking evidence. Show me the credible, like any credible evidence that shows that the reason why Democrats lost is because they just don't have enough donors on their side. That's the issue, right? That's really what abundance is.
To have the view that you don't bridge disagreement, you sort of draw a line around it and you say, that's not even an okay position to hold. That there can be no compromise with it. There can barely be engagement with it. And I think that we were illiberal on speech issues for a number of years there. Like, I think that I should have taken that critique more seriously than I did at the time. That's one way I have rethought the period around 2020. And
I got this revisionism.
I think that the way in which, say, Clinton and Obama ran politically a kind of politics that sat with the idea that people were absolutely going to disagree with them and they would need to win over some of those precise people. That their politics would need to be palatable to people who did not agree with quite a bit of what they wanted to do.
Well,
and I think we lost that.
And this gets to the thing that you wrote about Charlie Kirk that I believe has attracted a lot of feedback, both positive and negative, right? Where you said something to the effect of, while disagreeing with just about everything Kirk stood for, you felt like it had to be emphasized the extent to which he was doing politics the right way, in the sense that
fucking disgusting.
that he was famous for going onto liberal-leaning college campuses.
Like,
and
again, for Ezra Klein to pen that piece, not include a single actual quote from Charlie Kirk, which is, again, the only way that you can whitewash him, is that you have to abstract what he did to just, he was just going out there and saying words, and this never should have happened. Like, nobody should ever think, that's the right way to do politics. And he certainly did have a family. Like, I guess just, it's just bizarre. It's like Ezra Klein is like, there are black people in your readership. There are queer people. Do you know what this man thought about those people? I have to assume you do. Like, for you to write that, just kind of, that piece that, again, just like whitewashes Charlie Kirk entirely and promoting a white supremacist to your audience, and like, it just, I guess it just never occurred to him. It, like, how would they feel, or like, how would I feel if I heard about somebody like valorizing somebody who, again, like, if they had been born just like 40 years earlier, would have absolutely supported segregation? Is this somebody who I should really be like penning an op-ed about that's like glowing in this way?
Having extended arguments with
your
ordinary students that were, for the most part, respectful and serious. And of course, he did many other things too, but that was a core part of the kind of Kirk identity and what made him sort of distinctive among
Kirk
figures.
Identity.
And you said basically that had to be respected. Say something about the feedback you've gotten to that argument.
So I wrote this piece in the sort of hours right after Kirk was shot. And as you say, I said, look, you can disagree with everything Kirk believed about politics and believe he was practicing politics the right way. Now, I described in that paragraph the part of Kirk you're describing, the part that would go to colleges and set up a table and eventually attend and eventually his auditoriums. Just said, debate with me, prove me wrong, let's talk.
It wasn't literally a fucking debate, you fucking moron. He was farming TikTok clips. Did you not Google this dude?
There were a lot of people who took that as
You
saying...
think open exchange of ideas was what was happening when Charlie Kirk hosted those?
I was saying everything Kirk did politically was the right thing to do and everything he believed was the right thing to believe, which is not my view. But I hold...
Okay, but you like barely make that clear in the article.
...to the view I did describe, or I think I described, which is that there was a kind of almost delight in engagement, a sense that disagreement could be the start of something. Even if it was only to disagree for the people on your own side, that I think the left did not adopt that particular attitude. The left is more likely for quite some time to try to keep someone like Kirk or Shapiro from speaking on campus then sort of happily debate with them and do the reverse, which is like, can you do a speaking tour of evangelical churches, right? Can you actually go into the places you feel are most hostile to you and treat that as an interesting place to begin a conversation, even if only to sharpen your own arguments.
Oh my God, I cannot believe, he's such a smooth brain for thinking that Charlie Kirk going to these campuses to farm outrage is him doing something brave.
Yeah, and I wanted to ask you on exactly that point. Who do you think that there's anyone on the left who
I seriously question your judgment if, again, you genuinely think the shit that Steven Crowder, Charlie Kirk do with the Change My Mind is debate in any meaningful sense of the word.
Does that kind of thing. It's sort of part of almost the bunker that progressivism has built for itself, that it's hard to imagine someone doing that.
This is like a Schumer / Jeffrey / Buttigieg interview.
I think there has been more of a tendency to try to define people out of the community, right? Out of the boundaries of acceptable or polite discourse. I think a good quality of
that's a good thing.
liberalism.
Some ideas are not worth debating, like the fucking humanity of queer people and black people.
Is a self-doubt about things where, you believe there should be an airing of ideas because you believe you could be wrong about things. And even if you're not going to agree with something totally, you might learn something from it anyway. But also, secondarily, just an instrumental reality is it was a total failure. And in being a total failure, what it allowed Donald Trump and the right to do in 2024 was dramatically expand the shape of their coalition to RFK Jr., to Elon Musk, to the tech right. Trump 2024 is very different than Trump.
What diversity is it, though? The thing that got all of those people those positions, the fact is that they're loyalists. They're like Trump toadies.
2016.
What happened on the right tended to be...
They will not criticize him for anything. A thing that Ezra Klein can't even help doing. You criticize Dems, dude.
You would have people who had been on the left, who were feeling alienated, who would go and have conversations with people on the right.
It's just so insane that, abundance is literally just neoliberalism repackaged, but also it argues for incrementalism effectively. And the idea that that's the branding that's going to resonate with voters in this moment when we have the economic crises that exist and that working class people are facing, which is who they need to reach, is insane.
Right, and would end up becoming...
literally his pitch is let's be even less ambitious. Let's be even more middle of the road and milquetoast and boring.
Themselves in various ways right-wing.
I just think in many ways we were not practicing politics. We were doing something else.
But now I'm going to pull us up from the mire of political tactics.
I'm starting to believe New York Times put a 13-year-old content blocker on his internet connection.
I think these are political principles.
They're political principles, but...
Is Klein a genuine idiot, or is he actually trying to whitewash Kirk for nefarious reasons? Here's the thing. Somebody else said, what was it? Fuck. Something about him being he concedes to the right at every turn. He concedes to the right that Kirk was good faith, of course. So put a pin in that. And is he an idiot, or is he actually trying to whitewash Kirk for nefarious reasons? I think we just need to accept that, Ezra Klein is closer ideologically to Charlie Kirk than he is to you or me or somebody in this audience. That's how he sees himself. That's what he spends his time doing, distancing himself from progressives, from the left, the populists. He goes and pays lip service. Oh, they seem, they're optimistic. They're cute. That's cute, right? But really, of course, I'm sure he genuinely believes that Charlie Kirk practiced politics the right way, because Kirk did the bidding of capitalists, which is what Ezra Klein fucking does. He wants to do more bidding for capitalists. That's why he wrote Abundance, and there's money behind Abundance. So of course he leaves that out, and he doesn't think it's pertinent to put that into his fucking op-ed. He sees himself closer in the in the ideological company of someone like Charlie Kirk any day over somebody like Sanders, honestly. You think when Sanders dies that he's going to be getting an op-ed from Ezra Klein that's glowing like that? That's not going to, that Ezra Klein would ever think to even if he did write an op-ed about Bernie Sanders, that he wouldn't think to link some past op-ed that he did criticizing Bernie Sanders. He's not going to fucking hold his tongue.
But there is a broader vista here.
Maybe if Bernie were murdered, then he would, but I just don't see it. I don't these people, again, Abundance was literally written to shove in the face of leftists these people hate in their Twitter replies.
A vista of, abundance, if you will, right? And yeah, I completely agree with you that liberalism, progressivism, the Democrats have all of these sort of concrete kind of discourse-driven flaws, right? They're sort of failing at the discourse of the internet era. But you talked earlier about the big challenge that Democrats have had ever since Obamacare passed, right? Of figuring out what's next, right? What's the horizon? And I think that that's linked to what I see as pessimism. Maybe you only see as uncertainty, disquiet, fear of Trump for a movement that calls itself progressive, right? There's a lack of utopian ambition. And when I read your book, especially at the beginning, I was like, this is a utopian book. We're not going to talk about...
Oh, here's the other thing that I found out. I retweeted this. I should bookmark it so I don't lose it. This is from an Axios article. Poll, Democratic voters prefer populism over abundance. It's one data point from May 28th of this year. Given a direct choice, 59% of Democrats preferred the populist argument compared to just 16.8% liking the abundance one. It defined the abundance argument by starting off with the sentence. The big problem is bottlenecks that make it harder to produce housing, expand energy production, or build new roads and bridges. The populist argument was described as the big problem is that big corporations have way too much power over our economy and our government. And it's so funny that Ezra Klein is over here rhapsodizing about how Democrats are out of touch. They won't admit that they need to embrace, weird strategies to be able to win. Weird in his mind, things that they haven't done, again, pivot to the center, capitulate to Republicans, run on again, just run to the right, effectively, third way type shit. But you think he's going to change anything after seeing this poll? He's going to be like, fuck that poll. These people, we need to get people on board with this. He's not going to listen to them. He's not going to think, oh, maybe I'm wrong. He's going to think, no, all those people are wrong. And I'm not going to meet those voters where they're at. And you know what sucks? Or it doesn't suck because, again, some of the we need to build more housing. I don't disagree with that. But the policies are popular. Some of these policies are popular for abundance. People do want, there to be more public housing and stuff. People do want some of the stuff, right? But one, abundance co-ops that, and two, and then argues for deregulation, and two, it's you guys understood this with defund the police that okay, the underlying policy is popular, but the slogan has to go because the slogan is not popular. And if you're explaining, you're losing. So just ditch the slogan, keep the policy, and get and find new branding for it. Fucking leave the gun, take the cannoli. And they can't fucking do it with their own version. This is their version of defund the police, which is that the underlying policies are popular, cool, people want to build, but you can't let go of the label for some reason. And I know, right, Ezra Klein can't let go of the label. It's because, again, he pays his rent by pushing the label, but everybody else does not need to go along with it. They should be calling it out.
The specifics of zoning reform. I want you to say something utopian about the future that you think progressives should be.
I believe technology can dramatically transform human life for the better. Dramatically. I think it can make possible ways of living. I think it can solve problems that we take as completely inevitable and totally for granted. I think that we should be able to deliver dramatic changes to public infrastructure quickly. I think we should be able to build things. And I think when the government promises you something, from high-speed rail to a subway extension to a national electric vehicle charger network, that thing should emerge. It should be gleaming. It should happen quickly. It should be like, oh my fucking God, the government did that. And I think that one of these...
I don't know how the fuck you could make abundance ideas popular because they're boring and not even that bold. We'll change the world, technology and zoning reform. Gee, save some revolution for the rest of us.
Central failures of progressivism is it has not admitted it did this, but it has lost faith in what the government itself can do. And has lost faith in it, in part because it does not let the government do those things anymore. It has wrapped it in regulation and procedure in ways it does not allow it to deliver in the way that...
No, my favorite lib in chat. I've been ignoring them. Hold on. To be fair, Ezra rarely concedes to the right. Too often, still maybe. But it's a small part of the total media he produces. Hard disagree, dear God. Or maybe I'm close to the right also, LOL. On the fact that I think he's ideologically closer to Charlie Kirk than he is to the left. I mean, I don't think that do you agree with that or what? If you're evaluating his ideological leanings, then yes, the fair question would be about his response to Sanders being assassinated. Populism and abundance agenda are not mutually exclusive. Nor is Ezra suggesting that they are. I mean, he made the delineation in this earlier between the populists, right? And what was the alternative? And then he said well, there's a liberal, and he was there's the liberal, left. And he was I don't want to say illiberal, but I think he said populist, but it's telling to me that I think he kind of views a populist as a liberal.
Our own government has in the past that other countries' governments do right now. So the big, dramatic, ambitious thing I want to say is that the future does not need to be like the present. And for that, we need institutions capable of delivering and working with change rapidly.
We need institutions at a time that like institutions are at their like all-time like lowest favorability, low popularity. If we need to return to these things that voters are rejecting en masse, and that's why they like people like fucking, I think RFK Jr. is like one of the only members of Trump's cabinet that actually has like favorable approval ratings or like higher approval ratings among even like independents than any other member, and it's because of the Maha shit.
So there's a conservative or libertarian critique of your argument that says basically you can't get what you want through.
And I do think that the reason why I don't think Ezra will ever explicitly say that like populism and abundance are mutually exclusive, but I don't think he's interested in merging the two. For one, I think he sees abundance as the answer to populism, so he doesn't have to lean into the Sanders style rhetoric or way to like try to like win elections or to have Democrats win. But like, if you to the extent that you talk about populism, it's in like a negative sense. And the fact that like when I look at which candidates he's liked, which policies he's liked, what he's endorsed, and it's never kind of been anything related to like populism, I do assume he's not very like big on populism. He is both called Sanders populist, but I've never seen him so much as suggest that makes him a liberal. I don't think he conflates the two. Maybe. It's just because like when he's like trying to draw this distinction between like these two factions that he sees within the party, and the first thing that comes to mind is he's explicitly saying, I don't want to say a liberal, but I do feel like, is that like not what, if that's like what you associate it with, and isn't that kind of giving insight into like where he's coming at it from?
The means that you want to use to get it, because whatever the government might be in a hypothetical past, in this world, it's too encrusted with interest groups and their competing demands, right? And so to have abundance, you need to be more of a libertarian. And yeah, you want the government to do some things, sure, but mostly it's about deregulation and unleashing, and that you have a sort of naive
Ross is correct about this. It is about deregulation.
Faith in government capacity in this age. I want to stipulate that argument and not let you address it.
And again, that is a tension that's existing within the party. You think populists are interested in deregulation? Populists want more regulation. As opposed to these like abundocrats, what are they arguing for? They want shit deregulated. They want the red tape to go away, and they want BlackRock to be able to come in and do whatever the fuck they need to like build housing, even if it means not contracting union labor so it can be cheaper, even if it means cutting corners with respect to like building codes and shit. That's what they're gonna do.
To address
a different way of running a podcast. Man.
I mean, it's my rules, and
you get to be on that side of the table today.
Well, I think you would have reasonable answers to that. I want to acknowledge its existence while asking you while trying to again get down to this philosophical level, which is that I have been around progressives and liberals my entire life, and I would never describe them
saying you want deregulation after Trump's bonfire is actually extreme.
Primarily as the part of America that has great faith in technology's capacity to change human life for the better. Quite the reverse. Now, as you mentioned, some of the people who have zero faith in technology's ability to change human life for the better are sort of crunchy, granola, anti-vaccine types who have migrated maybe into the Republican tent, right? So there's maybe a part of the left that is anti-tech that is now on the right and in a different political coalition. But even so, even allowing for that migration, my general impression of post-1970s progressivism is that it is organized around, first, a premise that the most important thing is always redistribution, and second, that it just thinks that, technology is making the world worse in many ways.
I think that he's overstating the extent to which progressives are hostile to technology and industrialization. If anything, you hear progressives and people on the left arguing for these things, arguing for automation, saying that we should embrace it. Like only under capitalism would automation of like soulless, terrible jobs be a bad thing because people currently rely on it for their livelihood. But that's why we need to have wealth redistribution to expand the social safety net so that, when we automate those jobs and we can just permanently eliminate them because they're shitty jobs to begin with, that people are like guaranteed to feel like alienated when they do. That's like, I don't see this hostility that he does. Or like maybe he's trying to like categorize like the like skepticism that the left has towards AI with like hostility towards technology overall, but that's not correct to me.
Right. I had Peter Thiel on the podcast, and he gave me his sort of familiar, if you know his work, line about
or like you see criticisms of overconsumption. Like I have seen progressives be like, just because you have enough money to buy the newest iPhone every single time, like, do you need to be doing that? Like, that's a criticism, but that's less about like being hostile to technological advancement so much as it is a criticism of like being just over consuming.
The hippies ruined Western civilization by destroying faith in progress. And that's an overstatement, but like, isn't there something there? Isn't there a powerful mindset on the left that just sort of recoils from your pro-technology spiel?
I think some do. I think that one, and I appreciate you drawing this out because it's part
Name names, Ezra. Like who are these people? I'm curious.
The book that has gotten less attention in the tour. People are more sort of interested in why we didn't build high-speed rail than this. But very much an intention of the book for me, explicitly, is rebuilding a progressive politics of technology. Because I believe in it. Because one, in some ways it had already happened. The book is
Ezra interested in rebuilding progressive politics of technology.
Motivated by the green energy transition. And the green energy transition has been technologically miraculous. To Peter's point, I sort of wrote this piece, actually for the Times, reviewing this book by J. Storr Hall, called Where's My Flying Car? And J. Storr Hall is like more, I would say, like the Peter Thiel approach to politics. Yeah. And I call this sort of reactionary futurism. And it has this whole thing about the hippies.
The single progressive belief Ezra holds. I'm sure he has some. I'm sure like in the same way that like, I'm a fucking communist, but I'm sure I have like liberal beliefs or whatever. But I feel like these types are usually like socially progressive. They're not really like economically progressive though. But then when I see them whitewash Charlie Kirk, I'm like, do I have to throw that out the window too? Or like, I kind of like reevaluate that.
He's destroyed everything. You got to sit with contradiction sometimes a little bit better than I feel like some of these arguments do. Because of course, where is the epicenter of technological innovation in this country?
I don't know. It's just like the dude who like has the oversensitivity to say that like, again, he says he's had Hamas apologists on his fucking podcast, right? Like, and Ezra Klein is a Zionist. And like, I don't know, like how would he feel if somebody like penned an op-ed in the New York Times for like, a fucking neo-Nazi and then said they were doing politics the right way after being murdered and then didn't say like kind of really downplayed the extent to which like their political project was about spreading anti-Semitism. Like, I don't think that Ezra Klein would be cool with that. I gotta be real.
It is at the epicenter of the hippies. That's not some accident.
Or if like, again, some person who's like pro-Palestine but also genuinely an anti-Semite was murdered, I think Ezra Klein would mention that in his op-ed. I think he would quote them warmly and accurately if they had been that way.
Right?
Wait, you're talking about rural Vermont, I assume, right?
It is partially that culture of intense openness, that culture of optimism, the willingness to question the way we do things that has made Silicon Valley possible. Now, I do think the argument that...
I'm not trying to say like he's not, again, like progressive on like social issues and stuff like that, but again, like I don't know if it's like fucking white privilege or what, or like just blinders or he lacks of self-awareness, but it's just like, how did you think that like your readers were going to react to this? Maybe it wasn't for them. Maybe it was this huge pivot to like, again, to get the attention of right-wingers so you can go on the podcast and go on these right-wing podcasts and the right-wing circuit and talk about abundance. Maybe it's that. What is going on?
Thiel might make, that Hall might make, that I actually have great sympathy for, is that we have become, but specifically here progressivism has become excessively...
So if I could explain it to you, you would understand and see it my way mentality. I mean, it's literally what the Obama has said, that like if he could talk to every individual voter, he could like win them over. It's like, but yeah, but you can't.
Is the argument that Thiel might make, that Hall might make, that I actually have great sympathy for, is that we have become, but specifically here progressivism has become excessively risk-averse and harm reductionist. We are more...
I bet. For what, like, I gotta hear him out, but why is that like a bad thing? Like, yeah, progressives are too focused on like harm reduction. Why, if I granted that, right? I don't know how he means it. Is that bad? But two, like, I'm thinking about the conversation that like Piska's having with fucking Prime Kai, and he's trying to like present hypotheticals where 20,000 Palestinians more would be saved under Kamala Harris than Donald Trump, and Prime won't do it. The whole thing was that there were a bunch of progressives that sat out this election because they don't care enough about harm reduction. They were being selfish. I don't know that Ezra Klein made that argument, so I don't want to attribute it to him. I mean, never said anything like that. But, you know, the people that are in his ideological company and like him were making those same arguments. So this whole idea that progressives care too much about harm reduction is just it does not gel with my preconceived notions or understanding of like what he believes and promotes, or at least what the people who are attracted to his ideas and his agenda, what they themselves believe, whether he knows that or not.
More worried about what might go wrong than we are willing to let things go right. And I think of that as a pendulum. Some of the backlash to all of this was merited. That the New Deal growth machine, because I mean, this is hearkening back to a New Deal form of liberalism, not to some completely unknown thing. But the New Deal growth machine really was often reckless, heedless. We really did cut highways through all kinds of communities we shouldn't. We really did not take people's needs into account. We really did despoil streams and, you know, cut down forests. There were reasons we built protections for individuals, for communities, for the environment. And like anything, those things grew and grew and grew. And then all kinds of special interests came in and began to weaponize them against new housing development, weaponize them against new...
I'm so gonna give you the plushie grief, LOL. Why? Because I have people always bring up my fucking plushies like they're this like a big gotcha or whatever. And it's like, yeah, they're my flavor of bug. Sure, like I overconsume when it comes to the fucking stuffed animals. I don't even disagree. It's like, yeah, it's like my hyperfixation or whatever. But people don't see all the other ways that like I do not behave like the traditional consumer. It's like I am straight edge. I am vegan. Like there are a lot of things that I restrict myself from having. I hate going out to eat. Honestly, I see it as like a complete waste of time and money. I don't have DoorDash downloaded on my phone. Like, yeah, this has always given me extra fucking money to use on stuff that I paid for and then I got to keep, as opposed to what most Americans spend their money on, which is like experiences. But again, the experience of like a service that you didn't need.
Energy development, people just liked, you know, plenty of very comfortable people. Many
so
of them
I feel like, again, like I'm not like net overall consuming more than like most people my age or whatever. I just like spend my money differently, but because it's so obvious or whatever, they're like, oh, she got like, you say you're a communist, but I noticed you have a lot of you have a collection of plushies. Got them.
It's just like the way things were. They didn't need it to get any better. They weren't worried about it.
Well, it's not justifying yourself. It's like I don't see it. Like people think that this is like some huge gotcha, and I just like don't get it.
They weren't going to live in the affordable housing. They were not suffering from an absence of sufficient
like
energy.
If I were over here like preaching minimalism and this were in the fucking background, then I would understand the contradiction more. But this whole like, you know, she says she's a communist, but then she has things from Amazon in the background like that. I've never gotten. Yeah, communism is when no plushies.
Or cheap enough energy. And so, you know, the pendulum has to swing back. So it would be one thing if I was coming in and saying progressivism should have all these goals it doesn't have. But I'm saying something actually quite different. Progressivism has these goals already.
Whatever is in frame of your camera should a representative sample of your life, LOL. Not necessarily. What you see in my camera is what I want you to see. You guys have no idea what else is beyond this. It's highly manicured set. It's a set, effectively. This office is just as much of a set as it is like an actual office to live in. It's staged. You're being ironic. Okay, I thought you were being serious. I was like, dude, you should have like the opposite. I was like, it's completely manufactured.
We try to build high-speed rail. We just failed. We do want clean energy, but we are just failing to build it, or we're failing to build it fast enough. So I think for me, I'm trying to reconnect our ends, which I think many of them are good and wise.
You know, I can agree with Ezra Klein on one thing. I do like abundance, an abundance of plushies, okay?
Our means, which have become insufficient for delivering the kind of policy change or real life change that we promise people.
Life change. Let's say something about that. You talked about the hippies and the complexity of the hippies, right? The idea that, okay, the hippies are in some way the predecessors of, the Environmental Review Commission that won't let you build a new apartment building in a city that needs more housing. But they're also the antecedents of Silicon Valley dynamism. One of the things that I think you see in, sort of hippiedom is a kind of...
Yeah, you say you don't like abundance, but you have a lot of plushies. Curious.
Deeply optimistic vision of the human future. And again, I'm, containing contradictions because I was just talking about the darkness of the 1970s radical left. That also comes out of, in certain ways out of hippiedom too. So it's a lot of complexity in history. But in sort of California California counterculture politics in the 1970s, there is also this sort of age of Aquarius, the world is headed for consciousness raising and transformation aspect. A new age metaphysical vision, not the metaphysical vision I as a Christian subscribe to, but a metaphysical vision nonetheless. And you knew I'd bring this conversation
Metaphysics
around to religion at the end, right? But maybe doesn't a utopia need that kind of story as well, right? Like for part of what Obama offered, was the language of the arc of history. Is there an arc of history vision available to the left that can restore optimism, right? Like cosmic hope, not just...
I feel like he completely ignored Ezra when the props that he gave like to progressives, the left, and like the Bernie Sanders movement in this country was like that they are optimistic. I guess he like it was either in one ear out the other. He didn't believe him, he didn't internalize it, or he just didn't listen.
Not just hope in technology alone, but hope in the ultimate horizons of the human species.
I don't think where the mainstream of the Democratic Party is going to get its teleological structure of politics is going to be from the hippies' age of Aquarius consciousness raising. I don't think it's going to be at this point from Christianity or Judaism or Buddhism. I do think that there is remarkable stories contained inside the American story. And I think that one of the damaging things that happened for the Democratic Party was it sort of turned on its own American story. Right, it went from the sort of Obama arc of history to the much more like we are birthed in sin and still inside of it,
which is to be fair, still a story,
still
right?
And still partially true,
and still, but also a story that you can say we were birthed in sin, but we're destined for redemption. You can imagine a left-wing politics that says that,
and you can imagine other
I
stories.
think these two have been talking past each other the entire time. Am I the only one who's getting this impression?
That are emergent.
Like they're the definitions of people that are not listening to somebody else that they're talking to, but they're waiting for their turn to speak.
What made mid-century America great? I've been thinking about this because I've been...
There's remarkable stories contained inside the American story. Can we say anything more nebulous?
A bit obsessed with this speech J.D. Vance gave at the Claremont Institute, where part of the speech was him taking aim at the sort of creedal America, the sort of Frederick Douglass
Again,
America.
like nobody is listening to the speech that J.D. Vance gave at this institute?
It was him taking aim at the J.D. Vance gave at the Claremont Institute.
At the Claremont Institute. Like nobody was listening to that except you, Ezra.
Institute. Where part of the speech was him taking aim at the sort of creedal America, the sort of Frederick Douglass America, the America where belonging
We're born in sin and we can be redeemed with a classic leftist message.
At least partly defined by a commitment to the ideals of the Declaration of Independence. And Vance says, that he prefers attaching belonging to whether your ancestors were here in the Civil War than whether or not you believed in the Declaration of Independence. Okay, that's one level of the fight. And
I'm just going to say I think that slightly simplifies what he was saying, but please continue.
I don't really, but we can. I would love to do as long as you want to do on Vance.
Separate episode.
But let me say that he goes on in that speech to say something else. He does make a series of points about citizenship and belonging. He says, well, what's the point of all this? He says, well, it's to build, to make America great.
Oh my God. Twitch just made me approve a fucking chat that had hillbilly in it. I guess hillbilly is like a slur on Twitch.
To create as our forefathers.
Who's a bigger contrarian, Klein or Tracy? Tracy, that's not even a competition. That's very easy, actually.
Did. And I read that.
Ezra Klein is a lot smarter than Michael Tracy.
And I thought, in the period of time in which America did become this world-spanning
why
colossus.
do all these idiots, wait, what did you say? Why do all these idiots talk like this? Because they're off playing in their own moral gymnasium. He does, Ezra, he doesn't, if you were to criticize him on that, he only knows that he means to act rightly.
A lot of it did have to do with our ability to integrate people into our community, our ability to welcome in immigrants, at different rates and at different times, but quite a lot of them.
Yeah, welcome in immigrants by promoting the bipartisan border bill that was like total capitulation to the right.
Our ability to expand our community far beyond what other countries were typically capable of doing. And it made me think about how poor we have been in the Democratic Party about actually making not just the moral argument for our approach to belonging, not just the policy oversight of our approach to belonging, where you actually do need an orderly border and for people to feel you're doing things in the national interest, but the actual argument.
Am I being like leftoid brain by being like that was like kind of a fascist statement that he made? This whole we need secure borders to promote the national interest. What? This is somebody who like thinks any part of themselves is a progressive.
Where you actually do need an orderly border and for people to feel you're doing things in the national interest. But the actual argument,
like maybe it's just a rhetorical thing. I don't know. I would never say something like that.
For at least part of our approach to belonging, which is it makes America stronger. It makes it more innovative. It makes it more generative. It makes it more dynamic. And there as being a lot of opportunity in that. There being a tradition here that we can take hold of that is an exciting tradition, a tradition of dynamism, a tradition of change, a tradition of welcoming people in who then do amazing things they could do here that they could do nowhere else. So
basic border security is not a bad idea. Well, you're talking to somebody who doesn't believe in borders, but I do accept that we have borders. And obviously there's violence that is necessitated by maintaining those borders. And I don't disagree with you, like, given the state of affairs, that like that is the way that it needs to be in the short term. But I just wouldn't frame it that way.
If you want my version of your cosmic hope, I do think that there's a story in which America doesn't just bend towards justice, but it does bend towards a kind of greatness that comes from a kind of diversity and inclusion, one might call it.
But diversity
that has fallen out a bit of favor.
And this is the last demand I'll make of you. Inclusion into what exactly? What view? What vision of the good life? This is where I still feel like the utopianism of your book, while really good as a corrective to...
It's like really sad to me if you read Abundance, like you've read Abundance and think like he's outlining a utopia when he's like looking to fucking Houston as like a model for like zoning.
Fair lacks something that
even people aren't talking about basic border security, nor is it the reality we currently see happening. I know we're talking about like basic border security in the context of like an illegal mass deportation program where people are having their constitutional rights to due process violated, as well as like the big beautiful bill just like funneling all of this fucking money to the to Border Patrol.
Right, in its various, sort of dark and black-pilled forms.
Moderate views.
Still gets to offer, right? Which is that, the right can say, you see Charlie Kirk say this over and over again, right? In one of the personas that he had was sort of, Christian evangelist and Christian dad, right? Where he would go around and say, look, to young men, he would say, look, politics
Sounds
is
like
important.
your issue was substantive, not one of framing when you call it fascist. I mean, I do feel like there is like kind of an underlying fascist strain anytime you're kind of promoting any notion of like nationalism. I'm not going to lie, but I don't think in the context of this, that's what he was attempting to do. That's why it's like, it's like a rhetorical flair, but it's one that like, that's the first thing that comes to mind, especially in that like, with MAGA taking over and attempting to like, again, redefine, like kind of not redefine, but like assert their own version of like this vulgar nationalism. Like, I don't know if the first front to like oppose MAGA should be picking up the mantle of like, no, the Dems can redefine what it means to be like a nationalist,
But you have to get married and you have to go to church and you have to start a family, right? That is a concrete vision of the good life that politics exists to support and technology exists to enrich, right? And in mid-century America, in mid-20th century America, it was connected to a thin but still real sort of Protestant-ish civic religion in which, human beings had an earthly destiny and a heavenly destiny too. And it is impossible for me as a religious person, I'm sorry, not to look at sort of progressivism right now and say, you need something else in the horizon besides saying we're going to be inclusive and we're going to get rich together with flying cars. You need to say so that
he says that to him that sounds horrible.
We can live in some specific way that we are supposed to live. What is that way, Ezra Klein? How then shall we live?
My friend, I am a liberal. I actually believe.
I was about to say, he's basically saying I'm waiting for progressives to not be progressives anymore. What? The whole point is that, like, again, you have this like laissez-faire attitude about how people ought to be able to live. And it's supposed to be basically like this emphasis on like freedom from, unnecessary coercion, like, and like economic forces that you shouldn't have to contend with or worry about, dictatorially like influencing your life.
In some specific way that.
But these people, they like, they want like fucking instruction manuals.
We're going to be inclusive and we're going to get rich together with flying cars. You need to say so that we can live in some specific way that we are supposed to live. What is that way, Ezra Klein?
No, it's like you need your basic needs met. That's it. And then the government should not be trying to kind of carve out a vision for what you ought to be doing from there.
How then shall we
then
live?
you make your own way.
My friend, I am a liberal. I actually believe in creating a space for liberal individual flourishing of different kinds. I don't find it to be some great countercultural thing to say you should have a family. I have 2 children. I talk about it on my show all the time. I am a left pronatalist. I don't believe it has been a great advantage of the rights in politics.
But find me the the truly where are the leftist antinatalists? I've to the extent that I've even seen antinatalists, I've really not noticed that it's more likely to be one ideology over the other, but maybe I've not engaged with enough r/child free or antinatalism.
Politics that some of their people say it's good to be a dad, and nor do I believe it's a great advantage of mine. I think that if you want to see Obama's good at the politics of a family and Pete Buttigieg is bad.
What's this? How Israel's war became unjust, July 26, 2025. Opinion, Ross Douthat. Let's just start here. Israel's war in Gaza is not a genocide. Great opening. It is a war for a just cause, the elimination of a cruel, fanatical, itself potentially genocidal terrorist organization. Oh, Hamas. Okay. That oppresses its own people, holds innocent hostages, and will pose a severe damage to the state of Israel so long as it holds power. The war's heartbreaking civilian toll is inextricably linked to that terrorist government's refusal to obey the laws of war, its unwillingness to surrender no matter how much its own people suffer, its willingness to accept famine rather than give up control of humanitarian aid, its inclination to let ceasefire negotiations spin endlessly in the apparent hope that international pressure will save it from defeat. Okay, so this is a crazy person. This person's on Earth 2. Quite enough of that.
Better at it than anybody currently on the right, because I think to him...
Yeah, I think he swapped Israel and Gaza. Yeah.
It's a more remarkable thing that he has children and he has a husband than...
Hamas needs to stop Hamas and Palestinians obviously need to stop making Israel hit them.
It is to anyone virtually in national
or
politics.
In this case, kill them and starve them.
Hold on.
But Buttigieg and Obama are both in liberal, left-wing progressive ways steeped in the language of
I agree, but
Christianity.
I think what I'm saying to this is that I don't think of this as the part of liberalism right now, or the part of the Democratic Party or the left, whatever you want to call it, that is unsolved for. I don't think that we lack stories. I don't think we lack that vision. I know we are not as rooted in religious faith as you would prefer us to be. I think our failures have been elsewhere. And so Abundance is not a book about everything. I don't really want to tell you where you got to drive your flying car. That's not, in this particular spot, my role. I actually have ideas that are, we'll see.
Why would he articulate that? It's a policy thing. It's not really it's not about the abundance lifestyle. It's a platform proposal for Dems to run on.
What forms it come out about what it means to be in a national community together. I think that's closer to the kind of thing you're asking. But I think most leftists aren't antinatalists, but they rather live in conditions that make it more and more difficult to support yourself, let alone a family, and that translates as antinatalists to people. Bambino, do you think that hold on. I don't know. All the data that I've seen shows that when you're impoverished, when you can't support yourself, those are the people that are the most likely to have kids. No. I do think believing in change and believing in this country as an adventure is an exciting thing. And yes,
Riverboat Jack raided me with 98 people, but I'm about to go offline, so I'm gonna raid you. Okay. Well, thank you. We're catching the very, very tail end of this Ezra Klein Ross Douthat interview, which has been horrible.
We need much more than that to make
meaning. Thank you so much for the raid, Riverboat Jack. Everybody should go follow Riverboat Jack. Gonna shout them out in chat here.
Out of life. But I think there's a lot that politics should make meaning out of. I think it should make meaning out of us as a nation. I think it should chart a particular course on policy that is connected to principles of what we believe is just and good and decent. Maybe Maybe there is some place we can get to in politics where it is capable of doing that. Maybe it is a John Deweyan view of reconnecting us to a civic culture at such a level of engagement and involvement heretofore unknown outside of small New Hampshire villages. We're far from that. We're real far from that. I would prefer something, I think, get into somewhere that is decent, capable, optimistic, and dynamic.
He's like, his face
would be a good first step.
Ezra, thanks so much for joining me.
Thank you, Russ.
What's the reaction to this? The refusal to recognize that everything unraveled once Bernie was forced out of the primary is truly mind-numbing. New York Times interviewing themselves. Who watches this stuff? Besides me. Ezra and Ross should be a monthly thing. Jesus Christ. Who is this? Who are these people? Show yourselves. Come talk to me, please. I want to meet this person that is a fan of both of these men. These two would make for an awesome regular duo, having honest, fair, humble conversations that are avoid the pitfalls of tribalism. I guess people that like West Wing enjoyers, their staff, bots. Who is this? This is like if like a census poll and like if like a census like median poll from one year and a census median poll from like another year, like a decade earlier, had like a podcast. They have these like middle of the road, like milquetoast opinions. Of course, it's just like praising the civility of the conversation. What a wonderful dialogue. We need much more of this kind of interaction. The left did deliver change. For example, a man stole mine and my wife's bikes outside of a bar in Denver, was caught on tape doing it, had this, okay, so personal grievance, love it. Had distinctive gang tattoos that made the building manager recognize him immediately, and the officer still told us we were wasting our time filing a report. At Union Station, we had to catch the bus home. My wife is terrified because people are shooting up in front of a cop, and some guy is just walking around yelling at ghosts. And what are you doing, sir? You're in this YouTube comment yelling about them, yelling about the man who yelled about ghosts. Screw the healthcare for now. Make me feel like my wife and kids can be out and about without me being there. Me, my wife. I was once on vacation. Oh my God, somebody like joining in. All these people like bitching or whatever. Yeah, I'm sure this dude's open to the fucking abundance agenda. He's he's this close to wanting to vote for a Democrat. He just needs to hear the abundance pitch, which is saying, like, as far as he's concerned, when he hears the abundance pitch, he's saying, let all of these people into like your fucking neighborhood, lower the property values, and build housing. Not in my backyard. This is like a fucking NIMBY. You're not gonna change this dude's mind. But he's right there. He just needs to hear about the abundance pitch. It's like 2 boxes of Francia wine talking to each other. Vote for us. We have no vision. Ooh, I guess that is how that lands to people, right? If you like can't provide like something like that, like, oh, I don't want to tell you what to do. I guess maybe that does hit some people's ears. Like, oh, like you say that you don't want to tell people what to do, but in reality, you don't even know what you're doing, and you can't articulate a vision because you literally have never even thought about it. So that is something to keep in mind. You cannot be diverse if you do not actively assimilate the incoming groups. U.S. instead of assimilating the people into the U.S. and celebrating U.S. culture. This person is just like a white nationalist, but they're saying U.S. instead of white. Celebrates culture of migrants and shows disdain for U.S. culture. What kind of diversity is that? There is no diversity without inclusive nationalism. See, this is where I was saying where I don't really like this overture to like, I don't really like this overture or this like kind of reference to this nationalism that like the left, like leftists or like the Democratic Party should attempt to like be champions of like a positive version of nationalism. I feel like it just always very, very quickly descends into this. America's CCP is called MAGA. You know, I might yoink that from you. Inclusive nationalism is literally an oxymoron. Oh, great. Now I have to figure out what to do. Plus, I have to take my kids to soccer practice. Plus, my spouse needs to have this medication. Plus, blah, blah, blah. You're forcing me to make another decision. We were a liberal for a while. Ezra Klein demonstrating how out of touch he is with reality of mainstream leftism. Dude, what mainstream leftism? MAGA controls everything. These people, like, okay, that guy is talking about there was somebody in my city who stole my bike and then is screaming about ghosts. This comment section is people screaming about ghosts. Reality of mainstream leftism? What are you talking about? Pelosi? Like, what do these people think? Like, even 10 years ago, there was no mainstream leftism. Charlie Kirk was not a hateful man. I am a gay man who always voted left for most of my life. After COVID and watching the left these 5 years, I would never vote left again. The party has changed so much. They don't stand for minorities. They use minorities for votes and gaslights them. This is literally what the right does. They bully people who don't agree with them. They kill people who think differently. They are authoritarian. They force you to take medicine into your body you don't want. Okay, you're supposed to believe that this person was voting Democrats their whole life. But maybe they were radicalized. They try to force you to believe things you're not comfortable with. They will lie to you about your children. They will lie to you and then gaslight you and say it's your fault. It's a group of unconscious shadow projecting people. Not the shadow realm, not the shadow projecting people. They can't take responsibility for anything they do wrong. I'm terrified of the left. Also, they are possessed by the spirit of resentment and hate the other side so much they have adopted the devil into the right. That is how genocide happens. It's so scary. They need to grow up. This is amazing. Yeah, very Democrat coded language. Where's that tweet of that guy that's like, he was like a white politician. He had like forgotten to log out of his main account into the alts, where he's like, as a proud black conservative or something like that, but he was still in his own like profile. Let me see. As a black conservative or something. Tweet. I don't even know what to search. Fuck. This guy. U.S. election, white Trump-friendly politician roasted for accidental tweet claiming to be black gay guy. I'm a black gay guy, and I can personally say that Obama did nothing for me. My life only changed a little bit, and it was for the worse. Everything is so much better under Trump, though. I feel respected, which I never do when Democrats are involved. This is literally how this comment read to me. Like, I'm a gay man who always voted, I always voted for
Today,
Democrats or whatever. And then they became possessed by the devil and went insane, and I had to start voting for Trump. The profile picture paired with it. If Randy Fine did that as a black woman thing, dude, that dude's fucking insane. But like, this, apparently his defense was that this was a constituent of his that had written to him and he was trying to like quote him, if you're to believe him. So isn't inclusive nationalism just patriotism? I mean, it's one way of looking at it, I guess, but in the context of the comment saying that, they were saying like, you need people to assimilate. And it's like, well, what does it mean to assimilate into like what you're defining as like American culture, right? Is an American culture like, or like American identity and culture supposed to be very, very like ambiguous, melting pot, etc. So as soon as you start like putting parameters of like, Western civilization or like, like anything more than like generally being in support of like the Constitution, I start to see like, it like drifting into, going beyond patriotism into something far more insidious. That's the old meta. The new meta is to say as a proud Aryan, but you're actually an Indian in India. I mean, they just want the Musk bucks, okay? I respect the grind and the hustle. Western civilization is definitely more often than not a dog whistle. 100%. It's a fucking foghorn at this point. Come on, you need to see the truth about the anti-war movement. In the 70s, the Weathermen were a tiny fraction of the movement. The Panthers were more concerned about their own communities. I didn't see the violence in the 60s, and the right has encouraged with protecting gun rights in the last 2 decades. This person is all over the place. What a concession. Ezra Klein is worried, but not about a radicalized left. But he is, though. I guess some people are still uncertain. Dude, I need like, these are the people that I want to call in and talk to me and debate me. The Weather Underground was purchased by the Weather Channel anyway. Patriotism is the last refuge of the scoundrel. All right, you guys. It's 3:30 in the morning. YouTube. Twitch viewers, if you are watching me on Twitch and you have not subscribed to me, what are you doing? You should subscribe to me. You can use your Amazon subscribe thingy or whatever. You can give subs throughout the chat, share the love, and give other people the experience of an ad-free one. Does that make sense grammatically? As well as cute emotes. You can also get one for yourself. It's cheap. I don't even know what my prices are, but it's probably cheap, right? Probably can't cost that much. You can just skip Starbucks one day. If you're watching on YouTube, you should subscribe to me, like the stream, so it pushes it out to other people. Go check my past VODs. They're usually timestamped, so you can skip around to my segments very, very easily. I'm at Straighterade _ on everything. And I will be back tomorrow. I don't know when. Maybe I'll do something with Pisco. Sometimes we do Just for Play on Fridays as well. YouTube, you are going to... Yeah, Pisco is my orbiter. You know, this must be said and repeated many times. And you should go into his chat and, you know, reiterate this point multiple times. But yeah, if you want to support me, follow the donation links in my Twitch chat or my YouTube description. Maybe I said that. I can't remember. My brain is scrambled again, 3:30 in the morning. But we are going to One Hand Politics because Mason's live over on Twitch. Go show him some love. All right, you guys. Thank you so much for Pisco being an orbiter of mine was confirmed by Majority Report. Just saying. This isn't not me saying this. This is Matt Lech, Sam Cedar, Emma Vigeland. I can't disagree with this assessment. Okay, it is now part of the podcast of record, as it were. All right, you guys. I thank you so much for hanging out with me tonight. I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye.